Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 136, The Slate, One More Time 1. The brush of skin against skin had never been more intimate, more pleasant. A hazy, orange light drifted through the window, growing fainter as time drifted by slowly, but the two lovers took little notice of it, devoted to each other as they were. He had kissed her, and she had kissed him back. He had removed her clothes, and she had done the same to him. They had stumbled their way to bed, loosening everything that still reminded them of who they were outside this room. All weapons were left behind, all armor, all that didn't matter when it came to the promised joining of bodies that longed to be together as one. It wasn't desperate, despite they didn't have all the time in the world. It wasn't rushed, even though they had longed for this for months now. Instead, it was slow, deep, without any goal in mind. They weren't in pursuit of physical pleasure, not anymore. They sought something more permanent, something to fulfill and quench their souls through each other's company. The flame inside her heart wasn't flaring wildly, but rather, spreading its warmth through her whole body as she wrapped her arms around his neck. His blue eyes gazed into hers, with longing and bliss mingled together into love. They would compel her to kiss him, laying atop him as she was, and his smiles always found a match in hers. Hips rolled together, hands slid over heated bodies, and lips sought each other until they had reddened after so many kisses. He outlined her body by tracing every curve with his fingertips, by letting his lips slide down to her neck and collarbone. Her own fingers traveled over his scalp, stroking his soft hair, trailing lines with the fingertips and relaxing him in her arms. He cupped her cheek and kissed her lips again, allowing her to deepen the exchange, eyes tightly shut as she conveyed her passion without using words. Her chest pressed into his, as did her pelvis, with every thrust. His body swayed in time with hers, and his lips now traveled over her face, softly trailing kisses everywhere they might go. It was a warm day, and still she shivered, while pearls of sweat beaded on her skin. Her breath caught in her throat, and he pressed his forehead to hers, reassuring her with every kiss. His initiative to sit up led her to nestle on his lap. His shaft stayed lodged inside her as they moved, and his arms wrapped around her tightly as she straddled him. It was her turn to kiss him all over, to touch the muscles of his back, to bask in his deep and slow rhythm while losing herself in his eyes again. She held back her usual impulses, striving to avoid harming him with her long and sharp nails. She didn't want to hurt him, not at all, not again, not while they were doing this. His own hands, calloused again as they always had been, were strong against her smooth skin, and she felt safe while he held her as he did. Her neck was bare, exposed to the kisses he delivered while still stroking her long hair with one hand. The other traveled over her figure, lingering on her breasts, slowly drifting down to her pelvis, where the touch brought her to shudder and gasp between moans. He always smiled at her erotic reactions. She was overwhelmed by him, by the unquenchable desire to be fully part of him. The pace of their tryst sped up, and the burst of passion seemed to mean that the one culmination, that moment when they would connect fully, was on its way. They were entwined, bodies blurred together, the arousal strong enough to make them feel as though their senses were being heightened, as though they could feel each other closer than ever. His gasps met her soft moans, as her fingers caressed his face. She held his gaze as the burst of arousal in her core, so aching yet so different from the fire she knew, was unleashed around him. His eagerness increased, thrusting faster now, with his eyesight hazy and unreliable as non-existent black spots danced before him. But he could still see her, somehow. He saw her, and that was all he needed. He kissed her again a brief instant before emptying himself inside her. He groaned softly, and she pressed his face to her shoulder as his thrusts brought him to his climax. The high was blissful, although their racing hearts had sought something other than just release. Breathing heavily, still moaning softly, they embraced and held one another in that intimate position, hiding away from the world by finding safety and comfort in each other. "How are you feeling?" she whispered, caressing his back. Her hand slid over the countless small marks she'd left over it in the past, and found their way to his abdomen. He smiled. "Like I could rule the world if I wanted to," he said, hugging her tighter. She laughed. "Well, as long as we get married once I'm Fire Lord, you'll rule some of it beside me," she whispered, kissing his lips. He smiled. I love you, he said, his eyes betraying his earnest, pure joy. She swallowed hard, her throat thick with that unpleasant lump that rose up whenever she wanted to cry. She snorted and shook her head, dropping her forehead on his shoulder, close to his neck. I love you too, she whispered, hoping to calm down her overwhelming emotions somehow. Sex wasn't supposed to make her feel happy to the point of tears, but she had lost all control over her feelings in the past few months, or perhaps for far longer than that. Truth was, she couldn't remember when she was last in control of her heart, but something told her it was just before the fateful day when she had met a certain water tribesman in a land of ice. Sokka sighed in bliss and rubbed Angela's back gently, dropping on the mattress again and bringing her with him. He smiled fondly at her, even as she kept her eyes from meeting his. Her emotions were hard to keep in line, so she avoided showing them to him just yet. Still, Sokka seemed hell-bent on making her face those feelings. All the same. His hand reached out from under her body, and he found his nightstand. His fingers curled around velvet, and when his hand came back to the bed's territory, he wrapped the betrothal necklace around Angela's pale neck. She couldn't help but smile once she understood what he was up to. Placing it right where it belongs? She asked. He grinned. Of course, he said, smiling before breathing in deeply. Her naked body was beautiful, as it always had been. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, her golden eyes gleamed, and her lips were as inviting as ever. And with that necklace, the only thing she wore right now, her alluring beauty was enhanced beyond measure. Sokka couldn't keep his breath from hitching as he gazed upon her. You're a real pervert, aren't you? She whispered, smiling. Wanting me to wear only the necklace. I have no idea what you mean. Truly, me, a pervert? Where do you get such notions? He said, smirking, and sliding his hands over her body. She laughed. Though you did promise you'd indulge me on this, remember? It's why I'm not genuinely outraged right now, she said, smirking up at him. If it weren't for that promise. Oh, you'd feel affronted, would you? So easily offended, princess. He said, poking her ribs. She squirmed and glared at him as he chuckled. Anyways, you're not that much better than me. You've been groping me a lot ever since my muscles got back into shape, so you're a pervert too. In my defense. She said, extending a hand to caress his arm. He smirked, tensing the muscles so she would bite her lip with pleasure. You've got some strong arms there, it's hard to help myself. Now you can pin me to a wall easier than when we first did it. Ah, scheduling our next tryst so soon? He asked, smiling mischievously. Who's the pervert now? Luckily for you, we both are, she said, pushing herself up and kissing his lips softly. He chuckled. Damn right, he said, cupping her cheek and smiling kindly as his loving eyes gazed upon her face. Why are you so beautiful? That's a tricky question, said Angela, frowning. According to a lot of people I look like my mother, so you can blame her for that. Blame? Really? He asked, smirking. She laughed. Fine, maybe if I do look like her, which I actually disagree with, then I might have one thing to be grateful to her for, she said, sighing, and dropping on the bed. I'm sure you wouldn't have been all that eager to hit the sack with me if I'd looked like the spawn of the volcano. Oh, please. Sokka exclaimed, as Angela laughed, curled up against him. You wouldn't. There's no way you would have looked like that. And you prove my point, she said, still laughing. If I ever do see my mother again, I'll make sure to tell her thanks for lending me her beauty, though I do hope I won't see her, but still. Sokka bit his lip, glancing at Angela with uncertainty. I know we don't talk about this because, well, we both know why. But, do you have any ideas at all about what happened with her? Did you ever stop to think of the possibilities? Angela frowned before shrugging. Sokka bit harder, thinking he might have ruined the pleasant mood and conversation entirely by bringing up the sore subject. Yet. She's not in the Fire Nation, that's what I've always thought, Angela mused. Sokka barely concealed his surprise at her earnest, good-natured answer. Whatever she did that night. I'm sure it has some relation with my grandfather's death. Whether she's the one who stabbed him in the back, or simply aided in the process, I don't know. But it's no coincidence that she would have disappeared when my grandfather died. I doubt the punishment for killing the Fire Lord is exile, though, said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Azula snorted. Absolutely not. You'd be expected to die for your crime, but no crime was reported. My grandfather was given to the flames, and his ashes couldn't speak to tell the truth of his demise. It was said it happened due to old age, but as I said. Too convenient, said Sokka, slipping a hand into hers and playing with her fingers. Then, if your mother did it, you don't believe she was executed in secret? I thought it was possible, for a long time, said Azula. I doubted it, as my father had told me she had left us, but parents have been known to lie to children about such matters. Yet. Zuko said she said goodbye, remember? That night in Ember Island. Oh. Right, said Sokka, frowning. If she had been caught killing my grandfather, she wouldn't have had a chance to say goodbye to anyone, said Azula. She would have been paraded in front of everyone as a murderer, but that would have reflected poorly on my father and us, her children, So, do you think your father was in on her plan, too? Sokka asked. Azula shrugged. For all I know, he could have been the one to design the plan, she said. And, it would make sense for him to merely exile her instead of executing her. Why? Do you think he loved her? Sokka asked. Azula snorted and sighed. Sokka looked at her with curiosity. I don't know. I have asked myself many times if she's to blame for his current philosophies, though I doubt she's the sole culprit, she said, raising her eyebrows. He refused to speak of her for the longest time. He occasionally spends time in that accursed turtle duck pond even to this day, the same pond she would splash in with Zuko whenever she felt like it. But not long ago, surprisingly. What? Sokka whispered, when she stayed in silent reflection for a while. Azula frowned. Well, he brought her up while we talked, she said. I belittled the idea of suitors with expensive presents of jewelry at my birthday, and he suddenly mentioned that my mother didn't care for those things either. It seemed to come out of nowhere, and he changed the subject immediately, but it seemed as though he was ashamed of speaking of her so fondly. As though he didn't want me to think he was weak for still holding any feelings for her. So, he might have loved her. I mean, if he was fond of her. Said Sokka, shrugging. Azula sighed. Yet I doubt she loved him, she whispered. Their relationship wasn't complicated all along, but, at some point I just couldn't help but feel like she kept trying to spite him, to make him react poorly against her. I don't know what brought on the downfall of their marriage, but I never did have any reason to believe she loved him. Not if the way she treated Zuko was the standard for how she loved someone. She never treated anyone the way she did Zuko. Sokka sighed and Azula looked at him meaningfully, a small smile playing on the corner of her lips. We're unlucky for a lot of reasons, but lucky for many others, too, she said. If either of us had been unrequited by the other. Well, with all our clashes at the start, we kind of were sometimes, Sokka muttered, raising an eyebrow. Azula snorted. Not really, she said, stroking his forearm with her knuckles. We were madly attracted to each other by forces beyond our understanding, and we hurt each other, no doubt, but that didn't mean we stopped feeling that attraction. And by fighting it, we ended up feeding it, leading us to fall in love completely, so, we really were lucky. Yeah, no arguing there, he said, smiling, and cupping her cheek. I guess your father has never tried to move on, huh? Can a Fire Lord remarry? If he felt like it, a Fire Lord could marry a toadstool, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka snorted. Really, he could bend the law into whatever he wanted it to be. That's how it works. But, indeed, my father doesn't care to marry again. It's something else that I interpret as a sign that she probably isn't dead. If she were, a Fire Lord as young as my father could have taken another wife if just for the sake of having more heirs, and nothing else. But if she's not dead, the law, as it is, won't allow him to take a new wife unless they were to agree to some settlement for separation. And as she's not here, she can't agree to anything like that. He's stuck as he is, unless he changes the law, which he could, as I said. But if he hasn't done it after almost 15 years, why would he do it now? So, he won't move on, and can't be with her for whatever she did, said Sokka, grimacing. Your dad may be an ass to the world in general, but that's a nasty situation he's stuck in. You would think the Fire Lord would have any woman he wants, when he wants her. Not even my father's life is quite as simple as it seems, I guess, said Azula, relaxing with eyes closed on the bed. Sokka sighed and smiled, caressing Azula's cheek. Even he can't get everything he wants. Well, future Fire Lord Azula, he said. A slow grin spread over her face after hearing those words. You can have me and my muscles for as long as you wish to, I promise you that. I'll be a delighted Fire Lord in that case, she smirked, wrapping her arms around his neck and reeling him in for a kiss. I just wonder if he really does believe himself weak because of her, and not merely because his father taught him to think so. You mean, his father told him love is weakness? Sokka whispered. Azula shrugged. Did he try to teach you the same thing? He's never said it quite like that, but he doesn't need to, she said, raising her eyebrows. And he's not entirely wrong. Ah? Love has made you weak? He asked, looking at her with uncertainty. Azula smiled and nodded. The weakest I've ever been, she said, pressing her body fully into his. And then again, the strongest too because I have you by my side. Love is a lot more complicated than what I'd thought. Sokka smiled and hugged her tightly. She raised her head again to kiss him, and this time they remained locked in their tender exchange. Arms embraced the other's body, and the forces that always brought them together threatened to lead them to a second tryst right away, forgetting all caution regarding how late it was. It's weird, talking like this, about all this, she whispered against him. Sokka cupped her face. How so? He said, his blue eyes bearing into hers. She smiled. I never want to, is all. Even now I don't quite enjoy it, but, somehow, talking about it with you just feels right, she said, caressing his chest. I'm relieved by it, somehow. Because you're sharing your load? He asked, grinning a little too. I'll always be happy to help you this way, Azula. You can count on it. I know, she replied, pressing her forehead to his and closing her eyes. I think that's the actual source of the relief, truth be told. What a confidant you make, Gladiator. He chuckled and kissed her again, and again, and again. Each brush of their lips was tender, but Azula found herself wanting more than the light breeze his lips could feel like. She wanted the full storm, the unleashed desires, the undying love, poured into every kiss. So she dove in deeper, and he kept up with her. Every step she took, he took it alongside her. Never had she dreamt of finding such a faithful companion, never had she hoped to have such a loyal friend. Never did she expect to catch herself thinking, leisurely, that this was what a soulmate had to be. He was engulfing her again, taking over her senses and driving her to forget herself anew, erasing all the lines that meant to separate them, to force them apart. A hard knock on the front door startled them both. All blurred limits reappeared, and regardless of all they had discarded, they were back to being themselves once again. Sokka had been about to climb over Azula, but now he glanced at his bedroom door warily, his heart racing for the wrong reasons. Why, you weren't expecting anyone at this hour, were you? Azula asked, trying to mask the fear in her voice. Sokka frowned. No, but maybe it's just, it could be something menial, don't fret, he said, swallowing hard and climbing out of bed. Azula followed. I'll go check, I'm sure it's nothing. If you say so, she gritted her teeth, moving to the closet to offer Sokka a clean shirt. But as she lifted the new shirt towards him, she found he had picked up the one he'd discarded earlier and jumped inside his pants quickly, instead. You shouldn't. Azula started, but Sokka only picked up his sash and dashed out of the room. Face whoever that is in a sweat-stained shirt. She smiled and shook her head. For all he'd learned and grown, Sokka still had next to no sense of decor to speak of, yet the situation was quite tense all the same, so she wouldn't begrudge him for reacting so rashly. Azula made her way to the bedroom door and left it slightly ajar, so she could listen in as Sokka dealt with whoever was knocking at his door. Sokka breathed deeply. It was a little too late to notice that he'd forgotten to tie his hair, for he couldn't quite remediate that problem downstairs. Cursing inwardly, he tied the sash around his waist and reached for the door just as the knocking struck the door wildly one more time. Okay, I'm here now, geez. Sokka groaned, trying to sound casual and to mask his legitimate fear. But all tension deflated when the person at the other side of the door was the very person who wouldn't care if his hair was up or down, or if he wore clean or filthy clothes. And it was someone who had already proven she wasn't going to spill Sokka and Azula's secrets all that easily. You took your sweet time, dog. Toph said, scrubbing her nose with a finger. Sokka grimaced in disgust. What the blazes? He said, sighing, and stepping back so Toph could come inside. Do you have to do that, really? Do what, clean my nose or show up uninvited at your house? She asked, as Sokka closed the door behind them. Both, actually, Sokka huffed, sighing in relief. I thought it was someone dangerous. Well, be glad it was just me, then, said Toph, smirking. You're so nervous, and you did take forever to, oh, wait. Seriously? You were going at it in the middle of the day? And then people say I'm the one who's inappropriate, huh? It's not like we have another choice, and for your information. And for her information, whatever we do or don't do, at whatever hour of the day we do it, is none of her business. Azula's voice was louder than Sokka's embarrassed rebuttals, or Toph's laughter. But sensing the princess's voice was coming from upstairs compelled Toph to snicker mischievously. Damn, did I really interrupt at a bad moment? I'm sorry, I didn't expect you two to be that active, but then again I guess I forgot who I was dealing with. And you forget again if you expect to talk at leisure about this matter, bandit, Azula growled, sighing as she climbed down the stairs. Sokka blushed and shook his head, annoyed by Toph's chuckling and disappointed over not having been able to handle her by himself. Still, it was great that Azula could keep Toph in check, he thought, as he glanced at the princess while she climbed down the stairs. He froze on the spot upon finding she was wearing one of his shirts, one that was long enough to cover her thighs. Yet, there was nothing else underneath it. She wore the shirt, a sash around her waist, and nothing more. Sokka swallowed hard. What's up with you, dog? Said Toph, sensing the way his heart started racing again. He cringed. Seriously, you two need to get a grip. Maybe see a physician, this much libido can't be normal. Shut up, Azula snapped, glaring at her before glancing at Sokka, who gave her a meaningful stare. She shrugged. I mean, your armors are scattered all over the floor, and your boots too. Toph chuckled, shaking her head. I really am a master of bad timing. And of having a big mouth, sounds like, said Azula. Sokka sighed. Why are you even here, Toph? Just to annoy us? He asked. She shook her head. I mean, it's fun and all, but I didn't really come here just for that, she said, sighing, and making her way to sit on the small table before the couch. I came to collect that promise you guys made to me ages ago. Promise? Sokka repeated, glancing at Azula with uncertainty. She shrugged, and Toph huffed. Yeah, you've had a lot of stuff to do, so you forgot you promised anything to me back when I unraveled this secret for the first time, she said. But you did, and I'm here to ask for it. Will you guys help me prepare for the slate yet, or do I have to wait until the fight's just around the corner, huh? The slate, Sokka repeated, his eyes wide. Yeah, okay, I forgot that happened. Azula had been enjoying a nice few weeks of not feeling guilty or responsible for lots of terrible things, of liberating herself from burdens that had refused to set her free, and all that newfound sensation of freedom ended abruptly once Toph spoke those words. She closed her eyes as her heart sank. Yes, she'd pulled such an awful stunt on the earthbender. Apparently everyone did, Toph snapped, folding her arms over her chest and shaking her head. So, I'm trying to remind you guys, first of all. You said you'd help, you sounded worried about me and all, so you're bound to give me a few tips, at the very least. Tips? Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Well, then, the first tip I can offer is that you'll have to wear shoes if you plan on surviving there. Toph flinched before scoffing at the idea. Sokka and Azula exchanged a look, realizing that getting Toph into shape for this fight would be a lot harder than it seemed. Shoes? Me, wear shoes? Toph exclaimed, in disbelief. Why the hell would I want to do that? Because you'll be fighting inside a volcano, on a metallic platform that heats up to insane degrees because there's a pool of molten lava waiting down below, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. Toph grimaced. Well, all things considered, it's still inside the volcano, Azula muttered. Sokka frowned and looked at her in confusion. Say what? The lava. It's actually magma, as lava is what it's called once it's outside the volcano. Azula explained, yet while Sokka seemed interested in the topic, Toph huffed. Yeah, that sounds fascinating, but I'm not here for a class on the wonders of nature, Spicy, she growled. I need to use my feet to fight, else I can't bend properly. My feet tell me where I'm standing, where the enemy is, what supply of earth I have. Which leads us to the main problem you'll face, Bandit, said Azula, looking at her sternly. There won't be any earth, at least not by natural means. The entire arena is contained within a metal structure inside the volcano. There's no earth within reach. Well, there's earth behind the walls, I bet. Maybe I could. Toph mused, though she seemed uncertain. Sokka glanced at her uneasily. I'm not sure you can wreck the metal walls of the building to find access to solid earth, he said. But even if you succeeded, chances are you might collapse the whole arena upon itself. I don't think it's a good idea. Well then, what am I supposed to do? Toph exclaimed, frustrated. Azula sighed and dropped on the crimson couch, shaking her head. That's exactly the problem, Toph, she whispered. And it's exactly why we wanted to help you. What I've brought upon you was undeserved, motivated by my foolishness. I merely wanted to teach Iroh a lesson, but I shouldn't have done it the way I did. Well, you haven't taught him anything anyways, said Toph, shrugging. It's not like he's all that concerned with the slate. He's not? Sokka asked, frowning. The slate is seriously dangerous, especially for someone in your situation. Earthbenders are supposed to avoid that place, and he should understand why. Why isn't he concerned with? Because Zuko and his letters are far more important, said Toph, shaking her head. Her bangs swayed with the movement. I've damn near had to drag him out of the palace for all my fights. He doesn't seem to care about the gladiator business anymore. Then again, did he ever? Azula said, raising an eyebrow. What I did, by rescinding the slate's right of challenge to you, was an attempt to rid myself of Iroh's pestering. He didn't start to sponsor you because he admired you for your skills, or because he thought you could become the daughter he'd never had. From the start he wanted you because you were the perfect foil for my plans to reach the top of the ranking. I've never really thought he's all that interested in the league as a whole. Involving himself in it went against every philosophical thought he's ever spouted in his entire life. He always took it easy, Toph whispered. Nothing like my previous sponsor. I always figured he had his own reasons to sponsor me and I didn't mind. I was fine with that, but I can't be fine with it when he's hardly doing his job anymore, can I? He's still going to take you to the slate, though, isn't he? Sokka asked, frowning. Toph shrugged. I hope, she said. I don't know. I honestly don't think he even cares anymore. But I guess he's been there for all my fights at the Dome, he shouldn't bail on me now. He'd better not, said Azula, sighing. Chasing after Zuko to no avail is a fool's errand, so losing his connection to you would leave him with, well, nothing. If he gives up on the Gladiator League, what does he have left? Her mind supplied her with an answer immediately, the White Lotus. Her brow twitched, but she tried to hold back from elaborating further on that thought. Toph already knew Sokka and Azula distrusted her sponsor, she didn't need to know their distrust ran as deeply as it did. I don't know, Toph said again, slumping with her elbows on her knees. But you two, with all the crap you've been through, are damn lucky to have the bond you do. Sokka and Azula exchanged another glance, both because they were worried to hear Toph speaking like this again, and because, despite everything, they agreed with her words. The Earthbender sighed. Not that I would ever want my relationship with Iroh to be exactly like yours, the idea is so gross it's not even funny, said Toph, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips now. Angela smiled. Gross enough to disgust you, that had been unheard of to this day, she said. Toph scoffed. Even I have standards, spicy, she said. But honestly, seeing each other's worst sides from the very start like you two did would have been better than this. Does he really show no interest in helping you prepare for the slate? Angela asked. Has he made no promises, given you any ideas? He says he's busy. That's it, said Toph, with an irritated grimace. It's like those are the only words he knows at this point. And you're pretty mad about it, huh? Said Sokka, gulping. Well, you could always use your bending to shove him out of his room. Yeah, no, said Toph, shaking her head. He'd set me on fire if I dared. I don't think he'd be beyond that at this point, with how desperate he's getting over Zuko. That sounds awful, Toph, Sokka said, grimacing. But still, you can prepare to fight in the slate without him. We'll help you, same way I was helped when it was my turn. Really? Toph asked, raising her head at last. Sure, we'll have you train your temperature endurance, and your hand-to-hand combat abilities, and we'll probably try to find some kind of shoes that will protect your feet while allowing you to still feel the battlefield, said Angela, frowning. If not, you'll be done for as soon as you step in to fight. I hate that idea. Toph grumbled, and Angela huffed. You have never had to train for anything that limited your possibilities until now, have you? She asked. Toph raised an eyebrow. No. Clearly, said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. I had to prepare for a ceremony almost a year ago, where I couldn't use my natural fire because it wasn't adequate. I spent 2 months figuring out what I needed to do to make my fire suitable for the occasion, so if you plan on triumphing at the slate, you will have to be willing to work just as hard, for just as long. Ugh, sure, but I just never had to do anything like this before, Toph said, scratching the back of her head. Earthbending is second nature to me. Even when I first learned it, I was mostly enjoying myself with it, and that served as training and I didn't even notice it. So, having to do without it, it's like... I don't know, have you had to train without your bending? Angela gave Sokka a pointed glare, and he chuckled. Toph raised an eyebrow. Someone forced me to, for a long time, while teaching me how to wield swords, Angela answered. Toph frowned. Swords, she said, before she smiled brightly. That's it. You guys should teach me how to fight with swords. It's perfect. This way I won't need earth, and... Wait, will they allow her to use weapons? Sokka asked Angela, who shrugged. Truth be told, I doubt there's any rules for what earthbenders can or can't do in the slate, seeing as they usually aren't challenged there, said Angela, sighing. But it would be absurd if she was left with no means to defend herself, that's for sure. They would have to provide some sort of supply of earth, or allow her to fight with weapons, one way or the other. Else, the fight would be as good as an execution. Hey, I'm not going to get myself killed. Toph growled, scowling. Who did Iroh challenge? Angela asked, disregarding her proud claim. Do you know who you'll be fighting? Some nitwit from the top of the ranking, I think, said Toph, shrugging. Sokka grimaced. That doesn't help much. Earthbender, non-bender, firebender. Firebender, Toph confirmed. Both Angela and Sokka looked at her in chagrin. Is he insane? Sokka asked. It's almost as if he stopped short on that very dark thought and glanced at Angela warily. She finished his sentence for him, but tweaking the conclusion while knowing exactly what Sokka had been thinking, she had thought the same thing, after all. As if he'd simply wanted to outdo us again, yet he makes no effort to train you. What is he playing at? Angela sighed. It's not the Millennium Dragon, is it? I don't think so, no, said Toph. Not Combustion Man either, right? Sokka asked tentatively, and he released a breath of relief when the earthbender shook her head. I can't remember the name, but I'm pretty sure it's a firebender, said Toph. I thought he didn't want us to challenge anyone weaker because we could risk looking, well, cowardly. And as I'm the first earthbender to fight there. Indeed, as you are going to be the first earthbender in the slate, this is madness, said Angela, rolling her eyes. But it's my uncle's kind of madness indeed. We'll have to work harder yet if you're to survive. I'm not trying to survive, I'm trying to win, Toph growled. Angela scowled skeptically. You two may not care that much about winning or losing, but I still have a perfect victorious streak. You've said it 1,000 times, said Sokka, rolling his eyes. You really think that's what you ought to be worrying about right now? Why not? Toph asked, pouting a little. It's a big deal to me. It's what proves I'm going to take the gladiator business by storm. If the top gladiator hasn't lost a single fight, why would I? Because you can't blow up everything with your mind. Sokka answered, sarcastically. You know, the sparky boom sort of blowing up thing he does. I have no idea what you're talking about, Toph said, inching away from Sokka. Angela sighed. I'll go to the Royal Dome tomorrow, she said. I'll ask them what sort of rules apply to earthbenders fighting in the slate. Whether they'll let her use weapons, or provide earth for her, we'll figure out how to train her once we know. If I can use weapons, though, you guys have to show me how to use swords. Toph exclaimed, beaming. Angela and Sokka frowned. A sword? You. Sokka said, and now Toph's smile turned upside down. What? You think I can't handle it? Is it because I'm blind? I didn't say that. Sokka exclaimed, and he was the one inching away from Toph this time. It's just. You're not the kind of person I'd expect to see wielding a sword, you know? If you had a weapon, it'd be something like, a hammer, Angela blurted out immediately. Toph jumped. A hammer? She asked, frowning. Because I'm blunt and not sharp. Now, I'm not the one who said it. Angela smirked, raising her hands defensively as Toph lifted a hand, but only to give her an obscene gesture and not to bend at her or punch her. I'll grab myself a hammer and smash you two with it, for all the crap you keep spouting, Toph grumbled, standing up. I was feeling a bit guilty for interrupting you before, but I sure don't anymore. Oh, come on, don't be so sour. We're going to help you. Sokka said, chuckling as Toph moved to the door. We've said so, haven't we? Yeah, you have, Toph admitted, her irritation decreasing and being replaced by a small smile. You'd better be ready for me, then. I'm not going to be easy to train for the likes of you two. As if, said Sokka, smirking. Angela stood up from the couch as well. I guess she'll be coming over for training whenever Huyven doesn't, Angela said, looking at Sokka. And whenever you don't have any fights, too. Sounds reasonable, Sokka sighed, knowing their hard-earned alone time would be reduced yet again. Still, they'd figure out a solution this time as well. So, is tomorrow too soon to start? Toph asked, smirking. Sokka shook his head. The sooner the better, believe me, he said. We'll be training you the same way I trained, I figure. Heck, we could ask Mai and Ty Lee to help out too, even Haru for the heat training exercise. I get the feeling this process is going to very different with her, though, Angela said. Toph smiled. You'll see, I'll learn everything 10 times as fast as he did. She exclaimed. And I'll smack you both with my hammer, too. For all your previous irritation about it, you sure seem to like the idea of a hammer now, Angela pointed out, smiling. Toph chuckled. Can't help it, you have a point. It does sound like a better weapon for me, she said, opening the front door. I'll drop by again tomorrow, okay? Sure thing, said Sokka, waving at her no matter if she couldn't see him. Angela nodded. Rest well tonight, bandit. You'll need it, she said. Toph smirked as she closed the door behind her. The two stared on at the door for a moment, both still taking in the complication that had just arisen. For once, they weren't the ones in deadly danger, yet the guilt Angela still felt over bringing this on Toph had long convinced her to take responsibility for it. It was their problem, no matter if their lives weren't the ones on the line. She only turned to look at Sokka when she felt his gaze upon her. His eyebrow was raised, but reading him was a little more complicated than usual just now. Angela only returned his stare quizzically. What? You have a lot to answer for. She grimaced. Was he going to make her feel worse than she already did about Topha's situation? We're already going to help her, if that's not answer dash. Not about Toph, he said, lifting a hand and pointing a finger accusingly at her. How dare you wear my shirt with nothing else underneath it while we were having such a serious conversation, princess? Her jaw dropped, but he didn't stop staring at her accusingly. She couldn't help but laugh and shake her head once his words sank in. It was in my hand when you jumped out of the room. I figured I'd spare myself the bother of putting it back in your closet, she said, with a dry grin. Sokka scoffed. Why, you could have worn your own clothes. This is psychological torture, he exclaimed, gesturing at her, his eyes constantly straying on the region of her cleavage and her exposed legs. It didn't help that her betrothal necklace dangled perfectly on her neck. She wasn't going to notice. She's blind, Angela said, shrugging and crossing her arms over her chest. Sokka gulped at the sight of her tightened breasts. I thought it wouldn't be a problem, only, it was. Oh, yes it was, Sokka agreed. You have no idea how hard it was for me to focus just now. I didn't mean because of that, though, said Angela, grimacing. I meant it because you seem to be quite turned on, but, it's really late by now. Sokka looked at her with his silly indignation at first, but the expression froze in his face before being replaced by utter disappointment. See? Psychological torture, said Sokka, shaking his head and groaning in defeat. And I'd love to get back to what she interrupted even if we can't do it today, but we're going to be busy for the next few days. We are, but we can find a way, said Angela. You'll have a fight again this week. We can tell Toph not to come over that day because we'll be, very busy because of that. Sounds like a plan. Sokka said, biting his lip. Angela smiled. See? It wasn't so hard, she said, wrapping her arms around his neck. He kissed her gladly, and she responded in kind before sighing. Still. You have to go, he concluded, sighing and pouting a little. You'll be back tomorrow, right? Of course, she said. But I do have to ask about things in the arena first. And I also, well, you might think it's crazy and it probably is, but I want to have a word with my uncle. The look on Sokka's face spoke for itself long before he dared say anything. Angela sighed. Yes, I know, the last time I spoke with him I caused this entire mess, but... You're hoping to talk sense into him? Sokka asked. Or do you think you can manipulate him into actually working for Topha's victory for once? Because I'm not sure you can do that, Angela. Your uncle isn't as easy to manipulate as other people. Yet he challenged a firebender, instead of another earthbender or a non-bender, because of how easily he fell for my manipulation, Angela said, frowning. If he hadn't fallen for it, he would have chosen anything else. It would have been the sensible thing to do. Instead, he chose a highly ranked firebender for the obvious reason, if you could defeat the Millennium Dragon in the slate, Toph should be able to defeat firebenders in there, too. So, you think he really fell for it? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't want to think otherwise, frankly, Angela sighed, shaking her head. If he chose a firebender for the only other reason I can think of. I don't know. I don't know if he would dare go that far. I hope not, said Sokka, biting his lip. Then, what do you plan to do so he takes this seriously? I don't need to do much, I won't make it about pressing him to outdo us anymore, said Angela, shaking her head. Instead, I think I'll do my best to show him the danger Toph can be in, if things don't go well. I'll gladly help her avoid that outcome, but she stands a better chance if her own sponsor is invested in the fight. She wouldn't have come to us at all if she thought she could rely on him. He needs to remember what it really means to be a sponsor, said Sokka, sighing. That is, if he understood it at all at any point. He might have, said Angela. He seemed to, in Basing Se. But by now it's almost like he was an entirely different person when we were there. It's weird to think we even got along for some time, it's no real surprise it didn't last, though. Good luck if you go see him, then, said Sokka, looking at her worriedly. "If he tries to guilt trip you somehow. It won't work because I already feel guilty enough as it is." "About Toph, anyways," said Angela, caressing Sokka's chest. "Don't worry. I can handle myself with that old man. As much as he loves to think otherwise, he's not clever enough to outmaneuver me." "No one is," said Sokka, smiling softly and kissing her lips. She clung to the gentle touch between their lips, to the tender smiles he gave her, to the trust he always offered readily, without question. As she paced the halls of the palace, barely half an hour later, she felt at ease after spending a day with Sokka that hadn't quite gone according to plan, but that had soothed her yearning heart in the best ways she could have asked for. They were supposed to focus on training that day, as usual. But once they were taking a small break, a single kiss had grown too passionate and wild for their impulses to be contained anymore. As Toph had pointed out, they had left a trail of clothes and armor as they made their way upstairs, but Angela sported her black armor once more by now, on her way to Iroha's room. She had made a quick stop at her bedroom first to cover up for any signs of her tryst with Sokka. She certainly didn't intend to leave any evidence in plain sight for Iroha to notice. Upon reaching Iroha's room, she found a servant with a tray of food, gazing about herself helplessly. Angela frowned. "Is something the matter?" she asked, startling the servant. "Does my uncle want no disturbances?" "And no, princess," said the servant, lowering her gaze submissively. "General Iroha isn't in his quarters, even though I was scheduled to bring his meal right now. I don't know where he might be." Angela's frown deepened. Where on earth had he taken off to? Didn't Toph say he only ever stayed in his room, writing letters and sobbing about Zuko? Why had that changed today? "Take that back to the kitchens, then. He'll likely head there for his food if he's hungry," said Angela. The servant bowed and obeyed promptly. But as she was left alone in the hallway, an idea struck the princess. Maybe Iroha was still somewhere in the palace, perhaps even sending out a messenger hawk right now. And if she focused enough, she just might find him. She breathed deeply and closed her eyes, concentrating on her inner fire. It soon resonated with all the sources of fire around her. The heat she felt underground was by far the strongest she could feel, but she also sensed her dragon's fire, outside by his refuge. There were small fires everywhere. Fire-bending guards had their barracks within the palace's premises, and Angela could sense them in it. Some firebenders also paced the walls, in their assigned shifts. But there was one noticeable strong burst of fire inside the building, raw and wild. Angela smiled a little, as she recognized it as her father's fire. He was in his large study, sitting by his desk, perhaps readying himself to go to dinner, as it was already late. And near him, another burst of fire. Angela frowned and the resonance ended abruptly. She opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of her father's study, confused. She had felt that unpleasant sensation before, once, and her father had been near it, too. It had been during the day of her ceremony, almost a year earlier, when her father had approached to speak to her after she had performed the rite, and Iroha had been with him. She felt sick to her stomach. Was this strange feeling related to her uncle? Did it mean that, perhaps, Iroha was with her father right now? She swallowed hard and made her way towards the study, dread surging inside her, despite she wasn't sure why. That dead feeling that she had sensed through that resonance, it had to be related to fire somehow, or else she wouldn't have felt it. What was it? Corrupt fire, somehow? Was her uncle so upset even his fire was suffering for it? She remembered he had been tense upon watching her ceremony, but back then he hadn't been nearly as angry at her as he was now. If the corruption of his fire had anything to do with his feelings, why would her father's fire feel natural, alive, fierce? Her father held hatred for many things in his life, probably too many to count. What on earth could have rotten Iroha's fire to this degree? She strode with uncertainty, but she resolved to unravel this mystery, one way or another. "You have yet to find anything, then?" Oze asked, displeased. Cephas didn't meet his gaze, ashamed. He had a task to perform, but extracting information from the White Lotus men without being sensed or seen by any of the prison guards was more complicated than expected. What little he had acquired had been next to meaningless for the Fire Lord. "I will do better," Cephas promised. I need more time. It is a delicate mission, Lord Jose. It is indeed. It's why I know rushing you will fix nothing, but I do believe I should guide you into being more efficient, said Jose, frowning. Cephas, standing before the desk, seemed to frown too, but he remained in obedient silence all the same. The hood that concealed his features prevented Jose from seeing his expressions, but he had known the man before him for a long time. He understood what the set of his shoulders meant. He could read whenever he was tense and when he wasn't. In this case, it was the former. I have spoken with the Gladiator, said Jose. He didn't have much to offer either, but he gave me an important lead I should have never overlooked. The White Lotus needs funding, therefore, if we follow the money, we can find more traders. Eventually, once we follow all trails, we'll find every last one of the petty worms that hide under our nose, stealing from me and pretending to be upstanding Fire Nation citizens. Then I will ask where they send their money. Cephas repeated. Jose shook his head. What shall I do, Lord Jose? You will ask about other sponsors in the Gladiator League that they've associated with, said Jose. Eventually they should give you the identities of the men you're looking for. The men who are still, to this day, providing money to the damned White Lotus. If those clandestine agents start to fall, one by one, I have no doubts the rest will conspicuously disappear, knowing they've been targeted. Thus, I want you to obtain every name before the executions begin, if you please. I will do as you ask, Lord Jose, said Cephas, bowing his head. We must cleanse our land from them, vile scum they are, said Jose, frowning. I hope that, now that I've narrowed down what you must search for, you'll be more successful. I trust one will be, Lord Dash. A subtle knock on the door silenced Cephas. Jose's eyes widened. Immediately, the hooded shape vanished in thin air, and Jose gritted his teeth. Who dared pester him just now? If it was some accursed servant. Father. His stomach sank. Every boiling point of rage was doused, replaced by doubt and confusion upon hearing his daughter's voice rather than that of a guard or servant. Since when did Angela come to his office without any warning, or any summons? The knot growing in his stomach tightened as he spoke loudly. Do come in, Princess Angela. The confusion in Jose's gaze was mirrored in Angela's, yet hers was heightened once her gaze traveled across the ample room, the crimson couches, the shelves filled with scrolls and books, even the splayed maps and strategically positioned pins that pointed to every military assignment and regiment Jose attempted to keep track of. This was the study she remembered, the office she had frequented ever since Jose had become Fire Lord. And yet there was something rotting, disgusting inside it, something that apparently had nothing to do with her uncle, who was clearly absent. Had she been wrong during her ceremony? Had that revolting feeling come from a different source, unrelated to Iroh? Is something the matter, Angela? Jose asked, startling her. She said, breathing deeply. It's nothing. I made a mistake. I had been looking for my uncle. And you came to my office to find him? Jose asked, amused. Why? As I said, a mistake, she said, with an apologetic grin. I sought him out in his room, but he wasn't there. I've been checking in places, trying to track him down, but I can't seem to find a trace of cookies and tea to follow. And what a strange occurrence that is, said Jose, raising an eyebrow. He would leave that sort of trail indeed. Perhaps search for Pai-Sho tiles, instead. I might, said Angela, swallowing hard. Do excuse me for the intrusion. No, don't go yet, Jose said, lifting a hand and gesturing at one of the chairs before his desk. I have a matter to discuss. As you're already here, it's best to get it over with. Angela's uncertainty grew stronger yet. She always felt nervous when her father spoke to her like this, even when she wasn't hiding any life-threatening secrets. Naturally, her apprehension over any conversations with her father had only increased ever since her physical relationship with Sokka had reached the heights her father would never forgive her for. Of course, she said, regardless of her conflicted feelings, and she took her seat before the desk. Jose smiled. You're a remarkably smart girl, he said. Always have been. So, I assume you can already guess what that northern fool, Han, is after. Angela's uncertainty seeped out of her slowly, as steam leaking from a boiling teapot. She smiled curtly and shrugged. From what I can gather, our new asset may be on some quest to collect royal brides, she said. Jose nodded. Has he seriously tried to ask for my hand in marriage? No. But he has implied his intentions by now. He plans on trading the information he holds for you, said Jose. Angela scoffed. I'm hoping you're not about to tell me to go along with it, or are you? She asked. Jose smirked. Of course not. Do you believe I'd have such disloyal, savage blood mingled with our family's bloodline? He asked. I'd sooner die than see him wed you. Well, you needn't die, for I'm sure it won't happen, said Angela, smiling in relief. Yet he speaks with such certainty that I suspect he knows more than what we believed about the Water Tribe, said Jose. Angela shrugged. Seeing as he's lived there his whole life, it's only natural he'd know it better than we do. Indeed, but you see, the secret we believed he wanted to reveal was something Zhao had already discovered, long before you were born, even. He only told me of it recently, but he had discovered it shortly after our trip through the seas ended. It happened during an assignment he had in the former Earth Kingdom. Truly? In the Earth Kingdom? Just how did he come by any knowledge of the Water Tribe back then? Angela inquired, confused. Jose chuckled. Well, the story he tells is hardly convincing. He claims he came across a library in the Si Wang Desert. The Si Wang Desert? A library? Angela asked, skeptical. Jose's laughter brought visible amusement to her face too. I did ask if he was certain of what he had discovered, or if perhaps he had drunk cactus juice to quench his thirst and hallucinated the entire thing, said Jose. He was adamant that it was real, and that it was some sort of spirit library, too. Ah, of course. And, if we're to believe in spirits, we ought to look for the ones that are well read, right? Said Angela, smirking. Jose smiled. It doesn't hurt to, I suspect, said Jose. Alas, Zhao searched for information on the Fire Nation's enemies, and came across some tales of the Northern Water Tribe's best-kept secrets. Within those scrolls he discovered that there's some sort of secret oasis hidden in the Water Tribe. Oasis? Angela repeated, frowning. Is that possible, in that sort of weather? I do not know if it is, normally, but according to Zhao this is a spirit oasis, said Jose. Angela snorted and he smiled. Now, no need to be this skeptical. I may have had my feet planted too firmly in our physical reality to hold much appreciation for spiritual matters, she said. Jose chuckled. And it pleases me that you are such a pragmatist, he said. I don't care for spirits either, but if Zhao's story were to prove true, this could indeed win us the war against the North. How? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. What is there in this oasis, father? Allegedly, the spirits of the moon and ocean dwell there, he said. Angela frowned. How sure are we of this story? She said. Aren't spirits, if they exist at all, supposed to dwell in the spirit world? I was quite skeptical of it as well, Angela, said Jose. Zhao mentioned it to me, implying that taking out those spirits was how he would conquer the North, but it sounded so unlikely that I brushed it aside as unimportant. Yet when I finally interviewed Han a mere few days ago, he showed surprise when I brought up the oasis. Surprise because we knew it existed, that is. Then, it is real? Angela asked. Has he been there? Apparently, said Jose. But it seems there's more to this tale yet. It seems Han's special information wasn't at all related to the spirits that swim in the oasis but to something else entirely, something he will conceal for as long as possible. Zhao's plan was to slay the moon spirit, if the oasis was real at all, but now we're starting to wonder if perhaps Han holds a secret that might turn out to be an even better resource than killing a spirit. Can it even be done, killing one? Angela asked. If they're real at all, would it be feasible to slay one? Perhaps, said Jose, shrugging. I do not know. Yet I'm certain we need to extract this information from Han, one way or another. Naturally, you will not accept any of his advances. Over my dead body, said Angela, and Jose's lips twitched into a smile. But he will seek you out, hoping to sway you. He doesn't know he'll fail yet, said Jose. And so, you can take advantage of his naivete to discover whatever it is that he hasn't unveiled. I can try, yes, said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. But as you must have noticed, I'm skeptical of the matter as a whole. As nonsensical as his secret might be, you will acquire the knowledge or try to, at any rate, said Jose. I suspect Zhao will attempt to do the same, won't he? Said Angela. Well, I believe the main thing that should be done is to keep Han stuck where he is. We have to trap him in the Fire Nation, with no chances to flee, while suggesting that revealing this secret will only end in good things for him. He's an opportunist, after all. He already knows he can't go back to his people, said Jose. Why would we need to trap him? Because as we've been painfully reminded, the world isn't only separated in Fire Nation and Water Tribe these days, said Angela. Jose frowned. If the White Lotus makes better offers to him than we do. Of course, said Jose. This secret could be lost to us. I'll think of a way to ensnare him, said Angela, sighing. And then for a way to find out whatever he's hiding. I doubt he'll be too resilient. Perhaps he won't be, but don't underestimate him either way, said Jose. You have enough experience with Water Tribe men to know they can bend countless situations to their favor. I wonder if it's something all Water Tribe men can do, Angela mused, raising an eyebrow. So far, I gathered it was a unique skill of my gladiators. It might be, said Jose. But take caution, as it might not be that unique after all. Angela nodded, and as Jose said nothing else, she stood up again. I should go have dinner, then, she said. You ought to do the same, father. I will, shortly. You needn't keep an eye on my health, Angela, said Jose, smiling. I remember my meal schedules well enough. You can't fault me for it. It's probably a little too late for you to be in your office, as it is, she said, biting her lip but smiling. At any rate, I'll take my leave. Have a good evening, child. Angela smiled again and bowed her head. Good evening to you as well, father. She turned around to leave, but as soon as she did, she recalled what had happened when she had tested her fire resonance earlier. It had slipped her mind during her conversation with her father, but she shouldn't have been so careless. She closed her eyes, testing her skill one more time. The corner of the room. Her eyes snapped open and she glanced at it, finding there was nothing lurking in there. At least, nothing in plain sight. Yet the nauseous, rotting feeling was undoubtedly coming from there. What on earth was this about? And why did she keep feeling it when she was near her father? Is something wrong? Jose asked, noticing she hadn't left yet. Angela gritted her teeth and glanced at him. Is it just my imagination, or is there something strange about that corner of the room? She asked. Jose raised an eyebrow. Strange. Is it not a perfectly fine wall? He asked. Angela gritted her teeth. I don't know. Maybe, she said. Somehow, I have a strange feeling, father. Maybe, see that you go to your rooms soon. There's something ominous that I can't really explain. You're certainly being far more confusing than Zhao's tales about spirit libraries, said Jose, and with that, Angela flinched and smiled apologetically. Yes, I must be. I'm sorry, I'm being incoherent. Have a good night, father, she said, bowing deeper and leaving the room quickly. Making a fool of herself in front of her father was the worst idea ever, yet she couldn't help but worry about him. Whatever lurked near him seemed dangerous. What if, by leaving, she was allowing whatever it was to attack her father? Then again, the notion seemed foolish. There had been nothing there. She hadn't seen anything. If her eyes hadn't found anything where the source of the sick fire had been, didn't that mean there was simply nothing there? The idea of losing her mind came back to her. The fortune-teller's warning that her mind was prodigious, yet fragile, was she hallucinating this? Was she actually going crazy? She sighed and made her way to her room, hoping otherwise. The last thing she needed was to put an end to these few months of respite by losing her mind to imaginary dangers lurking everywhere. Once Angela had left, Jose's eyes shifted towards the corner of his study. A dark figure was growing visible again. He frowned heavily, immediately noticing his subject was shaken up, and it wasn't every day that such words would describe Cephas perfectly. "Your daughter can sense me," he spoke. No one ever did before." "Not even me," Jose said, with narrow eyes. "How did she do it?" "I do not know, Lord Jose," Cephas said. "You'll have to be even more careful," Jose sighed, rubbing his brow with his fingertips. "Even if it's Angela, it's too risky for anyone to know even of your existence, let alone of your skills. Do avoid dropping by unless we're certain my daughter isn't home." "As you would have it, Lord Jose." "Off with you now, then." "You know what to do," Jose said. "It honors me to serve my lord," Cephas said, bowing his head and vanishing in thin air once more. Jose released a deep breath and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He wanted to think it was a coincidence, but he would be a fool to delude himself that way. His daughter was too sharp, and her skills were indeed unparalleled. If someone could develop the means to detect Cephas' presence, his bet would have always been on her. But what would his daughter say if she knew of the kind of man who had been his ally for decades now? The man who had done nefarious deeds, executed enemies, silently disposed of every threat Jose hadn't been able to handle otherwise. The silent, imperceptible assassin with the unwavering loyalty, with the disfigured body, with the raspy voice and the myriad of otherworldly fire-bending skills that had been lost thousands of years before their time? Would she be appalled, as most people would be? Or would she approve, agreeing that such a man was better off as an ally than an enemy? Would she think he was too dangerous to keep around? Perhaps she would. But whatever she might have to say of Cephas, she would have to hold her tongue if Jose ever introduced them. Angela should know better than to cross her father in any way, and no disgust she might hold for Cephas would outdo her instincts of survival. At least, Jose hoped so. Jose breathed deeply and abided by Angela's recommendation to leave his study and have his dinner after all. He was getting hungry, anyways. The taverns in the Fire Nation could be luxurious sometimes, but not the ones by the bay. The smell of every dock and every port would deter anyone with susceptible noses from staying too long in the area, but if you had been adrift at sea for a long time, the stability of a chair in solid land, and the taste of ale, was far more important than finding fresh air. The crew of the old ship had been in one of the taverns, drinking their fill of alcoholic beverages and then some. They were disheartened and had the vain hopes of finding some courage or self-assurance through the liquor. So far, it hadn't happened. But the most miserable of the men amongst them hadn't sailed with them for around 2 years by now. His mood was dark as he downed cup after cup of sake, instead of becoming his cheerful, boisterous self under the influence of drinks. As it usually happened, Iroh stared coldly at the solid wood of the table he sat at. His eyes unmoving, his fingers trembling, his throat downing the latest sip of liquor he had poured into it. Only Lieutenant Z sat beside him, the man who had been in command of Zuko's ship after the prince's sudden disappearance. If Iroh was the most miserable man in the group, Z was a close second. "You searched and searched. No sign in Kyoshi Island?" Iroh repeated, absent-mindedly. Z sighed. "We did everything we could, General. We were out of our depth. I don't understand how he could give us the slip this way. Maybe his fate wasn't to capture the Avatar, but to disappear like the Avatar." Iroh mused, drinking again. "In that case, I'll gladly follow." "No, General, you can't speak this way." "I am joking, Lieutenant Z. I tried disappearing once before and failed." "I won't be caught trying again," Iroh said, sighing. "Not a sign anywhere in Whaletail Island." "Nothing," Z repeated. "Or in Chin Village, or even Jailing. We searched the Air Nomad Islands and mountains too, but, well, we couldn't search thoroughly there, it's true. Still, we went to the Southern Air Temple before, on our first journey, and there was nothing of interest there. I can't see why he would wish to take refuge in such a place." "Who knows?" said Iroh, sighing. "Who knows? He must have left by choice," said Z. "There were no signs of struggle. And if Suki went with him, they probably just eloped together." "They had already eloped together when they sailed out of the Fire Nation as they did," said Iroh, shaking his head. "If they decided to run away from you and the crew, they were more foolish than I thought. There are far too many dangers in this world to face them alone." I guess it's good that they have each other, then, said Z, sighing. But if they took the emergency steamboat as they did, don't you think they did this deliberately? Don't you think maybe they just don't want to be found? Iroh downed another cup of sake, closing his eyes. But when he placed the small cup on the table once more, there was no inebriation clouding his judgment. His gold eyes were crystal clear, alight with determination. Then we will simply have to search harder. But, General, I will find Zuko, Iroh said, forcefully. No matter how long it takes, how far I must travel, how many resources I need to use, I will find Zuko, no matter what. Too much rode on his nephew's fate, far more than Zuko had ever understood. Iroh hadn't spent 10 years with him at sea for no reason. He knew Zuko's destiny and knew his own role in making it happen. His nephew needed him. And no matter how far he ran in his attempt to flee from everyone and everything, Iroh would find him. He would find him, and he would bring him home. Chapter 137, The Slate, one more time too. All things considered, it's vital that the blind bandit can fight in some capacity in the Slate, as you've said, Princess. Azula nodded, her unyielding eyes trained on the Gladiator business's chairman. His mustache shook with every word he said, and he fiddled with his thumbs often. The princess remained silent, though, waiting to hear his decision. She wasn't leaving this room without an answer, and the man knew as much, as was evident by his poorly disguised nervousness. Very well, I've determined that the slate cannot be that unfair to its participants, he said, breathing out and nodding. I will make sure to alert the slate's staff of my decision. The blind bandit will have some earth at her disposition, and she will be allowed to bring weapons into the fight as well, as a non-bender would. It's only fair, isn't it? I believe so, yes, said Azula, smiling at last, losing the steel in her eyes. She will be ecstatic to hear the news. I hope she will be, said the chairman, chuckling. Though I am surprised that it would be you instead of her sponsor asking these questions. Is General Iroh indisposed, perhaps? Perhaps, I wouldn't know. I haven't seen him for some time, said Azula, shrugging. At any rate, thank you for your assistance. My uncle's Gladiator should put on a good fight in the slate under these circumstances. I would hope so, though I can't promise there will be a lot of earth for her to bend. It will be difficult to set this up, said the chairman, twirling the tips of his long mustache. But I'll find a way, I will. I certainly hope so, said Azula, smiling and standing up. Thank you again. I suppose I'll come by to see you if I have any other matters to discuss. I will be here for anything you may need, Princess, you can count on it, said the chairman. Working with you is always a pleasure. Azula nodded graciously and the chairman bowed his head as she took her leave from his office. A staff member opened the door for her, making a curt reverence of his own as she crossed the threshold. She left the royal dome without paying much mind to the countless gazes that fell upon her, or the other reverences that were performed as she passed people by. As much as her mission had been successful, her mind was still plagued by thoughts unrelated to Topha's plight. She had searched for that rotting fire when morning came, using her resonance skills again, but she had found nothing this time. Not in any of her father's rooms, not in Iroh's. It was gone, and it had left no traces of itself. It was as though it had never been there, to begin with. She released her pent-up sigh as she rode Xin Long back to Sokka's house, her eyes clouded with irritation. Finally, her heart felt healed, even if she knew the shadows always lurked nearby. Finally, she could sleep without nightmares. The events from the Earth Kingdom had been chased away, and yet she found brand new reasons to think she was having a leave of her senses. What she had felt the day before had been so surreal that she could only conclude that she truly had lost her mind somehow. No dark fires could possibly stalk her father, especially not invisible dark fires. The more she thought of it, the more she convinced herself that it couldn't have been real. Azula raised an eyebrow once they were flying close to the house, noticing that someone was rather busy wreaking havoc across the backyard with earthbending. She grimaced as Xin Long touched down amid torn-up chunks of earth, and she jumped off his back while glaring pointedly at Toph. The younger woman remained focused on her bending, but she still noticed the princess had arrived. Yo, spicy. Check out how I've rearranged your boyfriend's garden. It was never a garden to begin with, but now I'm not sure if there's a name for the junkyard you've turned it into, Angela observed, as Toph cackled and returned to her work, commanding the earth with her steady and quick movements. It's fun, being in a place I can tear up at ease, for a change, she said, as Angela walked to the house uneasily, avoiding the protruding spikes and uneven ground as best as she could. Sokka was as unamused by the wreckage as Angela, if not more so. He scowled prominently, standing by the doorway that led to the backyard. He gave Angela a meaningful glance, his countenance, stance, and eyes dripping with skepticism. She said she was bored. Bored, he repeated, shaking his head. Angela sighed and walked up to him, a small smile on her face. You weren't all that hell-bent on maintaining the backyard anyways, she said. You can tell her to fix it later, if you're so worried. But she killed all the grass already. Sokka pouted. Angela smiled fondly and kissed his lips softly. It'll grow back once the slate is behind us, I suppose. Although, we could take her elsewhere for training, Angela mused, turning to look at Toph. Oh, you mean Ty Lee and Haru's place? Sokka asked. It's true that their backyard is an even nastier mess than mine. Well, they helped you, so they might agree to it again. It shouldn't be so bad to introduce her to our friends, Angela said, sighing. Though of course, we'll have to ask if they want to. Who are those friends you're talking about? Is it the same ones you mentioned yesterday? Toph asked, as she stopped bending a particularly large rock, dropping it in the middle of the yard nonchalantly. Sokka cringed, his eyebrow twitching. So you guys do have other friends aside from me? As surprising as it may seem to you, we do, said Angela, with a dry grin. And you'd do well to meet them, well, as long as they agree to work with you. Well, I don't mind getting to know them, but, what did the big fish from the dome say? Toph asked, nervously. Angela frowned, as both Sokka and Toph eyed her expectantly. The princess held her silence for a long, pregnant pause. You'll be supplied with some earth, despite it all, she said, and Toph's face broke into a gleeful smile. And what's more, they've also allowed you to bring weapons in case the earth isn't enough, so. Yes. Oh, yes, I can get my hammer. Toph exclaimed, throwing a fist into the air in celebration. Sokka looked at Angela in chagrin. We're going to teach her how to use weapons, then? Really? He asked. I mean, no offense, but she's quite awful without them. Oh, please, you've trained Spicy just fine. Toph exclaimed, pointing a finger at him. If she could be taught to use a sword when she's that strong a firebender, I can learn to use any weapons I want. Ugh, I guess. Sokka said, grimacing. Angela smiled. She's not going to use weapons in any fights other than this one, if that appeases you at all, said Angela. Sokka shrugged. I guess I'm just feeling bad for the poor bastard who'll fight her, he said, shaking his head. Anyways, if this is settled then we should start working with Toph, huh? Indeed, we should, said Angela, folding her arms over her chest and eyeing Toph carefully. The earthbender seemed quite excited about the prospect of whatever kind of training the princess might be planning for her. Where do we start, then? I've already loosened up all the earth, so if you guys want to duel, I'm all set, she said, smiling proudly. Angela shook her head. That's not the first step for your training for the slate, she said. Toph raised an eyebrow. Why? You think I'm going to beat you guys that easily? She asked, smirking. No, what I think is that it's pointless for you to prove your earthbending power over and over when we've established you can't fight as freely in the slate as you always do, said Angela, sternly. We can duel as much as you like, but only after we've found you some shoes. What? No. Toph exclaimed, her joyful mood gone in mere instants. I'm not going to wear any shoes. Then all the training you do will amount to nothing, as you're going to be out of the fight in the slate even before it begins, Angela said, matter-of-factly. I highly doubt you'll be an effective fighter while your feet get cooked against heated metal, but by all means. But, shoes. Toph groaned. Whose shoes am I going to wear, his? I bet they're smelly. Hey. Sokka scowled, but he looked at Angela with uncertainty. It's a good question, though. You're not planning on taking Song's shoes or something like that, are you? Of course not. We're going to do the, third thing you love the most in the world, Angela said, smiling, and crossing her arms over her chest. Shopping. Sokka's eyes lit up indeed, while Toph grimaced and prodded her nose with a finger again. You love shopping, really? Toph grunted. That's news to me. It's a lot of fun, Sokka said, with a happy smile. Not when you can't see, Toph said, dryly. Turns out it's not particularly entertaining to go shopping when every clothing item feels the same but, oh, they're different colors, and then the store clerk starts rambling about combinations that you can't see. Yeah, well, you can leave that part to us, Angela said, sighing. But you have to come along so we can make sure everything we buy will fit you. You need fireproof clothes too, after all. As long as they don't get in the way of my bending. Toph sighed, resigned. Say, what is it you love better than shopping, dog? Now I'm curious. Well, there's food and, you know what? You don't need to know the first one, Sokka said, gulping and blushing before giving Angela a sneaky smile. She smirked at him and shook her head. Saying that isn't nearly as mysterious as you think it is. Look at her face, she already figured it out. You are gross, both of you. Seriously, Toph said, shaking her head. Oh, of course we are, yet someone was awfully interested in a crazy guy with hook swords last year, as far as I can remember. Angela mentioned casually, smirking as they walked to the house's front door. Toph stiffened. It wasn't like that. She rebuffed, blushing. Besides, he's the one who was weirder towards me. I just thought he was crazy. Yeah. Sure, that's why you asked if he was handsome, of course. Said Angela, smirking proudly. Toph scoffed. Shut up, she growled. And anyways, it's not like I'm as gross as you two. I don't even know that guy. Asking if he's good looking doesn't mean I want to bang him. No doubt, you're the epitome of purity and innocence, of course, said Angela, still unabashedly amused as they crossed the house and left for the street. They found an available carriage they could rent in the busier streets nearby. Despite Toph's complaints about riding any kind of vehicle, the three of them climbed it and sped their way to the market area, just outside the crater. There were more luxurious markets in the center of the city, but as Toph had no interest in fine clothes or shoes, Angela decided they could purchase cheaper and sturdier clothing items in the less dignified marketplace near the harbor. Once there, the process of shopping proved more complicated than shopping with Sokka had ever been. Where the water tribesman would spend hours making up his mind to choose the right item of clothing, Toph seemed determined to reject every single offer of shoes that she had been shown. By the time Angela caught up with them, after purchasing a set of fireproof clothing of Toph's size, Sokka had his head between his hands after Toph had lost her patience and torn through the solace of the last pair of shoes she had been shown. The store clerk seemed to be in too much of a shock to react just yet. So, now we have to pay for the ones you broke, along with the ones you'll be taking home. Brilliant, Angela grunted, shaking her head. Toph shrugged. Well, you're not really struggling for money. It doesn't mean I'm about to spend it willy-nilly on your every whim. Angela exclaimed. But it just doesn't work, Angela, Toph complained, in defeat. Angela frowned at hearing the young woman using her actual name. The shoes, when I wear them, it's like I'm muzzled, or tied up. I can't sense anything, it's pointless. If I have to fight with shoes, I might as well just jump into the lava and it'll be easier on me. For all we know, I'll get knocked into it anyways because I won't see what's going on. Angela huffed and shook her head, rubbing the bridge of her nose. There had to be a solution, of some sort. Do you have any shoes with thinner soles? She asked the clerk. Those were the ones with the thinnest, he said, picking up the pieces sadly. And they were a masterpiece. Angela grimaced and looked at Toph hopelessly. An inevitable idea came to her mind now, one that she knew the earthbender wouldn't want to hear. But would she rather lose her track record by forfeiting the fight, or her life by attending it without the proper gear? There was no other way, not that Angela could think of. Toph, she said, breathing deeply. Maybe you'll have to consider that. Toph closed her eyes, knowing she wouldn't want to hear the princess's next words, but knowing she had no rebuttal for them, too. Maybe her first real challenge in the league was simply out of her reach. Hey! Sokka's voice surprised them, and Azula fell silent immediately. She knew that tone. When he raised his eyes again there was a brightness in his eyes, betraying, as always, that he had come up with a potential solution for their predicament. You have something in mind? Azula asked, and she was pleasantly surprised when he smiled and nodded. Get some earth, Toph. Quick, he said. The earthbender cocked an eyebrow but obeyed, making her way to the door and returning with a chunk of it, hovering before her. What are you thinking? Azula asked her gladiator, as he picked up the torn-up shoes. I'm thinking, what Toph says is that she can feel the world through her earthbending, right? That's right, the blind bandit confirmed, crossing her arms over her chest as the chunk of earth fell on the floor in front of her. So, what we have to do, said Sokka, is keep her connected to earth. There's no earth in the slate, Azula said, frowning. How are we supposed to connect her to anything if? Yes, you'd think so, said Sokka, nodding. But from what I can tell, she finds her bearings mostly well in my wooden house, doesn't she? I suppose, Azula acknowledged. She fights in the sands of the arena, even though they're not solid rock, said Sokka. I've only managed to do it because I've been barefooted, though, said Toph. So, I'm thinking, how about wearing shoes that will keep you connected to your surroundings anyways? Sokka told Toph, raising his eyebrows. Shoes, with soles made of solid rock. Toph raised her eyebrows, and Azula looked at Sokka with uncertainty. He smiled. That sounds brilliant, yes, but extremely uncomfortable, she pointed out. Sokka chuckled as Toph snorted. I don't care for comfort, she exclaimed. This sounds like a good idea. Let's try it. The earthbender worked to fit the earth in place of the shoe's sole. Once there was a solid, thick layer of it, she finally put it on. Indeed, it was hard and not too comfortable, but for someone like Toph, that was irrelevant. She always walked with her feet on the ground, after all. All right, can you sense us? Sokka asked, with uncertainty. Toph smiled and nodded. Just got to, wait a moment, she said, breathing in before stomping hard on the ground. Her foot created a small imprint inside the sole, making it perfect for her foot only. But the true purpose of her strong stomp was to use her seismic sense through it. She was astounded when she found that it had worked, and a wild grin broke on her face. Okay, dog, it's not every day I have something nice to say about you, but you're darn clever when you want to be, she exclaimed, laughing. It's perfect. It's going to work just fine. Really? Sokka asked, glancing at Azula happily. Then one problem solved. The worst one, I'd say, said Azula, smiling proudly at him. That was a great idea. Oh, it was just a sudden stroke of inspiration, he said, averting his gaze from hers shyly. I'm sure we would have come to that conclusion sooner than later. You're remarkably skilled at thinking your way out of the tightest corners, though, said Azula. I do prefer it when you plan things out properly in fights, but your ability to improvise solutions isn't like anything I've ever seen. Now, you're going to make me blush, Sokka said, smiling as his cheeks heated up. Azula laughed. I suppose I'll have to start insulting you again so your head will come down from the clouds, huh? Or you could get distracted by buying the shoes I broke instead, Toph suggested. Might give him enough time to get the blood flowing other places aside from his face, maybe. It might, said Azula, smiling and nodding. All right, let's get it over with. The purchase of the clothes was out of the way, but it was time for something a lot more dangerous. Sokka and Azula were quite wary, not taking their eyes off Toph for a second, as she tried out the weapons in the nearest arms store. She had wasted no time in fetching the largest ones she could find, no matter if she could barely handle them. Eventually they had to intervene when she was about to make up her mind to choose a hammer that weighed at least twice as much as she did. The earthbender settled for a smaller hammer that she would be able to handle deftly, and a set of daggers that she could use to stab or toss, whichever suited her fancy. They agreed that they would purchase any other weapons later, if Toph decided she wanted a wider variety than this for her big fight. Toph returned to the carriage beaming brightly, with a large bag of weapons and clothes with her. As the day was still young, the Earthbender wanted to begin testing her prowess with the weapons and, more importantly, her brand new shoes, as soon as possible. It feels like, I don't know. Like my vision range isn't as wide as it used to be, Toph said, once she was standing in Sokka's backyard, her feet furnished with her rock shoes. I can feel everything I bent earlier, but I can't feel much of what's going on beyond the house. I can barely sense the street. Maybe there are different kinds of rocks that could be uses for the Solace. There might be some that will allow her to feel her surroundings better, Sokka suggested, looking at Azula. She nodded. Also, I'm sure geologists have studied rocks with heat resistance, she said. There's bound to be information about them somewhere. Rocks of the sort could serve as solace too, and they could help keep her feet safe from the discomfort of the heat. And if things get really bad, I could always bend my shoes at the enemy, or something. Toph mused. Azula snorted. Sure, and that would defeat the purpose of having the shoes in the first place, she said. Toph laughed. Fine, fine, I won't get my feet scorched, then. All right, so. Dog, teach me how to use a hammer. I've never fought with a hammer, Sokka said, folding his arms over his chest. Toph snorted. You use that brutish club thing, though. She said. I think you even threw it at me once, you nutcase. I doubt it's much different from handling a hammer. Mind you, my club isn't brutish, it's a brilliant work of art that only my cultural heritage could have perfected into such a weapon. Sokka declared, proudly. Whatever, you break crap with it, that's all that matters to me, said Toph, shrugging. Teach me the basics and we'll translate that into my hammer. If you insist. Sokka said, eyeing Toph with uncertainty before turning to Azula. I get the feeling I probably should suit up for this, huh? Azula blinked blankly, and Sokka frowned. She had been in a daze. She looked at him, and the confusion in her eyes told him she had spaced out during the last part of the conversation. He smiled a little. Yeah, never mind, I'll just do that, he said, patting her shoulder. Azula grimaced, guilt gnawing away at her as he went inside the house, to gather his weapons and armor. Something troubling you? Toph asked. Azula frowned. Nothing reasonable, she said. I'm fine. Well, you'll have to convince him, not me, Toph replied, chuckling. Azula shrugged. I shouldn't have a hard time doing that, she said. Toph snorted. Please refrain from gushing about the gross stuff you do to convince him of things, please. She said. Azula smirked. You're sure you don't want to hear it? You probably need to have a few references, you know, just in case you ever bump into the savage hook again. She said. Toph blushed and shook her head. I'll wing it, she said. Azula laughed. Well, it's better than taking your advice, I'm sure. As you'd have it, she said. I wasn't going to give you any, either way. Really? Cheapskate, said Toph, smiling. Sokka returned in due time, clad in his armor as he had said he would be. Azula smiled and extended her hand towards him, grazing him over his armor. She thought he might not notice her gesture, but he shot her a reassuring smile before jumping into the backyard, his club firmly held in his hand. All right. Let's see how this goes, Toph, he said, breathing deeply. The day drifted by as Sokka taught Toph the basics on how to handle a heavy weapon. The Earthbender was as instinctive a fighter as they could come, so her body reacted appropriately with every single one of Sokka's teachings. She lacked discipline, but in her case, talent certainly seemed to make up for a lot of it. Her weapon suited her painfully well, and she was already a threat with it once they were finished, despite only wielding it for one afternoon. Yeah, I think I'll be keeping this hammer around for a bit longer than I thought, she declared, brimming with delight as they finally stopped sparring. I like it. See, this is exactly what I feared, said Sokka, sighing and shaking his head as he took off his armor. The orange sunlight reflected on the metal plates. I've made a terrible mistake. It's only a mistake from where you're standing. It's brilliant, in my opinion. Toph exclaimed. Well, consider this the beginning of your training, bandit, said Angela, standing up from the steps that led into the house. She had been sitting there, watching the pair of gladiators absent-mindedly, for the most part. If anything, we're off to a good start. I agree, said Toph, still smiling. I actually feel safer now, even though I know I won't be fighting in the best conditions. But things are working out, huh? Somehow, yes, said Sokka, patting her shoulder as all three of them entered the house. Anyways, keep those shoes on for as long as you can, so you can get used to fighting and bending while wearing them. I'll try, said Toph. Should I drop by tomorrow? I don't like risking walking in on you two doing the nasty. Shut up, Sokka grunted, a faint blush on his cheeks. And you won't walk in on anything of the sort tomorrow, but you shouldn't come either way. There's a kid I'm training, he'll be here in the morning. It's better if you wait until the day after. Well, that's fine, but if the kid's something you made up just now and you two just want to go at it, I'm not judging. Damn it, I'm not lying about that. Don't you always say you can tell when people are lying? Sokka exclaimed, as Toph laughed. Besides, you say you're not judging? How is this not judging, huh? You're too much fun to tease, dog, she said, lightly shoving his shoulder with a fist. All right, it's late enough as it is. We should go home, Spicy. Oh, are you going to give her a lift on Xin Long? Sokka asked. Angela raised an eyebrow as Toph cringed. And no, she's not, she said, lifting her shopping bags. Now I think of it, I'm going on foot. So, I'll meet you there, or not, whatever. Bye, Spicy. Seriously? Angela asked, smiling as Toph filed towards the front door. Not flying unless I've got no choice. Goodbye. She exclaimed, kicking it open and slipping out to the street without another word. Sokka rolled his eyes and moved to close the door behind Toph. Angela stood where she was, her gaze following Sokka. When he turned to face her again, he searched her golden eyes with his own. What's going on? He asked. She sighed. I don't know, she answered. He frowned as he approached her. I'm not trying to be enigmatic, I seriously don't know. Well, even if you're not trying, you're succeeding, he said, stopping mere inches away from her, arms folded over his chest. Did things not go well with Iroh yesterday? They didn't because I couldn't find him. I haven't talked to him at all, said Angela, her gaze lost in Sokka's chest. The thing is, when I was looking for him, I felt something. Felt something. Sokka repeated. The grimace in Angela's face spoke lengths of how uncomfortable she was about what sharing her current thoughts. Xin Long taught me a technique, a way to feel fire through resonance, she said. I'd done it unconsciously before, but with his help I learned how to do it properly. And back during my ceremony, last year, well, I used it a little more consciously, and felt something awful with it. But, you said you feel fire with it, said Sokka, frowning. How can you feel something awful if the technique is for fire only? Because what I felt was some kind of fire, said Angela, closing her eyes. That's the only thing I can conclude, but it's dead-like. It's the absence of fire? I don't know what it is. But the point is, I felt it the day of my ceremony just as Iroh approached to say something passive-aggressive to me. I thought he was annoyed by my discovery of gold fire, and I didn't give much importance to that strange feeling that day. It could have easily been his inner fire, I thought. I figured that whatever dark emotions he was experiencing had made his inner fire darken, too. So, what does this have to do with your attempt to find him yesterday? Well, I don't think what I felt that day was Iroh anymore, said Angela, grimacing. I was looking for Iroh yesterday, yes, and I resorted to the resonance to find him, but I couldn't track him down. And yet, I felt that again. The dead fire. Whatever it was in my father's study. Sokka's eyes widened. Apprehensive, Angela nearly hesitated to share the rest of her tale now, but it was Sokka. She could share anything with him, as insane as it might be. I was confused, wondering if Iroh was in my father's study after all, said Angela. But once I got there and my father allowed me inside, he was alone. Then, the fire was coming from your dad? Sokka asked, but he was startled when the princess shook her head. No. I could tell it wasn't really coming from him, she said. It wasn't my father. Yet it was near him, and I thought it might be threatening him, maybe. But there was nothing there, Sokka. I kept feeling it, but... She fell into a silence that spoke loudly of her despair. It wasn't hard for Sokka to anticipate what Angela would say next, so even before she spoke, he had placed his hands on her shoulders. I'm going mad, she finally said, shaking her head. It sounds insane, I won't lie, but maybe that ability is more complex than you think, said Sokka. Maybe you can sense other things too, and not just fire. Did you not hear that there was nothing there? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. My father and I spoke for some time. He was warning me about Han, telling me to coax information out of him if I can, and when he dismissed me I felt it again, in the corner of the study. I stared at it, hard, and saw nothing. I told my father I had a bad feeling and, well, he dismissed it as any rational person would. I'm the one who's going mental, clearly. Stop saying that, Sokka said, huffing. What if there's some creepy secret room back there, huh? Someone might have been lurking in some secret passageway. There's no such thing there, Angela affirmed, shaking her head. Sokka pouted. Well, why are you so sure? He asked. I know the palace's every wall and room. I know every passageway, every secret lurking in every corner except for this one, said Angela, shaking her head. It's something twisted, something sick, some sort of wretched form of fire, and yet it's invisible? It's, what, empty? It makes no sense, and I'm not about to start crediting this nonsense to spirits. Well, I wouldn't either, normally, but I'd rather think a rotting spirit is stalking your dad than think you're crazy, Sokka said, pouting. Angela shook her head. Fire resonance can't be sensing spirits. That's utterly absurd, she said. Sokka sighed and dropped his arms at either side of his body. It sounds insane, I won't deny it, he said. But I'm just as reluctant to believe you're crazy as I am to believe in spirits. Aunt Wu would likely remind you that my mind is apparently quite fragile, in case you forgot. Said Angela, with a sarcastic smile. Sokka scoffed. You need to stop putting so much stock in that crazy woman's words, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close into a warm embrace. Angela sighed. She says you're crazy, and as far as I understand, it's because spirits told her as much? How isn't that crazy, huh? I don't buy her nonsense, not today, not ever. I wouldn't either, but we did say we wanted some of her predictions to come true, didn't we? Angela whispered. Sokka smiled. And we'll try to make them come true, but I would try to make those things real even if she hadn't told you about them, he said. Well, if you ever changed your mind about kids, that is. Definitely not going to force you to have any. So, even after she's been right about many things, you don't put any value in her word? Angela asked. Sokka snorted. Why would I? Well, you think what she says is nonsense because she's relying on some sort of spiritual knowledge to make her predictions, said Angela. Yet the most rational explanation I can find for what happened yesterday was that it was caused by some sort of spirit. So, if spirits are nonsense, as a whole, then I really am going crazy. As if. Is it you're just trying to convince me of that, princess? Sokka asked, looming over her threateningly, but the pout on his face made him look anything but menacing. Angela smiled a little. I am just as horrified by the idea, you know, she said. Either thing is beyond my control. If my father is being stalked by a spirit, if I'm imagining things, whatever it is, I can't seem to do anything about it. Well, you can stop suffering about it, if anything, said Sokka, placing his hands on her shoulders. I know it's worrisome, but until you can figure out what's going on you should take it easy and stop jumping to wild conclusions, all right? I suppose, said Angela, grimacing. Also, you could ask Xin Long to use his own resonance skills if you ever feel that creepy thing again, he said. If he senses it as well, won't it prove it's not in your head? A valid idea, said Angela, nodding and sighing. She dropped against him, resting with her head on his shoulder as he held her close. A small smile appeared on her face. I somehow can always count on you to set my head straight, can't I? She whispered, caressing his chest gently. Sokka smiled too. You can, though you should probably stop thinking every little thing means you're going crazy, girl, he said, cupping her cheek and looking into her eyes. I was so sure you had a higher opinion of yourself than that. It's not about opinions, really, she said, smiling weakly. Sokka chuckled and kissed her lightly. Still, say that I was losing my mind. There we go again. Sokka sighed. You wouldn't dump me for it, would you? She asked, with a teasing grin. You've claimed unconditional love many times now, so I'm only making sure. I've claimed it before and I'll claim it forever, said Sokka. It's true that you can't make me stop loving you, but if you keep saying you're crazy I'll be forced to stop you from talking in the best way I know how. Oh. Angela said, and Sokka grinned before diving in for a deep kiss now. She sighed in bliss and held him close through the contact of their lips. She realized she was getting used to it, despite everything, that someone would listen to her woes, however ridiculous they might be, and support her no matter what, was a completely foreign experience for her until 2 years ago. It was something that happened to other people, not to her. She had pushed away all those who had been close to her before, and none of them had tried to return to her. None, except Sokka. The thrills of being loved never disappeared for the princess, not when she had never been cherished by someone the way she was by Sokka. Yet that rush of happiness, that used to be overwhelming had grown smooth, fulfilling, by now. She hardly felt afraid of sharing her innermost thoughts with him these days, of baring her soul for him to see her as she truly was. He had said he loved her unconditionally, and after everything that had happened between them, Angela believed, wholeheartedly, that he did. He was returning to his room when he spotted her, carrying the large bags into her own quarters. Iroha's brow furrowed, curiosity stirring within him, inevitably. Toph had scarcely dropped by to see him over the last few days. Usually, she would sit beside him for at least half an hour, even though Iroha would barely speak a word to her. He thought her absence meant her repenting process was reaching its peak. He didn't think, until now, that she would have found some sort of distraction, instead. He shook his head and made for his room, but as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he let his arm fall beside his body again. What on earth could Toph be up to? What was she carrying, and why? As much as Iroha did have other business to worry about, there wasn't much he could do to find Zuko right now, as things stood. Spending some time trying to unravel his gladiator's latest endeavors wouldn't harm his overall mission much. Toph pulled her hammer out of the bag and smiled as she held it. Even though it was brand new, it fit perfectly in her hands. She found she rather liked using it, even though her arms were tired after all the efforts she had made today, but she was pleased with herself, that was for sure. She smiled, deciding to leave the hammer on her dresser when she sensed the familiar footsteps inside her room. She flinched and turned, still holding the weapon. Will you be pinning any portraits to your wall? Iroha inquired, glancing at her even though the half-drawn drapes of her four-poster bed hung between them. You wouldn't need such a big hammer for that. I'm not, said Toph, gulping. That's not it. But, hey. I hadn't noticed you weren't in your room. Odd that you wouldn't, Iroha pointed out. You can sense an ant moving 20 feet away, and somehow you didn't notice me until just now. My mind was wandering, I wasn't focused, said Toph, shrugging and setting down her hammer as intended. Iroha nodded. What else is there in your bag? Toph didn't know why she felt guilty, but perhaps it was because of Iroha's voice tone. She had heard a similar tone before, the calm before the storm that had accompanied her father's usually gentle voice whenever he wanted to scold her. It wasn't quite the same, but it was eerily alike, eliciting that very same sensation of discomfort in her gut. She had always wanted to rebel against her father, but she never thought she'd need to go behind Iroha's back with anything until now. They had been partners for a long time. There was trust between them. And yet, It's just stuff, she said, swallowing hard. She was a fool, there was nothing to be nervous about. Iroh wasn't going to scold her, why would he? Things that will come in handy at this late. Ah, said Iroh, raising his eyebrows. And where did you come by all these things? Shopping, she answered truthfully. You went shopping on your own, then. I'm not helpless, Iroh. I can buy a thing or two without anyone's assistance, she said, as Iroh moved inside the room and looked at her fully. His small eyes found what he never thought he'd see, they widened and narrowed within an instant, as he took in that the earthbender was wearing shoes. Shoes that, as he knew, would cripple her ability to see through her bending skills. No wonder she hadn't sensed him earlier. I doubt you bought those shoes willingly, he said. Toph froze. I know you better than to think so. Well, sure, I didn't want them at first, but so what? Said Toph, shrugging. If it's true that the slate will be absurdly hot, I might just need them. And who told you as much, if I dare ask? Toph frowned. If she had any eyesight, Iroh knew she would be glaring at him. Everyone. She said. The slate is in the middle of a volcanic island, Iroh. It's hot. If I don't wear shoes, I'm going to get burned. Indeed, said Iroh, crossing his arms over his chest. And I assume you were warned about this by the only acquaintances you have who have fought in that arena, weren't you? Toph gritted her teeth, and her fists clenched. The guilt had certain morphed into something else by now, and she had no trouble turning her brewing anger towards the man who had triggered it. So what? She asked. It's not like I did anything wrong by asking them. They've prepared twice for the slate, they can help me. They caused this in the first place, Iroh said, frowning heavily. You wouldn't have to fight there at all if it weren't for her. Azula thought she would teach me a lesson by making us take up the right to challenge in the slate, and the one who didn't learn anything by it was you. What, me? Toph asked, his words as good as a slap in the face. Okay, and why did you challenge a highly ranked firebender, then? Why didn't you get me to fight another earthbender, or a non-bender? Oh, right, it's because you give just as much of a damn about my safety as she does, isn't that right? Toph. No, you know what? She actually cares more about it. Toph exclaimed, losing her hold on her temper more easily with each passing moment. Because as it turns out, she's been there for me when I've gone to her, every single time. She's wanted to help me in the slate because she feels bad for having used me as a pawn in her pointless games with you. She is willing to train me, whereas you're just happy to sit there, writing letters and pretending I don't exist even when I'm sitting right beside you. So, I'm not really sorry for thinking maybe I'd get her help instead of yours, since it looks like she's actually willing to go on a limb for me, unlike you. Her chest heaved as she finished her impulsive rant, as though she'd raced for miles. Now that she was finished, a sinking feeling bloomed inside her, like a hand twisting her innards. She had said too much. She had hurt Iroh, just as she had hurt Zuko before. Again, her big mouth had done nothing but cause further trouble. Is that how you feel, then? Iroh asked, frowning. Toph gritted her teeth. Am I not supposed to feel like this? She asked, lowering her head. What am I supposed to think, when you've left me to fend for myself when I need your help the most? This is the biggest challenge I've ever faced, and you're too busy for me. You make excuses. You barely talk to me, you just focus on whatever it is you're doing and you barely spare 10 words for me every day. I can't do this on my own, Iroh. I thought you understood that. Iroh lowered his gaze, her words giving rise to doubt and conflict in his mind. Toph couldn't tell as much, though. She only snorted and crossed her arms over her chest, shaking her head. I guess, maybe everyone was right, she whispered, as she sat on the edge of the bed. It makes sense now that they were so surprised to hear you were involved with the Gladiator business. You never wanted to be part of it. Not for what it was. You just wanted to sabotage Azula. Stop talking like that, Toph, Iroh said, frowning. You know that's not. You're lying, said Toph, shaking her head again. And even if I'm wearing shoes, I can tell you are. I didn't care, you know? I didn't used to. Your problems with her were your own, and I wasn't going to get involved. But now. Now you're her friend. Iroh asked, his eyes glowing coldly. Now you'll choose that friendship over our partnership. Partnership? Toph asked, in disbelief. This is a partnership? Are you kidding me? Toph. From the moment we started working together we were doing it because we were convenient for one another, Iroh, she snapped. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and neither should you, we needed each other for our own ends. You were the best way for me to fight freely in the Gladiator League, with no strings attached. And for all this time, things have been damn near perfect for us. The worst we ever dealt with was basing SE. But now, when I'm facing the first real hurdle in my career, you bail on me. You don't give a damn. Is that what a partner would do? I'm not bailing on you, said Iroh, huffing. But you don't understand that there are many things more important than a gladiator fight. Oh. Toph whistled, biting her lower lip. Wow. So, that's something. Toph, losing your victory streak is hardly a reason to. I could die out there. Iroh froze, as Toph's face contorted with displeasure and grief. I could. She said, shaking her head. I could die out there, damn it. It's a metal arena. Everything down below is lava. I'll have limited earth to bend, and I'll have to learn to use weapons in 2 months to fight against one of the best firebenders in the league. And you think that all I'm thinking about is my victory streak? Are you for real? Iroh was startled by her outburst, as she stood up again just as she finished talking. Tears of rage seemed to blink in the corner of her eyes. I used to think we were better than they are, she said, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. When we first met them, you and I were walking down a hallway side by side, in perfect state, while she was dragging him on her shoulders, trying to help him walk after I damn near killed him. I thought they were pitiful. I seriously found it amusing. And yet now? If I were the one who needed help to walk, you'd be too busy writing letters to be the one to offer any help. Instead, the ones I can turn to are them. It's not you, because you don't want to be. Because, for all I can see, you did that on purpose. You challenged that firebender, because maybe you do want me punished for what I did. Because I'm the one who pushed Zuko into fighting with his father and leaving. So, you're getting back at me for it, just as you've been using me to block Azula for all this time. Iroh no longer spoke to defend himself. He hung his head, avoiding looking at his gladiator as she forcefully wiped the tears slipping down her cheeks with fisted hands. I wanted us to be better than them, she said. I always wanted to prove we were. But truth is, they figured out what it means to be partners, and they did it a long time ago. You and I? We never had to. Everything was so easy until it just wasn't anymore. And, it doesn't matter how sorry I am for what I did, for how I caused Zuko to leave, you'll never let it go. So maybe. She clenched her fists as she failed to find the strength needed to convey her last thought. But Iroh beat her to it. Maybe it's time we let each other go. That he would be the one to say it hit Toph harder than she expected it to. She gritted her teeth, trying to force the burning tears to stay where they were. But Iroh took a deep, stilling breath, and shook his head. My time as a sponsor should have come to an end long ago. This is not my destiny, he said. Toph scoffed. Destiny? What the blazes are you talking about? She snapped. Did you think destiny brought us together? No, I thought it was helpful. It was convenient. You were the proper bait to dangle in front of my niece, Iroh said, sighing. But I cannot give you the partnership you seek. No. You could, said Toph, sniffing and shaking her head. But you don't want to. Iroh closed his eyes and released his breath again. Toph's shoulders shook gently now. I'm sorry it had to end this way, Iroh whispered. She could barely feel him walk away, but she heard the rustle of his clothes, and the door closing behind him as he let himself out. She faltered and fell on the bed again, tears running freely down her face now as she clutched her messy hair in sheer horror. Iroh had left her behind. He had used her until he had grown bored, and he had discarded her when she had needed him most. The man she had once come to see as a grandfather, or an uncle of her own, now had turned his back on her and seemed unrepentant about it. Surely he had wanted this for a long time now, and he had seen the perfect opportunity to leave when Toph had been as disappointed with him as she was. Had he done it all on purpose? Had he acted this way knowing she'd eventually lose her patience with him, and he had only bided his time until she did? The thoughts cut at her like knives, but she couldn't seem to stop them from coursing through her mind. He had been her best friend, the only friend she'd had when there had been nobody else to turn to. Why on earth had everything gotten so twisted? Why did he simply allow their friendship to fall apart? Why didn't he try to preserve their bond, somehow? The questions gnawed at her as she curled up in bed, feeling lonelier than she had in years. The feeling of abandonment dug deep inside her, no matter how many times she repeated to herself that she didn't need him, just as he didn't need her. That she would do without him, just as he would without her. That she would find a better partner, a real partner, and Iroh would simply leave to find Zuko again, as he had wanted to. Everyone would have what they wanted. This way, everything would be better than before. The lies she spoke to herself were poor lullabies, but she repeated them all the same. One way or another, her life would continue, and she would keep fighting as an earthbender in whatever capacity she could, even if she would no longer have Iroh by her side, as she once did. Huyven's training was paying off, as his father hadn't relocated just yet. The child would stop by at Sokka's house once a week for training, as they had agreed initially. He would follow Sokka's recommendations faithfully, and through that, he had built up a lot of stamina. Tiring out the child these days would take Sokka much longer than it used to. "Okay, so if I attack you this way?" Sokka had asked, swinging his sword to Huyven's left flank. The boy parried it with the perfect stance. "Great. And if I do this?" Sokka made to attack to the right, but it was a feint. Despite his preparation, Huyven didn't see it coming and ended up touched lightly on the shoulder by Sokka's sword. The boy pouted as Sokka snickered. "You have to focus." Sokka reminded him. "I was focusing." "You cheated!" Huyven exclaimed. "That's not true, feints are part of every swordsman's repertoire, you know," Sokka said, proudly. The disapproving scoff that came from the steps that led to his house made Sokka grimace. He shot Azula a dirty glare as she smirked at him. "He's only resorting to those because he can't beat you otherwise, Huyven," she said. The boy's spirits rose immediately at that, and he smirked at Sokka. "Really? As if." Sokka huffed. "No kid who's only been training for a month will be able to beat me." "Not on his own, he won't," Azula conceded, biting her lip. Sokka only had a moment's notice to jump out of the way when his sponsor shot a blast of blue fire towards him. Huyven beamed in surprise as Sokka scowled at Azula with utmost indignation. "What the? Hey. This is Huyven and I's training, you're not supposed to." "Let's team up to beat him, princess," Huyven exclaimed, and Sokka's irritation only grew. "Oh, sure, how fair's that? What is this, you're both so wimpy you have to team up to take me down," Sokka said, lifting his wooden sword as in a threatening stance. "You'll never take me alive." "Ah, that's fine, I needed an excuse to hire Huyven as my gladiator anyways." "Accidental death in training is as good as any," Azula said, shrugging innocently. Sokka scoffed again and raised his blade. "Accidental, yeah, sure," he said. "Well, fine by me. Bring it on." Secretly, Sokka had been surprised to hear Azula joke about death as easily as she had, but seeing how Huyven was laughing freely about it, chances were she had only done it to amuse the boy. The softness in her eyes was perhaps unnoticeable for anyone but Sokka, but that golden warmth in her gaze was incompatible with all her threatening words. He knew better than to fall for her taunts, but this might be the best way to inspire Huyven to keep trying to defeat Sokka. The training continued, but it felt more like a game rather than actual work. Sokka struggled when keeping up with Azula, but Huyven still didn't have the agility or insight needed to take advantage of Sokka's weaknesses. In due time he was disarmed by Sokka, but before his master could put his own wooden blade at his neck, A burst of blue fire caught Sokka's sword, to the gladiator's chagrin. "Azula! What the hell?" he exclaimed, dropping the sword as she snickered. "You have to focus, Sokka," she teased, and she smirked at Huyven. "Get him now, Huyven." The boy smirked too and lunged for his own sword, which was lying right in front of him. Sokka gritted his teeth, wondering if his burning sword could be salvaged. But just as Huyven moved, a surge of earth pushed the sword towards his hand without any warning. Both Azula and Sokka stared at the weapon in confusion, and Huyven froze, taking the wooden sword in his hand. Shivers ran down his spine, and his jaw had dropped. Within a few seconds, he seemed to snap out of his shock only to enter complete denial. "What? I didn't do that. I couldn't have, I'm not a bender," he exclaimed. If I were, I'd be a firebender. I don't have any earthbending family, Sokka and Azula remained silent, knowing the boy's panic had to be unfounded. They knew enough of earthbending to understand that Huyven would have had to make a lot more efforts to move the weapon than simply raising his hand. They glanced at each other quickly for confirmation of their suspicions only moments before they heard a soft chuckle behind them. "Sorry, kid. Didn't mean to startle you," said Toph, smiling as she leaned against the house's wall. "I just thought you'd want to give Sokka a proper beating. I know it can be a lot of fun to wipe the floor with him." "Oh, pfft, as if you'd done that as of late," Sokka scoffed, but unlike him, Azula didn't rise to Toph's taunts. "What are you doing here today?" "I thought we'd told you we'd be busy," said Azula, raising an eyebrow. A sound behind her, that of quick intakes of breath, fell on deaf ears. The words compelled Toph to lower her head, and Azula's sharp stare only grew more insidious for it. She couldn't remember seeing the girl so disheartened ever before. Yeah, I know. I'm not here to burden you guys with training me, just, something happened, and I thought." She stopped talking, though, and her troubled face shifted into a confused scowl. "You okay back there, kid?" Toph called suddenly. "I may still be getting used to these shoes, but I can sense you're breathing pretty heavily." Both Sokka and Azula turned to find Huyven was hyperventilating. His eyes were glued to Toph's figure, and his hands seemed to tremble, just as his knees did. "Huyven!" Sokka called him, as Huyven fell on his knees, with a nervous smile on his face. It's the blind bandit," he said. "Oh, I never thought I'd meet the blind bandit." "Huh. Well, yeah, it's me," said Toph, stepping into the backyard proper, with a growing smirk. "Good to meet you, whoever you are." "He's my student," said Sokka, his eyebrow twitching. While Huyven had certainly been starstruck when meeting him, it was nothing compared to how he was reacting now. "Huyven. I can't believe she's here, I want your autograph," he exclaimed. Toph snorted. "Really? Well, sure," she said, beaming with malice. Azula rolled her eyes. "Toph. Come on, lighten up, Spicy," she said, throwing a playful punch at her. Azula caught it, as usual. "You're incorrigible," sighed Azula, shaking her head. The autograph was, as expected, a completely incoherent ink doodle drawn on a paper Sokka offered Toph. Huyven was overjoyed, though, shaking hands with Toph after receiving his autograph. "I loved how you beat the Twilight-drilled bamboo bear the other day, it was awesome," Huyven exclaimed. He was terrified and trembling, it was so much fun. Was that the moron who kept whining about how doomed he was? Toph asked, scratching her ear. "Man, I keep mixing up people these days, they're all so similar to me. Except for the blue wolf, right?" Huyven exclaimed. Toph smiled. "Yeah, can't lie. He's a special kind of loser," she said, smirking at Sokka. He rolled his eyes at her. "Always so sweet," he said, shaking his head before turning to Azula. While Toph was enjoying herself with Huyven's attention, the princess had been eyeing her friend warily. The earthbender seemed to thrive in Huyven's attention as the boy recounted her fights to her, but the downcast look on her face earlier hadn't tricked Azula for a second. Something was wrong with Toph, and they'd find out what it was sooner or later. Eventually Sokka caught Azula's eye, and he raised his eyebrows at her, meaningfully. They communicated wordlessly in that brief instant, both sharing the same concerns and thoughts. So Angela sighed and shrugged, putting an end to their wordless conversation. "Go back out there with Huyven if you can get him to focus on training again," she said. "I'll deal with our dirt worm." Sokka smiled and nodded. Her tone hadn't been quite affectionate, but her wording had. It did feel like they were taking care of Toph these days, whether the proud earthbender realized it or not. "All right, Huyven, you can fawn over her later," said Sokka, moving to put a hand on Huyven's shoulder. He pouted. "See, can't I talk with her for a little longer?" "Yeah, dog, let him praise me just a bit more," said Toph, snickering. Sokka huffed. "Your ego has been boosted enough, seems to me," he said, pulling Huyven to the garden again. The boy smiled at Toph one more time and waved as Sokka dragged him away. Toph chuckled and took her seat on the living room's small table. She seemed to prefer sitting there instead of the couch. Angela moved to stand in front of her, with arms crossed. "So, what's going on, dirt worm?" she asked, with a casual tone that failed to conceal she was worried about Toph. The earthbender sighed, her improved mood growing sour once again. "Well, I think I ruined everything," she said. Angela frowned. "Ruined everything?" she repeated. "How could you ruin anything, let alone everything, in the span of 18 hours, or so?" "I had a fight with Iroh," Toph said. Angela froze, as her mind raced with the implications of those words. "What kind of fight?" she asked. Toph shook her head. "He's not onto you guys, if that's what you're thinking," she said. "It was because of us. Him and me. I mean, yeah, he was annoyed that I've been spending so much time with you two lately, but he didn't figure anything out, I'm sure of it." "That's good to know," Angela said, though she wasn't completely relieved yet. "But what happened, then? Is it because of this? Because you asked us for help?" "Yes, and no," said Toph, sighing. "It started because of that, yes, but it got worse because I told him you were helping me more than he was. He didn't take it well. I even asked if he had done all this to punish me. If maybe he just wanted me to die out there." "You? Well, damn," said Angela, shaking her head and pacing in the room. Toph gulped. "I told him you and Sokka are a team, that you guys figured out what it really meant to be partners. But as he's abandoning me when things got tough, then maybe we weren't partners at all. So that just led him to say what I guess I knew would happen eventually." "What do you?" "We're over," Toph said, holding her head between her hands, fingers running through her hair as she shrunk in her frame. He's not going to sponsor me anymore. It's over." Angela's eyes widened, a burst of rage rushing inside her. She hadn't expected that hearing those words would produce such a volatile reaction within her, but it did. She clenched her fists, shaking her head in disbelief. "Seriously?" she asked. "So he abandoned you? He's going to leave you two?" "It's fine," said Toph, sighing. "It's better, if anything. He never wanted to have anything to do with this business in the first place. There's no purpose in it if he doesn't like it. He's not like you, Angela. I kind of wish he were, but it's for the best." Angela gritted her teeth and shook her head. "It's not for the best, Toph," she snapped. He's a fool. He's a quitter, a loser, a fool, and a lot more spineless than I ever thought him possible." "Spicy, really?" "I'm serious," said Angela, stomping as she shook her head again. "This isn't the first time he leaves something unfinished, that he abandons an enterprise just when it needs him most. And once more, this could easily cost you everything you've worked for over the last years, and he doesn't care? Did he at least say he'd sponsor you until the fight at the slate is finished?" I don't know. "I doubt it," said Toph, shrugging. "Seriously, just leave it be, I'll just handle things on my own." "You may want to do that, but you can't take care of this on your own. You can't sponsor yourself, Toph," Angela said, sternly. "And unless Iroh resigns openly, relinquishing his right to sponsor you, nobody else can pick up the job where he left it." "Well," said Toph, frowning. He's likely to resign, isn't he? I mean, Xin did it. Do you seriously think he's going to bother, Toph? Angela asked, looking at her friend skeptically. He's been an arrogant, selfish bastard for ages, and he's proving himself all those things all over again. You won't get to go to the slate at all without him, or without a substitute sponsor, at the very least. Then you should be my substitute sponsor. Toph said. You could do it, you're already helping me and I would need Iroha's permission for that, you realize, Angela said, sighing in defeat. He'll never give it, especially to me. The entire reason he started to sponsor you was so he could screw me over. He's not about to hand you to me so you can be my second gladiator. He's always done everything he could to keep me from conquering the Gladiator League, and letting me sponsor you is about the last thing he would ever want to do. As little as he cares about the league, he despises me enough not to let me sponsor you. I don't know if he despises you, but, fine, you're right about the rest of it, said Toph, gripping the table and gritting her teeth. He's going to relinquish the right to sponsor me. He has to. I'll talk to him. You really think you can convince him of doing that? Angela asked. Toph gritted her teeth. But I have to do something, don't I? She said, her voice tinged with desperation. Unless The possibility of dropping out of the ranking dawned on her now. It felt like swallowing a mouthful of ice, sinking deep in her stomach until she felt sick. She brought a hand to her mouth and shook her head. Losing her sponsor was a bad enough blow, but somehow, she had assumed she'd be free to continue fighting as a gladiator, even then. It was bad enough to sacrifice her friendship with Iroha, not that she had much choice on the matter, seeing as Iroha had immolated it gladly all by himself, but giving up what had become her calling in life? She couldn't fathom it. We'll find a way to keep you in the ranking, Angela declared, stubbornly. I mean, dropping out now and forfeiting the slate is the safest thing you could do, but you don't want to spend a year out of the ranking, do you? No, said Toph, clutching her hair and shaking her head. Of course no. And, you definitely want to fight in the slate? Angela asked, tentatively. I know you wanted to before, but now that you're aware of the limitations and understand how complicated it will be. I can't back down, said Toph, gritting her teeth and shaking her head. You guys, you didn't back down even when I wrecked the dog all those years ago. You could have quit because it was hard, because you'd never beat me, but you didn't. You've kept fighting to get better, to defeat me, to take the top spot of the ranking one day. What sort of coward would I be if I didn't do the same? Angela sighed and lowered her gaze. Despite being such a skilled earthbender, Toph was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and she couldn't possibly bend either thing off her. Not wanting to give up was understandable. If she were in Toph's shoes, she would feel the same way. But how was she going to continue fighting in the league? Angela surprised herself when she realized she didn't want Toph to drop out either. If she did, Sokka's climb to the top would be easier, but it would feel wrong. After all this time, the rivalry they held with Toph was a fundamental part of their run in the Gladiator League. Leading the ranking without having defeated her would never feel like a victory for them. I'll figure something out, said Angela. Toph flinched. You probably shouldn't, you keep helping me out. Because you need me to, said Angela. For all we know, you might be right and Iroha will give you up without throwing a tantrum, but in case he doesn't, we need a backup plan. Maybe my influence in the league will be enough, but if it's not, I'll find another way. I still feel bad. You shouldn't be bailing me out of every hole I jump into, said Toph, dropping her head in defeat. But I've really done it now, haven't I? I mean, now that I'm not Iroha's gladiator, will I be allowed to stay in the palace? You can stay as my guest instead of his, said Angela, stepping closer to place a hand on her friend's shoulder. As long as there are solutions, we'll find them. Heh. Well, even if you're right, said Toph, gulping. I still don't know what to do. Everything's a mess. I don't think I'd ever been as lost as I am now. For now, you'll continue preparing for the slate, Angela declared. And we'll do our best to ensure you're ready to fight there when the time comes. I'll deal with the rest of it. How am I ever going to repay you for all this? Toph asked, with a weak smile. Do you really think I'm worth all this trouble? Angela glanced down at Toph in surprise. Truth be told, she hadn't thought she would ever be reassuring the young earthbender who had once brought Sokka to the brink of death. She never had expected to befriend a girl who had done nothing but taunt and tease, sneer, and mock both her and Sokka, at first, and yet that was what had happened. Just as she had once vouched for Ty Lee and spared her from the full brunt of society's rejection, just as she had stood by Mai once she chose the man she had wanted to spend her life with, Angela found herself wanting to help Toph. The realization was strange, to say the least. Not that long ago she had refused to help Suki, on Sokka's request, for her own personal reasons. She had helped her eventually, but indirectly, and only to please him. Just so, she hadn't wanted to help Toph and Ba Sing Se, not in the slightest, for she had thought the earthbender's problems were her own business. She had only fought beside her because she had no other choice, at the time. Nothing was forcing her this time. The promise to help Toph prepare for the slate hadn't included any of this. Nevertheless, Angela found herself making further promises, and going to lengths she usually wouldn't go to. There was no doubt that she considered Toph a friend, but she didn't always help her friends nearly as much as she was helping Toph now. She smiled upon reflecting on those thoughts and shook her head. Toph gulped. I guess I've had a leave of my senses with you, she whispered. You'd better make the most of it while it lasts, dirt worm. Toph blinked a few times, before raising her head and smiling a little, too. Angela squeezed her shoulder gently. Besides, in my experience, this is the kind of stuff friends find themselves doing for each other, Angela continued, before raising an eyebrow. Or maybe that's just what I find myself doing for my friends. Who knows? Either way, I'm used to bailing people out of trouble by now. Lucky me that you are, said Toph, with a soft chuckle. Thanks for everything, Angela. Really? Thank me when you've won in the slate, said Angela, with a confident smile. Toph laughed again. Huyven's training didn't carry on for much longer, as dusk was nearing, and Zhen came to fetch his son by then. Sokka took off to clean up after all his hard work, slightly disappointed that Toph had dropped by as she had. If only she weren't around, he could have shared a peaceful moment of intimacy with his mischievous lover, but as they weren't free to do as they pleased, he was resigned to soak in his tub by himself. He had brought a change of clothes to the bathroom this time, knowing better than to parade around the house wearing only a towel if there was a guest around. But as he left the bathroom, tying up his wet strands of hair in his usual wolf's tail, he spotted Angela sitting on the steps from where she always watched Sokka and Huyven sparring. Sokka met her gaze before taking his seat beside her. Did Toph leave? He asked. Angela shook her head and gestured at the inside of the house. Sokka glanced through the open back door, spotting the girl lying on the couch. She was curled up, arms wrapped around her knees, eyes closed behind her disorderly bangs. She's sleeping? Just like that? He asked. It seems she had a bad night. Didn't get a lot of rest, Angela explained. Sokka hummed. If you say so. So, what happened? He asked. Angela grimaced. Well, the worst that could have happened to her right now, really, he said. Iroh has given up on his sponsoring career, it seems. She's on her own. What? Sokka gasped. How can he? Is he insane? Why would he leave her now? I don't know for sure, but it may have something to do with her friendship with us, said Angela, gritting her teeth as she glanced at her lover. It's either that or he's still punishing her for her role in Zuko's departure. Either thing, though. Either thing makes him an asshole, said Sokka, shaking his head. Was Toph only ever a tool for him? Seriously. I doubt she was only that, but nowadays, well, it seems she's not even that, said Angela, sighing and rubbing the bridge of her nose with her fingertips. What are we going to do, then? Sokka asked, looking at Angela with uncertainty. Will you sponsor her? I can't do it legally unless Iroh openly resigns as her sponsor, said Angela. And while Toph thinks otherwise, I suspect Iroh is not going to do it. If he's punishing her, as we suspect, he'll likely set back her gladiator career to teach her a lesson. Force her to take a year off, just as he's spent a year without Zuko as it is. That's too cruel, said Sokka, his fists clenching. I mean, she's worked hard enough so far, even if she always has been insanely strong. She loves fighting, why would he be such an ass and take that from her? Because he thinks she's on our side, I suppose, said Azula, shrugging. And maybe she is. It's a good thing for us that she is, as she knows our secret, but it may not be a good thing for her. Truth is, if I could sponsor her, I'd only do it temporarily. I wouldn't become her legal sponsor. Really? Why? Sokka asked. Azula looked at him matter-of-factly, as though he ought to know the answer to the question all by himself. What, is there a rule about not having multiple gladiators? Of course not, said Azula, shaking her head. I wouldn't do it because, it's not right. You and I, we've fought together for too long to come as far as we have. It's always been the two of us, and she was one of our main enemies, for a very long time. Even though we're friends now, I feel like we would be cheating the system if she became my gladiator and stopped being an eligible rival for you. Huh, said Sokka, blinking blankly. Then, who would sponsor her? I have thought of a few ideas, said Azula, grimacing. I can't say I'm fond of all of them, but if they work, it will be for the best, she said. I could ask Ty Lee to sponsor Toph, maybe. That's one sure-proof source of income for her, if anything, so she'd be compelled to accept. I thought maybe Mai, too, but I doubt she'd care enough to do it. If there were no other alternatives, I could always order Rui Shi to do it. Oh, he's going to become a sponsor by command? Sokka asked, amused. Azula laughed. Granted, he's about my last option, she said. Still. I haven't told you about my first one. Though I think you'll approve of it, actually, as you're such good friends with him and all. Her sarcastic tone was one she used whenever referring to that one person Sokka knew Azula disliked quite a lot. He grimaced and looked at her with uncertainty. No. Oh, yes. What? You're kidding me. Why would you ask Zhao to sponsor Toph? Because, of all the eligible candidates, I think he's the only one who might stand a realistic chance of becoming Iroha's substitute sponsor, said Azula, looking at Sokka hopelessly. Think about it, why did Iroha begin all this? To sabotage me. Who's the main foe we need to defeat? Combustion Man. Who sponsors him? Zhao. If Zhao holds the monopoly of all fighters we seemingly cannot beat. If he does, we'll be stuck fighting Zhao forever, said Sokka, grimacing. One way or another, Iroha would think Zhao will always humiliate you. And what would Iroha love more than humiliating me? Azula asked, sighing. Playing Zhao's benefactor this way would only serve to make me resent the two of them more, as far as Iroha would see. And yet you're willing to do this? Sokka asked. I mean, I don't think you'll be humiliated at all, but still. I won't be humiliated, but I'd have to pretend I am, at least, said Azula, lowering her gaze. Even so, I can't say I know what the results will be. Hopefully this idea will appeal to him enough to hand Toph over to Zhao. He's not going to be the greatest of sponsors for her, he's not going to work particularly hard to help Toph grow stronger, but he won't let personal matters get in the way of business. Which is the best she can hope for the time being, said Sokka, sighing. Azula crossed her arms as her gaze trailed off, once more lost in the horizon. Things really got complicated at a record speed this time, huh? I wouldn't say that, whispered Azula. It's not worse than getting chased by the Daily, is it? I suppose we've had it worse, yes, said Sokka, with a weak grin. But it's still awful. All she wants is to fight in the slate. We'll get her there, somehow, Azula declared. It won't be easy, no doubt, but I'm sure we can help her win. I hope we can, he said, biting his lip before smiling at Azula. Though I never figured you'd end up quite as invested in this matter as you are. Say what? Azula looked at him with raised eyebrows. Sokka chuckled. Just, you know, most times when someone needs help, I have to badger you into doing it. I know Toph could reveal us if she felt like it, but something tells me that's got nothing to do with why you're doing this. Angela grimaced and groaned, burying her face in her arms after drawing her knees up to her chin. Sokka laughed again and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. I've thought about it too, you know? And I've concluded this is all your fault, you evil manipulator. She grunted. Sokka kissed the top of her head. I manipulated you into helping people? He asked, amused. It sounds about right, doesn't it? Angela huffed, raising her gaze and scowling at him. Before we met, you wouldn't have caught me dead helping people unless there was something in it for me. If I did anyone any favors, it was because they would be forced to return them one way or another. I allowed Admiral Chan to take credit for beating you back in the South Pole, knowing that would be quite a helpful thing to dangle over his head when the time came, and alas, doing that led me to destroy his military career and ruin his entire family in one fell sweep. You are so heartless, Sokka said, with a teasing, husky voice. Angela smirked and laughed, pressing her forehead to his. I am. I should be. I'll make Toph return this favor, she said, confidently. Sokka smirked. How? I'm working on that, she said, biting her lip. I mean, I'm going to be Fire Lord one day, aren't I? It won't do if I just help my vassals without demanding their services in return. Of course, Your Majesty, Sokka said, smirking and making an awkward reverence by waving an arm and bending his torso forward. Angela chuckled. We worthless vassals would never dream of abusing your generosity. Angela laughed and shook her head at his pompousness. He smirked and took his chance to sneak a kiss from her. She responded gently, cupping his face and relaxing with their brows pressed together. Still. I do think it says something that you're doing this one without my meddling, Sokka whispered. Angela snorted. Says something? What do you mean? She asked. Sokka smiled and kissed her forehead. It means. Toph is like family for you, he whispered. Angela's eyes widened. She's been like your uncle's surrogate daughter or so, it's like she's your cousin. That's odd, Angela said, blinking blankly. Sokka chuckled. Well, I think that's why you're willing to go out of your way to help her, he said, smiling and stroking a strand of her hair. I could be wrong, but you're really doing your best with her. You usually only do that sort of thing when you're working for the Fire Nation, or your father. I guess. Angela said, before raising an eyebrow and looking at Sokka skeptically. Though I think you forgot about someone I've made far too many efforts for, who may just be the death of me if we carry on as we have, and yet I'm such a fool I can't bring myself to regret it. Oh? Why, I have no idea who you're talking about, he said, smiling and looking at her with exaggerated interest. Is this someone I know? If you weren't a gladiator you could make a living off being a jester, you know. Pays well in some circles, said Angela, bumping him with her shoulder. Sokka chuckled and wrapped an arm around her waist, kissing her temples now. Though, in your defense, you've made far too many efforts for me, too. I suppose we're not unequal in those regards. Well, if you want a few other favors from me, I could, think about it. He said, with his sultriest voice. Angela snorted. My room is available, you know. And it's almost dusk, you know, she replied, teasingly. I can't stay all night with you, sad as though that might be. It really is sad, said Sokka, sighing. Angela bit her lip. I might have to ask you to keep her here, though, said Angela, gesturing back at Toph. Sokka frowned. Say what? Why? I'm sure I can have Toph stay in the palace as my guest, instead of Iroha's, Angela whispered. But I have to settle that with my father, first of all. And even if my father gave his approval, she probably shouldn't be seen around there until after Iroha agrees to let Zhao sponsor her. He might smell that you're plotting something, if he sees you and Toph have become closer than ever, Sokka mused. Angela nodded. I hope convincing Zhao won't take too long, but all the same. Oh, please. You're as convincing as it can get, said Sokka, smiling fondly at her. Remember that one time you kicked my ass in the South Pole, and I ended up resenting you for years? And yet look at me now, completely wrapped around your finger. If you could change the mind of a stubborn bastard like me, you can get Zhao to work with you. Well, that certainly is encouraging, Angela said, smirking at him. Sokka chuckled and kissed her softly. You'll be fine looking after her for a while, then. I'll try to be. She's a handful, Sokka said, smiling and shrugging. I just hope she won't eat everything in the kitchen, that's supposed to be my job. And you're quite good at it, admittedly, said Angela, as Sokka's hand found hers. He caressed her knuckles gently. I guess I ought to be a gentleman and let her sleep on my bed, eh? Sokka said, apprehensively. I guess I'll change the sheets. Angela snorted, remembering clearly what they had been up to only 2 days earlier. She wished they'd had a chance to soil the purity of his sheets some more, truth be told. A wise decision, she said. Though for that matter, you probably should have cleaned the couch, too. Sokka grimaced in realization and Angela laughed. He chuckled and shook his head soon enough, sighing and kissing her brow. I'd worry about the bathroom as well, but knowing her, she won't even set foot inside it, he whispered. Angela nodded. At any rate, we'll be fine, I think. I'm sure Song will adjust easily, too. I hope so, said Angela, biting her lip. I'll go speak with Zhao in the morning. But as we have no time to waste, you should take Toph to Ty Lee's tomorrow morning, too. Just like that? Sokka asked, with a small smile. Don't you want to be there to explain the circumstances, too? I'm sure you can handle all introductions and explanations, said Angela, with a dry grin. Sokka huffed. Really, though, you're too used to having me around. Sometimes it's up to you to deal with the social pleasantries, Sokka. I'd rather forego pleasantries with other people, and merely focus on enjoying pleasant things with you, he said, lifting her hand and kissing it softly. Angela's breath hitched, and he smiled. But if you want me to do that, I'll do it. It's just said to start my day without you, is all. You won't miss me for very long, said Angela, smiling and bringing his hand to her lips too. And you'll have your hands full with our favorite dirt worm anyhow. No doubt, said Sokka, chuckling and looking into her eyes. Still will miss you, though. I always do. Always? Even when I'm here? She asked, teasingly. He laughed. Sometimes, when you say you have to go already, he whispered, kissing her once more. Her hand now caressed his chest as they kissed long and deep. They would have taken advantage of the afternoon once Huyven left, but with Toph around, their chances to be intimate would decrease by a large margin once again. Whatever moments they could steal, they would steal them gladly. All right, she said, breathing in once Xin Long landed in the courtyard. I'd better go, then. Fine, he whispered, with resignation. I hope you can deal with your dad and Zhao without any trouble. I hope I can, too, Angela admitted, biting her lip as she stood up. Sokka followed and walked with her to where the dragon waited. He smiled and stroked Xin Long's mane as the dragon greeted him with a low growl. Angela climbed on the saddle and sighed, glancing down at Sokka to find him smiling as sweetly as ever at her. Her hand cupped his cheek, and she leaned to kiss him as she always did. Take care, she said. And watch out with that crazy dirt worm on the loose in your house. I'll try to, said Sokka, with a chuckle. I love you, Angela. Her smile softened as it always did when he spoke those words. She kissed him one more time, her fingers sliding to the back of his head. I love you too, Sokka, she smiled, before sitting upright again on her dragon's saddle. She ushered Xin Long to take off, and Sokka watched them speeding into the air, a small smile on his face, even now. As much as he hated it whenever she had to leave, the promise that they would meet again on the next day always gave him something to look forward to. He returned to the house and worked to change the sheets wrapped around his mattress. He still wasn't much good at making the bed, but he doubted the rough, crude Toph Bafong would care about proper bed-making etiquette. Still, when he was on his way downstairs, he found Toph wasn't lying on the couch anymore. He studied the living room first, then glanced inside the kitchen, instinctively. She wasn't there either. Goodness, couldn't you wait to give me the slip for another hour or two? He growled, but he stopped grumbling when he saw a triangular earth formation in the backyard. Upon closer inspection, Sokka realized it was an earth tent. He smiled, remembering Toph had made another one like it during the night they spent in Ba Sing Se's agrarian zone. He had only seen it when they had left the house to return to the city, but he recalled it looked quite like this. He knocked on the rock and heard the unequivocal Toph grunt from within. He sighed. "You know, I just made my bed so you could sleep in it." "If you make your bed, you're the one who should lie in it," Toph retorted. Sokka scoffed. "Really?" he said. "Come on, Toph. I overheard your talk with Spicy," she said. Sokka grimaced and scowled. He knew she wasn't that far away, but he had thought she wouldn't eavesdrop on every conversation near her. "Huh, funny. Weren't you supposed to be sleeping?" he asked, bitterly. He heard a small chuckle from within the tent. "Maybe. Still. I'm not going to impose. I can sleep just fine out here anyways, dog," she said. Sokka bit his lip and nodded, sitting with his legs crossed now. "Well, if you overheard, then you know what's coming, huh? You might end up sponsored by the top sponsor in the Superior League, if Azula's plan works out," said Sokka, "and tomorrow you'll meet the rest of our friends." "Sounds like we're all going to be busy," she said. Sokka smiled. "We'll get you into shape, you know. You've never been trained this way before, I assure you," he said. "But I think you're going to have a blast with it. You love challenges, after all." Toph chuckled again, and Sokka placed a hand on the earth tent. "Sleep tight, then. See you in the morning." "Sure. Thanks, though, for putting up with me." Sokka smiled and nodded, knowing she'd sense his movements even though they were separated by a thick wall. "If Azula is subconsciously thinking of you as family, I guess it means you're my family, too," he whispered. Toph chuckled. "And families put up with each other. Well, the good ones do." "You two are weird," she said. "But I guess if I'm going to have adoptive parents, they'd better be you two." "Adoptive? Okay, now that's ridiculous, seriously," he said, as she laughed louder than before from inside the tent. "You're crazy, Toph. Good night." "See you, dog," she said, between chuckles. He smiled and made his way back inside the house, shaking his head still. Their friendship with Toph was growing in unexpected ways, and he couldn't deny he was pleased by that. Becoming friends with people he had rough starts with seemed to be a habit of his by now, and he was glad for it. Toph would need every bit of help she could get, from every possible source available. Sokka had only felt the fear of being abandoned by Azula during scarce, brief moments, especially when their partnership had begun. It had never been as cut and dry as what Iroh had done to Toph, though. The princess had given him more opportunities than he had ever felt worthy of, but he had done his best to make each opportunity worth it for her. So far, it seemed he had succeeded. Why would Iroh be so radically different, though? The question badgered at Sokka even as he ate dinner with Song and Ruishi, who had spent the day out in the city again, a habit they were happy to exercise whenever they could. Why would Iroh ditch Toph without a second thought, without pondering if he was making the right choice? Their friendship had always seemed solid to Sokka, and Iroh's efforts for Toph and Ba Sing Se had compelled Sokka to further respect them as rivals and friends. But once Iroh had returned to square one regarding Azula, he had grown colder towards everyone else, too. His treatment of Toph was utterly deplorable by now. He had to know just how badly he had hurt the Earthbender by acting in this way, but that didn't stop him anyways. As Sokka tucked in his messily made bed, he sighed and concluded that comparing Toph and Iroh to himself and Azula was pointless. In their case, there was no doubt to be had that it was Iroh who did not deserve the honor of sponsoring someone like Toph. Chapter 138, The Slate, One More Time 3. Azula hadn't visited Zhao's estate in well over a decade. It stood in a small, enclosed terrain outside the capital. The building and its walls followed with the traditional Fire Nation architecture of white walls with red brick roof tiles. The trip would take hours on a carriage, but the Fire Nation princess could arrive there in a mere half-hour thanks to her trusted animal companion. Xian Long was wary of bringing Azula to Zhao's lair by herself, fully aware of Azula's reservations towards the man. He knew his rider was skilled at putting on a facade when she needed to do so, but he wondered if she would be able to control her disdain for the man properly today, when she needed to do so most direly. Angela rolled her eyes and patted his neck gently. "I'll be fine, I'm only here for business," she said, stubbornly. "And I think Zhao and I can see eye to eye when it comes to business. So, run along, and don't cause trouble. If there's someone I don't want you to bother, it's Admiral Zhao." Xian Long groaned, prodding her with his shoulder gently after she had climbed off his saddle. Angela scowled at him. "What do you mean, why?" she grunted. "I've been at odds with him for long enough as it is, I don't need you to make things worse than they already are." Xian Long whimpered sadly and hung his head. Angela sighed and shook her own before lifting her hand to caress his horns. "I'm sorry I'm being so snappy, maybe I'm a little nervous, too," Angela admitted. Tofa's entire future seemed to hinge on Angela's success with Zhao today. If she failed, the consequences would be chaotic, to say the least. Her personal issues with the man had to be set aside, for her friend's sake. She breathed deeply before approaching the door to the estate. She rang a bell that hung by the door and waited patiently, knowing her impromptu visit would throw Zhao for a loop. It would take some time for him or his servants to open the door. She was inevitably reminded of a similar situation as she stood by the door in wait. Her lips curled as she fondly remembered the first time she had taken Sokka to Piandeo's mansion. She had been so outraged by his foolish knocking, he had defended his choice stubbornly, and after all these years, she could only think back on that moment with a smile on her face. In time, the door opened. The face behind it was unknown for Angela, and what the teenage girl wore could pass as simple clothes for the untrained eye, but the princess noticed the high quality of the clothing's fabric. She raised an eyebrow as the girl fell into a deep bow before her. "Princess Angela. Admiral Zhao didn't mention you would visit," the servant exclaimed. Angela smiled. "It's because I didn't inform him of my visit beforehand," Angela admitted. "I'm sorry to barge in unannounced, but a certain problem has arisen, and I needed the Admiral's help. Can you please let him know as much?" "Of course," said the girl, nodding even as she remained with her back bent forward. She took to walking backwards in that awkward position, and Angela grimaced before sighing. "Rise," she said, curtly. The blushing servant stood straight again. Thank you," she said, gesturing for Angela to enter the estate's premises. "Please follow me. I will fetch Admiral Zhao once you're comfortable in the sitting room. I think I can find my way by myself. You can focus on finding Zhao," Angela said, glancing forward. There was someone at the building's entrance, watching them as they approached the building. "But Princess, you shouldn't." Angela's eyes narrowed as she identified the man at the entrance. Goodness, she had completely forgotten he was a factor at all. "No need to worry, Rei, I can take the princess to a sitting room myself," Han declared, stepping towards them with a proud smirk. Rei tensed up next to Angela. "Why you would, Master Han?" she asked, but Angela could tell she was uttering that title begrudgingly. She didn't want to imagine why the servant would feel so hostile towards Zhao's guest. "Of course, I've been living here for over a month now, I can guide her anywhere," said Han, beaming. "Well, Princess, this is quite a surprise. I hadn't expected us to meet again so soon." "Neither had I, but something important brought me here," Angela admitted. Rei glanced at her apprehensively. "Go fetch the Admiral, as you intended." "I'd rather not dawdle needlessly here." "Yes, Princess," said Rei, bowing her head and bolting off into the house immediately. Once Rei was gone, Han smiled at Angela in an unpleasant way. She responded with a sarcastic grin of her own. "It seems life is treating you well here, Han," she said, as they started to walk inside the large house. "You're even Master Han for some, aren't you?" "Oh, yes, the Admiral has been more generous than I expected. He will still mock me, of course, and tease me relentlessly," Han said, shaking his head. "But I'm sure he has finally understood that I can offer him things he cannot possibly dream of achieving without me." "Do you underestimate his imagination so much?" Angela asked, smirking. "As far as I've heard, the Admiral has dreamt up quite some remarkable fantasies in the past." "What sort of fantasies?" Han asked, smirking. Angela had no doubts Han was hoping to find information on Zhao that he could use against the Admiral later. Fantasies such as a magical library hidden in a desert, Angela said, nonchalantly. Or even of spirits in our world that have powers to annul someone's bending altogether. Han's eyes twitched at the last sentence. Angela raised her eyebrows, as innocently as possible. Is something the matter? Is that something the Admiral spoke of? He asked. Angela shrugged. Perhaps. I heard this from someone else, not from him, so I cannot assure you he spoke of it, she said, nonchalantly. But it's just a foolish tale, I'm sure. A story to scare children at night, perhaps, or a legend he uncovered that has no bearing in reality. Spirits, living among us? It's the most foolish of notions. Do you not believe in spirits? Han asked, looking at her with a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. Angela snorted. Am I supposed to? She asked. Non-corporeal entities with powers beyond human understanding? I've never seen one, I've never had any experiences with them either. As far as I know, spirits were mere fabrications of the human mind to explain the world for themselves back when they lacked the knowledge and science to understand them. Ah, well, that may be so, in some cases, said Han, smiling a little as they entered the sitting room. But how would you explain certain extraordinary phenomena that have been recorded across history with knowledge and science? For instance, there is a spirit, by the name of Koh, the face stealer. How spooky, Angela said, mockingly. Han chuckled as the princess picked a chair by the window. Han didn't sit down. He stole faces from many people, Han said, smirking. Even Avatar Kurak's wife fell prey to such an evil spirit. Truly? Angela asked, skeptical. Han shrugged. No doubt you put no faith in these stories, but I suppose it's easy to forsake spirits when you live in a place as rich as the Fire Nation, said Han, sighing and pacing in the room. Everything is ripe, there are all sorts of luxuries, the women are remarkably beautiful. What would any of that have to do with forsaking spirits? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, merely that if I had everything I ever wanted, I as well would forget to fear them, or to worry for them, said Han, shrugging. Truth be told, of all legends I've read, the one that seems to disprove the existence of spirits is the one that promotes spirituality the most, said Angela, with a small smile. The Avatar, the incarnation of the spirit of our world, was supposed to bring balance when harmony was in jeopardy. It's been 100 years, and no spirit of the world, no Avatar, have come to help us. Why do you believe that is? Because the cycle is broken, said Han, shrugging. Angela smirked. The cycle is broken, she repeated. But why would the Avatar cycle break, when the seasons cycle did not? Why do spirits exist, yet don't interact with our world? How do we know spirits are real, and not mere folk tales? Well, I wouldn't say this, under normal circumstances. Han started, with a small smile. But the truth is, I've seen spirits myself. Oh? Is that so? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Han grimaced. Now, please, don't start mocking me until I've finished. Ah, do go on, this is quite fascinating, Angela said, with a growing smirk. Han sighed. I know it will sound ridiculous to you, but there are spirits in the north. They swim together, in the pond of an oasis. And you've been to this oasis? Angela asked. What exactly counts as an oasis in the North Pole, anyways? It's the only strip of ripe land we do have, Han said, and Angela sensed a hint of bitterness in his voice. It's spiritually charged, perhaps the most spiritual of all places in the world. And you claim you've been there, Angela repeated, closing her eyes briefly. Han smiled. I have, he confirmed. Very well, what sort of remarkable spiritual miracles did you witness? She asked, folding her arms over her chest. Han chuckled. None, not myself, anyways. But I assure you, being in that oasis is like nothing you've ever experienced, he said. The energies in that place. I suppose I ought to introduce you to my friend, Tai Li, said Angela, with a small grin. She happens to be quite a fan of energies, auras, and karma. Well, I'm not exactly a fan of all this, no, said Han, smiling apprehensively. You believe in it all quite faithfully, though. Whether you were raised into believing in all this drivel or whether you chose to believe it freely, it sounds like you're trying your best to convince me that your northern spirits are real, somehow, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Han bit his lip and smiled, shaking his head. Well? Why so insistent about it, Han? It's merely, he said, pressing his lips tightly together. I should, perhaps, explain, but I'm not sure if I should. As you're a non-believer, you might think my reasons are nonsense, and yet you're sure that isn't the case. Those spirits are real enough for you, it seems, said Angela, sighing. Well, I suppose you enjoy being enigmatic, or perhaps you're worried you might get mocked again. If you don't wish to speak any further, I won't force you. It ought to give you some time to, I don't know, elaborate more on your story. There's nothing to elaborate on, said Han, with a small smirk. I've seen the spirits myself, all right? I've just not seen them in action, is all. But they swim in the pond together. Sure, said Angela, looking at him carefully. What evidence have you brought of the existence of these spirits, then? Or of the oasis, for that matter? Well, I couldn't bring any. If I'd stolen anything from the oasis, they would have killed me, said Han. Angela raised her eyebrows. Well, you abandoned and betrayed them. If that wasn't bad enough on its own, you could have, perhaps, snuck a spirit or two in your pack. Han laughed but shook his head. Angela bit her lower lip and gazed at the door. Zhao stood there. She had sensed him approach from earlier, his wild inner fire easy to sense through resonance. He had allowed the conversation to flow, knowing Angela was testing the northerner, as her father had asked her to. So far, Han hadn't given away any new information, but perhaps this was a good start. On another opportunity, perhaps, Angela might get him to talk, but she would give it more time. Succeeding at this endeavor wasn't likely to be as easy as that. Ah, Admiral, she said, smiling with a hint of malice. I do hope you weren't too busy. I rather needed to speak with you today. Why, anything related to you or Oze supersedes any of my personal business, said Zhao, smiling back at her. Well, Han, I appreciate your company so far. It was an interesting conversation, regardless of how spiritually inclined you seem to be, she said. Han cleared his throat. In all fairness, I'm no monk, he said. I've always been a warrior, it's only. The water tribe has always been heavily influenced by spirit lore, said Zhao, stepping inside the room with his usual strong stride. You can't blame him for his misguided beliefs, princess. Ah, I did not fault him for it, of course not, said Angela, with a condescending smile. No one chooses where they were born or how they were raised. Still, I find it curious that he would believe in spirits as faithfully as he does. My gladiator was raised in a water tribe just the same, and to my utmost surprise, he's even more skeptical of spirits than I am. The southerner? Please, said Han, with a bark of disbelief. Their culture was never quite as developed as our own. I have no doubt that well-educated people like yourselves would understand the wide gap between the civilized and the savages. Oh, we certainly do, said Zhao, smirking in an unpleasant way. Han's heart sank upon noticing Zhao's smile. His words, as usual, had been turned against him. Do run along now, Han, said Zhao. I have a private discussion to hold with Princess Angela, if you don't mind. Said Han, gritting his teeth but lowering his head in defeat. Well, very well. If you need anything of me, I'll be right outside. Of course, said Angela, softly. Han walked slowly, almost begrudgingly. He left the door open behind him, and Zhao was forced to close it himself. He returned to Angela and rubbed the bridge of his nose in displeasure. If that's what a civilized water tribe man is supposed to be, can I perhaps trade him for your savage for a week or two? Zhao asked. I suspect he doesn't harass the help as Han has. Your servant girl, Rei, seemed bothered just by being near him, Angela said, as Zhao sat on a nearby chair. She sees through his charms fairly easily, said Zhao. And wants nothing to do with him, of course, he's about a decade older than her after all. But he's got it in his head that she's only rejecting him for sport. Here I thought he was being too decent just now, said Angela, sighing. Then again, I was leading the conversation. And he knows better than to harass a princess, said Zhao. He was married to one, remember? He knows wooing a royal isn't the same as flirting with a maid. So, I suppose he is trying to woo me, then. Angela said, curtly, merely to probe Zhao for a response. He sighed in defeat. I'm afraid so, princess, he admitted. It disgusts me that he would even think to do so, don't doubt it, but he seems to want access to power. He's far more ambitious than most water tribesmen I've crossed paths with. I can only assume that he left his people because he believes the Fire Nation will suit his personal interests better. Must be, Angela conceded. But if he truly hopes to find his way into our royal family. He's delusional, yes, said Zhao, crossing his arms over his chest. Even overlooking the lowliness of his heritage, the fool abandoned his family without a second thought just for his own purposes. He even had children, you know. Children? Angela asked, surprised. Huh. Perhaps fatherhood suited him poorly. It certainly did, if he would abandon them so readily, said Zhao. It's a shame for the children, but perhaps they'll grow better without such a father, said Angela, shrugging. They're still royals, after all. And besides, I grew up without a mother for the most part, so. Ah, you did indeed, said Zhao. And no one could ever doubt that you're one of the most remarkable members of the royal family over at least 10 dynasties. Though, of course, I can't say those northern princes or princesses will grow up the way you did. If we were to defeat their tribe, they might grow up in captivity instead of luxury. True enough, said Angela, nodding, holding back her begrudging opinions on the subject of the war in the north. She wasn't here today to antagonize Zhao. Still, said Zhao, raising his eyebrows, seemingly detecting Angela's reticence. I highly doubt you came here to talk about Han and his questionable life decisions, or did you? Angela smiled and shook her head. Zhao raised his eyebrows. Then. I suppose I'll get us some tea, he said, standing up. He frowned, though, looking at her with uncertainty. Or juice. I do seem to remember you've never been fond of tea. I'm not fond of it, but I can still drink it, yes, said Angela. Don't go too far out of your way for me, though, I won't be staying too long. Then I'd better be quick about it, said Zhao, with a small smile. He was gone for around 5 minutes and returned with Rei. She was carrying the beverages on an elegant tray, and she offered Angela a steaming cup of tea before Zhao took his own. Will that be all? Rei asked. Zhao nodded. You may retire, he said. Rei bowed her head and took off. He sighed as he watched her go. May she find a nice place to avoid Han. Indeed, said Angela, sipping the hot tea carefully as Zhao took his seat again. Very well, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? He asked. Angela swallowed the mouthful of tea, weighing Zhao with an inscrutable gaze. I'm facing a predicament I didn't think I would, and it certainly will sound like it's none of my business once I explain it to you, she said. But as it turns out, it affects someone I've come to appreciate, and I certainly want to help her in whatever way I can. Ah, that's fortunate for your friend, then, said Zhao, smiling. When a royal says they will do anything to help, you can be sure your problems will be resolved for sure. Well, that would be the case, as long as you agree to help me, said Angela. Zhao raised an eyebrow. Help you how? He asked. Angela breathed deeply. I suspect I need to explain everything from the beginning, she said. I suppose you remember the fight you watched between the blind bandit and my gladiator. Ah, yes. General Iroh is blind earthbender, said Zhao, nodding. While they made quite the remarkable team, it seems my uncle no longer cares to sponsor her, not at this point. Angela explained. Zhao frowned. Truly? He asked. Well, that's quite disheartening. She showed promise. She did, Angela said. And although she ought to be nothing but an enemy for me to crush, over time she has become a friend to me. And as much as it should be convenient for me that she drops out of the ranking after 3 months without being able to fight. What? The general hasn't resigned as her sponsor, then? Zhao asked. Angela shook her head. I stopped by the dome to confirm whether he had or hadn't. Shoji was quite alarmed when I asked if my uncle had resigned recently. He has heard nothing about it, and he hasn't received warnings or letters regarding the blind bandit or her sponsor. Then he'll leave her hanging? Zhao asked, folding his arms over his chest. Force her to drop out, so she has to spend a year and 3 months waiting impatiently before she can return to the league. It's what I fear, Angela admitted. It might be that he hasn't had the opportunity to resign yet, said Zhao. Angela shook her head. Why are you so sure it's not the case? Because they've been having trouble for a long time, and my uncle may just have chosen to punish Toph for her mistakes this way, said Angela. He's being selfish and even whimsical, but it's not so difficult to read him. Not really. Well, if you're right, that's quite a shame for her, said Zhao. She was one of the best gladiators I've seen. Hopefully her next sponsor won't be a pacifist. General Iroh truly had no business sponsoring someone so ruthless. I agree, Angela said. But alas, I won't count her out yet. As it happens, I had only just handed over the right to challenge in the slate to my uncle and his gladiator. She's supposed to fight in the slate within 2 months. You're joking, said Zhao, his eyes wide. Princess, that's a death sentence, especially for the likes of her. I know. I was being just as whimsical and cruel as my uncle when I did what I did. As much as I usually hate to admit I have any regrets, this time I actually do, Angela acknowledged. I will take responsibility for what I've done by helping her prepare for this fight to the best of my ability. I've even arranged things so she can have a supply of earth and a set of weapons in the slate, but after all my efforts, it turns out Iroh has just given up on her. Maybe he's protecting her, in some roundabout way, said Zhao, shrugging. If he doesn't sponsor her and forces her to forfeit this match, she will be sure to survive. Ah, and it has nothing to do with my uncle's habit of giving up on things when they're too difficult for him to handle deftly, right? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Zhao chuckled. Well, it may be a mix of everything. Are you sure he's not trying to help her in a veiled way? Iroh has known Toph for years now, said Angela. He knows how much she loves boasting about her perfect record, and he knows she loves to fight. If he wanted to protect her, he could have done it by challenging some nobody, a low-ranked fighter, just as I did for my gladiator's last slate fight. Instead, Iroh chose a firebender somewhere in the top of the ranking. If he's being protective, why didn't he lower the stakes? Why did he choose to worsen Toph's odds with that sort of challenge? True enough, said Zhao, sighing. Maybe he's finally going senile. Finally? Maybe. Angela repeated, skeptically. Zhao chuckled. I've said he's senile for years now, my father keeps saying it, too. If anything, he's finally going public about it. Must be, said Zhao, with a chuckle. At any rate, what is it you want from me, princess? What do I have to do with this sad tale of a gladiator's promising career being cut short? If you want influence with the league, I'm sure you have plenty of it on your own. I don't need you to influence the heads of the business, if that's what you thought, said Angela. But I do need you to manipulate someone. My uncle, to be precise. Manipulate him? Into doing what? Into giving you the right to sponsor the blind bandit, temporarily. Zhao frowned and looked at Angela with uncertainty. She didn't waver. Why? He asked. Why would you come to me? You could do that yourself. He would never allow me to sponsor Toph, Angela said, simply. And you think he would allow me to do it? Zhao asked, skeptical. After that infamous fight I had with your brother, your uncle had the gall to say I was less honorable than even Zuko in exile. Do you think he has any respect for me, or any interest in giving me the privilege of sponsoring his fighter? You're not seeing the full picture, Admiral, said Angela, taking another sip of her tea. Zhao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. My uncle didn't join the league for the fun of it. He didn't even join it for Toph's sake, he first saw her when she gave my Gladiator the beating of a lifetime back when they first fought each other. Her sponsor at the time encouraged her to kill my Gladiator, as he thought that was the only way to win since he suspected I was being favored by the judges. Toph refused to do it, saying Sokka wasn't worth killing. In the end, her sponsor was so furious that he resigned from his position and forsook her. Seems she's had quite a share of bad sponsoring in her past, said Zhao, raising his eyebrows. My uncle had only just returned home, Azula continued. I think he arrived that very same day, yes. He snuck inside the sponsor's balcony and watched the fight from there. Being the Dragon of the West means you can sneak anywhere you want uninvited, I guess. And so, he watched the blind bandits first fight against your Gladiator, said Zhao. The next thing I knew, he was her sponsor, Azula said. Anyone else could have picked up that sponsorship, especially since she was an up-and-coming fighter, but Iroh swept in before anyone else could. Don't ask me how, and Toph became his Gladiator. Do you believe he only did it to spite you? Zhao asked. Azula sighed. He did it for the obvious reason. She whispered. Zhao frowned. To keep you from the top of the ranking, he said. Azula nodded. From Combustion Man. You've always known I'm ambitious, said Azula, with a dry grin. I doubt it means much to you that I would want to defeat you in the Gladiator League. Everyone does. I suppose. Not everyone is my best friend's daughter, though, said Zhao, biting his lip. So, by sponsoring the Earthbender, Iroh would hinder your progress. And now that he won't sponsor her anymore, he's not about to hand her to me on a silver platter, said Azula, looking at Zhao skeptically. The only one who might have a chance at obtaining the proper authorization to sponsor Toph temporarily is you. You're the sponsor of the undefeatable Combustion Man already, and this would only make it harder for me to ever defeat you. And I'm just supposed to do this, then? Zhao asked, raising his eyebrows. Don't take offense, princess, but, perhaps I don't want to antagonize you that much. Azula actually smiled at that. She was surprised by how genuine the smile was. Do you think I would have come here and presented this entire case to you if I didn't want you to do this, Admiral? She asked. Zhao looked at her in disbelief. Truly, Azula? He asked. Do you want me to embody everything you want to annihilate in the League? I don't want to annihilate Toph, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. I certainly want to defeat her, but that's not the same as annihilation, is it? At any rate, I'm not going to despise you if you do this. On the contrary, you're the only hope I have right now. In the end, this is more of a battle between me and my uncle than it is between our gladiators. Or, in his case, his former gladiator. I won't ever shirk away from the goal of defeating Toph, and if Sokka and I can have the chance to fight her again one day, Iroh's attempt to sabotage her, and me, by extension, will have backfired. You two play the most unnecessarily manipulative games I've heard of, Zhao said, smiling and shaking his head. Oze would be so proud of you if he heard of all this. He might hear of it, if things go the way they're meant to, said Azula, raising her eyebrows. But the only way that will happen is if I work with you, Zhao said, nodding. I'm aware. Truly, all you need to do is convince my uncle that you're interested in Toph's potential. That you want to have the monopoly on the strongest fighters in the League, the strongest firebender and the strongest earthbender. It would be enough for him to think that he can count on you to keep me at bay forever in the Gladiator League. Zhao frowned, pensive. Azula met his eyes with determination and certainty. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. I can certainly try. I've always been good with words, he said, with a small smirk. Still, this sounds like I may have to sponsor her for quite some time, won't I? If General Iroh doesn't resign as her sponsor officially by the time I return to the north. Well, I doubt that will happen soon, but if it did, I'm sure I'll figure out another arrangement, said Azula. Zhao shrugged. If you can, then by all means, he said, smiling. Well, then. I suppose having that particular monopoly of fighters has its own appeal, yes. You're sure of this? Completely, said Azula. Zhao nodded. Then. I'll speak to General Iroh within these weeks, If that's all right with you, he said. Angela smiled. That should be fine, she said. If he were to resign his position as Topha's sponsor within that time, I'll let you know. Thank you for your cooperation, Admiral. There's nothing to thank me for. I can remember the last time you came to speak to me, privately and willingly. Zhao said. Angela froze, her good mood disappearing quickly. I'd be a fool if I acted the same way I did then. Oh. She said, raising her eyebrows. So, you were a fool that night, Admiral? Truly. I was. I was a fool for quite a long time, Zhao said, lowering his gaze, with a smile that spoke of remorse. I don't bother asking for forgiveness because I don't believe I deserve it, let alone do I believe you'll grant it. I insulted you in many ways. Her chest ached now, and once more she found herself standing in quicksand when dealing with Zhao. Was he saying those words because he felt them, or because they were the right thing to say, to the right person? She remembered their argument and remembered just as well that he had said just the right things to the men from her father's council, the right and demeaning things about her. Brief moments later, he had claimed he had nothing but respect for her, and denied everything he had said earlier, declaring he had no choice but to tell those men what they wanted to hear. Ever since, Angela hadn't been able to trust the man sitting before her. She couldn't read him, could barely tell when he was being honest or when he wasn't. Either he was cryptic, or Angela was too blind by her emotions when it came to Zhao. Whatever it was, she couldn't stop herself from thinking, constantly, that the Admiral's soothing words were always conveying the exact opposite of what he was saying. With his praises, he insulted. With his affirmations, he was denying. Even his promises would feel broken before he had finished vowing to keep them. Her instincts for reading people had always worked with everyone, but not with Zhao. She made a point to interpreting her initial instincts as wrong when it came to him. But against her impulses, against that nagging, screaming voice in her head that told her Zhao was anything but trustworthy, she trusted him with Toph. All he had to do was sit in the stands or the sponsor's balcony and watch as the earthbender worked for her victories. It was all Angela needed from him. He could be trusted to do this much, at the very least. Shall I assume your cooperation is your way of making amends for that, then? Angela asked. Zhao shrugged. If that's what you think it should be, he said. Nevertheless, this isn't something I'm unwilling to do, Princess. Even if I didn't feel honor-bound to make amends for past wrongdoings, I'd be open to helping you and your friend. I can only hope it will work. As long as you say the right things to my uncle, it should, said Angela. Remind him many times that this will certainly hinder my progress and even humiliate me in the eyes of the nobility. He might realize I don't really think so, though, said Zhao, with a small smile. Why would I want to humiliate you? Well, you knew exactly what to say to those men at my father's council that night, Angela said. Zhao's smile waned and she could almost hear his heart sinking. I think a variation of that could work with my uncle. Princess. It's quite all right, Admiral, she said, finishing her cup of tea as he lowered his gaze shamefully. It's anything but. It's the way of things, as said by my former advisors, said Angela. I'm only supposed to get used to it. My mother as well told me long ago that I didn't belong in war meetings or battlefields. With all due respect. Zhao muttered. Your mother didn't have the soundest judgment of all. Angela genuinely smiled at that. She looked at Zhao with amusement. I don't know if you're saying that just to please me, but either way, I'm inclined to agree, she said, standing up. Zhao imitated her. Though of course, I'd suggest you refrain from making such comments in my father's presence, but I do not have such a death wish, it's true, said Zhao, with a weak grin. Angela glanced at him with uncertainty. You and my father knew each other since you were young, or so I hear, she said. Zhao nodded. Then, did you always suspect my mother wasn't much good for my father, Admiral? Well, it wasn't easy to suspect such a thing, he said. On paper, even on appearances, they were the perfect match. But she was, well, a dangerous influence on a man of his standing, to be sure. More than once I feared she was destroying his ambitions. I think his realization of that fact is why. Why? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Zhao swallowed hard. Why the marriage deteriorated so much, said Zhao. Still, it isn't my place to speak of all this. I won't ask my father if any of what you're saying is true, if that makes you feel any better, said Angela, with a smirk. Truth be told, it's kind of a relief to hear someone talk about my mother without settling for saying she was wonderful and beautiful. Well, no doubt she was the most strikingly beautiful woman, but that only made her all the more dangerous in my eyes, said Zhao. The allure she held for your father. I doubt he was ever conscious of it. Perhaps she wasn't, either. Still, there was much more to your mother than beauty. Anyone who knew her would surely tell you as much. I'm not sure they would, those who did know her refused to speak of her. Especially in my father's presence, said Angela, shrugging. Still, I never did get the feeling you and my mother were close. We weren't. By her choice, said Zhao, with a shrug. She disliked me, quite heavily. Perhaps for, similar reasons why you drifted away from me, too. Ah, she caught you saying what you shouldn't have been saying. Angela inquired, amused. Zhao chuckled. In my defense, I was trying to advise your father on how to earn her affections. I never imagined that Lady Ursa would be so affronted over my advice, though. Well, as much as I'm undeniably curious, there's a part of me that also doesn't want to know what you said, Angela admitted, with a sarcastic smile. I am under no illusions regarding how men speak about women when they think no one's listening. You're wise beyond your years. Wiser than I could ever hope to be, Zhao sighed. At any rate, you will take your leave, then. I have more business to tend to, said Angela. A blind earthbender direly needs my help in preparing for the slate. At any rate, I suppose we will run into each other soon, so very coincidentally, after you speak with my uncle. Indeed, we shall, said Zhao, bowing his head in her direction. Very well, then, she said. I hope you succeed, Admiral. I will be at my most convincing, Princess, he assured her, with a proud grin. Good luck training the earthbender. Angela left not long afterwards. Xian Long fetched her quickly, helping her avoid bumping into Han again. But as she flew with her dragon towards the capital again, the princess couldn't help but wonder if certain things had changed in Zhao, despite she had believed it impossible. Perhaps Sokka hadn't been quite as wrong about him as she had thought. So, what's your plan for today? Song asked, with a small smile. Toph didn't answer the question, busy as she was stuffing herself with rice. Sokka grimaced as he watched her. He wasn't disgusted by her wild eating habits, but rather, fearful that she might clean out the table before he was halfway through his own plate. Well, Angela told me to take her to Ty Lee's, said Sokka. So, I guess that's what I'm going to do, heh. I hope Ty Lee has a lot of food, though. Toph seems to be determined to prove she can eat more than me. Not everything's a competition, dog, Toph smirked after swallowing the rice. Because, if it were, I'd win. Sokka's eyebrow twitched as Song giggled softly. The gladiator rolled his eyes and mumbled begrudging curses about tiny earthbenders, to the healer's amusement. I gotta say, though, Toph said, taking some beef now and beaming once she tasted it. You cook good, girl. Sokka, tell Spicy I don't want to go back to the palace after all. For food like this I can stay here forever. What the? No, you won't. Sokka exclaimed, grimacing. You're going back to the palace, Toph, whether you want to or not. Why? I like it here. Toph said, smiling happily. Song laughed again. Because. Sokka started, but he blushed soon enough. Toph snickered, sensing a sensible topic even though her shoes prevented her from feeling the change of Sokka's body reactions. Oh? What, is it that with me around here you won't get as lucky with Spicy as usual? Boo-hoo, poor you. Shut up, Sokka growled, munching down his own food while pointedly glancing elsewhere. Well, you can stay with us for as long as you like, Toph, said Song, smiling gently at her. Toph beamed. See? Now that's a good host. She said, crossing her arms behind her head. Sokka rolled his eyes. Whatever, he grumbled, as he kept eating. Just hurry up with breakfast. We shouldn't take forever to get to Tylee's, and it's kind of far from here, so. Fine, fine. Is she a nice host like Song here, or is she a grump like you? Toph asked, smirking. She's crazy, said Sokka, curtly. Toph's smile widened. Great. I like crazy. She exclaimed. Not your kind of crazy, mind you, Sokka clarified. Toph raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? You know, she's a more feminine kind of crazy than you. Sokka said nonchalantly, sipping his breakfast tea innocently as Toph grimaced with distaste. Well, I'm crazy in my own way, she can be crazy in hers. It's a free world. She exclaimed, pointedly. Sokka actually smirked. Well, that's very mature on your part, he said, snickering. Still, just hurry. We should get there before Azula does. Why? So she can think you're so very responsible and so very dependable. Toph teased him. Sokka blushed again and pouted. Well, why not? He said, scowling at Toph. There's nothing wrong with wanting to keep her happy by doing what she asked. Not a thing. Sure. You just want to get laid, that's all, but hey, no judgment. Said Toph, raising her hands and smiling mischievously. Sokka snorted. Yeah, no judgment, that's definitely what your voice tone and words are conveying, he grumbled, biting hard on a muffin. No judgment. The two gladiators readied themselves to go out after breakfast, once they gathered all the weapons and equipment they'd need for today's training. Song bid Sokka farewell by the door, smiling encouragingly as Toph picked up the bag in which she would carry her new arsenal. She's a handful, but you deal with the princess on a daily basis as it is, said Song, chuckling. Just be patient. I'm being very patient, mind you, Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. I assume you'll be meeting with Ruishi today, again. Song's shy blush spoke for itself. Sokka chuckled. Well, enjoy your day, Song. I'll see you later, he said, gently messing with her hair. Song was surprised by that, but she smiled at Sokka anyways. Toph was waiting by the street, her finger up her nose, once Sokka caught up with her. He rolled his eyes as he led the way towards Tylee's house. Say, who's that Ruishi you mentioned? She asked. The name rings a bell. You probably know him, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. You've met him before, haven't you? Captain of Azula's guards. Oh. That guy. Said Toph, jumping in realization and finally putting her hand away from her face. Huh, so wait a second, she's involved with him. Yup, said Sokka, a small smile on his face. Whoa, didn't know she had it in her. Good for your cook, said Toph, smirking. So, wait. She's going to spend the day with him, in your house, alone. Sokka's smile waned as realization dawned upon him. But he soon chuckled and shook his head. Nah, I doubt it, he said, waving his hand carelessly. They're too proper, and they want to take things slow. Maybe that's what they say, but in truth, they spend their time banging in the middle of the day like you and Spicy, I guess, said Toph, smirking. Sokka grimaced. I mean, if you two do it, why not them? If they do it, it's really not my business. Or yours, said Sokka. And for that matter, it's not your business what I do with Spicy. Oh? You're calling her that now too? Toph asked, amused. Sokka's eyebrow twitched. We're walking down the street, damn you. If you're going to make us talk about this sort of stuff, I sure as hell won't use her name, he hissed at her. Toph chuckled. Fine, Grump, I won't bring it up anymore, she said, snickering. The walk took them some time, as Tylee lived a few districts away. Toph's chatter kept Sokka distracted on the most part, even though half her chosen conversation subjects annoyed him. Finally, they reached Tylee's house, and Sokka smiled in relief as the two of them approached the door. All right, let me handle the introductions and... Toph put a hand on his forearm and stopped him before he could knock on the door. There was an awkward look on her face. Dog? Are you hearing what I Hearing what? Sokka said, raising an eyebrow. I don't hear anything. Come on, you can't be so deaf as to not hear. This time he did hear it, though. Sokka's eyes widened, cheeks flushed, as an unequivocal moan reached his ears. His jaw dropped. Looks like your friend's got company, said Toph. Sokka smacked his face with his hand. Yeah, probably her gladiator, Haru, he said, shaking his head. Damn it all. Seriously? What's with all you inappropriate people, going at it in broad daylight? Toph huffed, shaking her head. Whatever happened to the sacred secrecy of nighttime? Huh? Sacred secrecy? Sokka repeated, amused. The next loud moan made his smile disappear quickly. Well, speaking for myself, I can't be with, my partner at night, so that means we have no other choice. These two, though, they live together, so they have no excuse. Well, we are dropping by unannounced, said Toph, shrugging. Maybe you should have sent a bird to let them know we were coming, eh? It would have amounted to nothing, said another voice behind them, one Sokka identified quickly. He turned on his heels to find Mai standing in the street behind them, pressing Ueda to her chest and noticeably covering one of his ears with a hand while keeping the other pressed against her body. She hoped to protect her son from the utterly inappropriate sounds her childhood friend was unleashing shamelessly, but it didn't seem she was succeeding at it. It was supposed to be the day of our weekly reunion, Mai pointed out, looking at Sokka skeptically. When I got here, well, this is what I heard. I took a walk, came back hoping she would have stopped. Goodness, said Sokka, wide-eyed. And here I thought you and Spicy were too crazy, said Toph, snickering at Sokka. I stand corrected, dog, you two aren't that bad after all. Who's this? Mai asked, looking at Sokka with raised eyebrows. Some Azula replacement. No. It's a long story, said Sokka, with a grimace. Azula should drop by sooner than later, but she had some errands to run. Sounds serious, said Mai, sighing. Do you think they'll finally have stopped when she gets here? Well, I don't know. I seriously don't know, said Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. This calls for desperate measures, Toph said, stubbornly. We've got important things to do today, and listening to a girl moaning to her heart's content isn't in my list of priorities. Wait, what are you going to? Sokka and Mai both flinched, and the latter's grip around Ueda tightened when Toph struck the door powerfully with a fist. Sokka looked at her in disbelief as she knocked thrice. Are you crazy? You might as well kick the door down, he shouted. No need. I'm sure they heard me, said Toph, smiling proudly. No kidding, I'm pretty sure Azula must have heard it, and she's not even in the city right now. Sokka exclaimed, rubbing his ears as he scowled at Toph. Well, the moaning stopped, Mai pointed out. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Huh. It did. See? Said Toph, smirking. They only had to wait around 1 more minute before the door opened. Behind it, a nervous, half-naked Haru stared at them, his face redder than Sokka had ever seen it before. He only had a sheet wrapped around his waist. Nice to meet you, Toph said, beaming. Sokka sighed. Did Ty Lee forget? He asked. Haru gulped. Just, come in. We'll be ready in a minute, he said, apologetically. Please don't resume your business until after my son is far outside the building's premises, Mai warned Haru, who blushed more and nodded as he went up the stairs quickly. The 3 guests entered the house and waited briefly while Ty Lee and Haru dressed hurriedly. Sokka frowned, tapping an arm with a finger as he listened to their rushed footsteps on the upper floor. So, what's up? Toph asked. Sokka glanced down to find she was talking to a crawling Ueda. You do know that's a baby, right? Sokka asked, amused. I do, but maybe he can talk already. I'm just checking, said Toph, shrugging. He knows how to say mom, goo, and poo, Mai said. Toph snorted. He's well on his way to sweeping the floor with intellectuals all over the world. Sounds like it, Toph snickered. Haru and Ty Lee emerged at the stairs now, both fully dressed and rather red in the face. Tai Li's hair was unusually disheveled, rather than properly composed in her typical braid. "So sorry, you guys, I really lost track of time and," she said, rushing towards them. She froze where she stood when she caught sight of Toph. "And, who's this?" "Beats me. Some friend of Sokka's," said Mai. Sokka bit his lip. "Oh? And where's Azula?" Tai Li asked, glancing about herself and looking for her friend. "She'll be here in a bit," said Sokka, sighing. "I would prefer it if she were here already, but she had asked me to explain things, so, alright then. Mai, Tai Li, Haru, meet Toph." Toph Bafong. "Hey," said Toph, standing upright now and folding her arms over her chest. Hi," said Tai Li, smiling a little at Toph and waving at her. "Who exactly is she?" Said Sokka, scratching the back of his head. "Maybe you'll recognize her as the blind bandit, instead." He didn't expect all three of them to jump and stare at Toph as though he had announced Toph was the Avatar. Sokka breathed deeply, guessing quickly at the reason behind the unease in their gazes. "Isn't this the one who nearly killed you?" Mai asked him. Tai Li nodded. "She's definitely the one who nearly killed him," she confirmed. Sokka sighed. "That was a long time ago, yes," said Sokka, with a reassuring smile, though it waned quickly. Well, she hasn't tried to kill me since last year, at the very least." "Oh, please, I haven't tried to kill you since we first met," said Toph. "Now, I did try to knock you out in Ba Sing Se, but I wasn't going for outright murder, you know. That's not likely to help your case, you know," said Sokka, smiling dryly. "Anyways, guys, she's here because she needs our help." "And, you want to help her, why?" said Mai, looking at him skeptically. "Isn't she something like your worst enemy?" "That's pushing it way too far, isn't it?" said Toph, smiling at Sokka at first before her face fell quickly at the lack of agreement from him. "Isn't it?" "Yeah, well, she may have been for some time, but not anymore," said Sokka, smiling awkwardly as Toph snickered proudly. "Thing is, well, Azula may have rashly decided to give Toph the right to challenge at the slate, which was something Toph wanted, for sure, but she's an earthbender," said Haru, frowning. "And, a blind one, yeah. You can say it," said Toph, nodding. Haru was mildly flustered by her response. "Why did Azula do that?" Tai Li asked, her eyes wide. "That's so cruel." "Cruel?" Toph repeated, raising an eyebrow. "How so?" "For the obvious reasons, really," said Sokka, sighing. "You already know the slate is going to be a living hell for you, Toph. Anyways, Azula did it on a whim, truthfully, and she wasn't trying to ruin Toph's life or get her killed, but to prove some point to Iroh. Still, the point wasn't proven, and if anything, Iroh has done the worst thing he could have done." "Which is?" Mai asked. Toph sighed. "He's no longer going to sponsor me," she said. Tai Li gasped in surprise, and Haru glanced at Toph, uneasily. Mai's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "I'm somewhat on my own." And, as Azula wanted to screw over her uncle, not her uncle's Gladiator, she agreed to help her. Mai finished. Sokka nodded. "We intended to give her a hand with this, long before Iroh abandoned her in the first place," Sokka explained. "But now that this happened, well, we're even more hard-pressed to get her in shape for the fight, you see." "And where's Azula now, if you two are so invested in this mess?" asked Mai, looking at Sokka with confusion. "She's trying to arrange things so Toph can have a new sponsor," said Sokka. "A substitute one, at least for this fight. We'll see if it works out or not, but anyways, she said she'll be here soon. She asked me to get started with Toph's training as soon as possible, though, that is, if you guys are willing to help her." Toph grimaced now, nervous. She had assumed that they would work with her, if just because they were Azula and Sokka's friends. Hearing that it could turn out differently was far from reassuring. Mai studied the younger woman carefully, weighing her options. Tai Li and Haru gazed at her, as though their decision hinged on hers. Mai's narrow eyes shifted towards Sokka, who held her gaze almost pleadingly. She sighed eventually. Fine. I'm not too busy anyways, she said. I guess it will be a daily thing again. Well, if you guys will agree to that, said Sokka, smiling in relief. Next to him, Toph sighed too as the tension in the scene deflated. Angela and I were willing to beat her into shape by ourselves for most the week, but if you guys would rather help her out, it will be for the best, said Mai, with a small smile. That way we can stop Ty Lee and Haru from sabotaging the weekly reunions, after all. Her words caused the guilty couple to blush profusely, and Ty Lee looked at her friend apologetically, though Mai only smirked in her direction. Sokka chuckled and nodded. Well, then. If this is how it is, shall we get started? Toph's earthbending training had never been conventional. She had spent her younger years mastering earthbending basics while crawling through tunnels with badger moles, and her teenage years had been spent in Earth Rumble 6, which had been transformed into Gladiator Rumble once the Gladiator business had been established. She had learned to bend with the masters, and then she had fought with the most distasteful opponents anyone could conceive. If there was something she didn't know much about, it was a completely ordinary training sequence. She wasn't used to practicing, even though she didn't take long to get used to it. For her, learning something new had always been about either developing a technique at once or receiving a boulder to the face for being too ineffective a fighter. Getting multiple chances to get something right was a privilege she wasn't too sure what to do with, but she made the most of it all the same. Okay, whoa, too hard. Ty Lee complained, as Toph's fist impacted her arm. Geez, what sort of self-defense do they teach highborn Earth Kingdom girls? None, actually, Toph said, snickering. I'm one of a kind. Yeah, clearly. Said Ty Lee, huffing. Come on, you have to do it lighter than that. Look, like this. Ty Lee's attempt to hit Toph was met with resistance. The Earthbender parried Ty Lee's attacks stubbornly, until the Chi blocker finally decided to take matters seriously. She slid around Toph with astounding agility, and as Toph was still turning around, she struck the girl's pressure points quickly, almost imperceptibly. It was all she had to do for Toph to collapse on the uneven ground, snarling in irritation. Hey! Who said you could, Chi block me? Toph snapped. You were being stubborn, and I needed to give you the proper demonstration, Ty Lee said, beaming. Toph huffed. I've already had demonstrations, Sokka Chi blocked me once. Oh, he did? Oh, my. Well, I guess that was unnecessary after all, wasn't it? No kidding. Toph snarled, shaking her head. Ty Lee's explanations for Chi blocking didn't suit Toph well, but she worked hard to achieve the goals Ty Lee had set for her. Ty Lee criticized her heavy footwork, and Toph mocked how light she was on her feet instead. Once the Chi blocking had worn off, the Earthbender returned to attempting to Chi block her opponents, though she would often resort to her bending, even though she wasn't supposed to, whenever Ty Lee tried to get an edge on her. Okay, now, that's cheating. She complained, as Toph snickered and defended herself proudly. Mai watched them with a crooked eyebrow. Toph was a quick learner, but not a dutiful student. While she assimilated information quickly, she didn't seem to have much respect for Ty Lee so far. Curiosity drove her to wonder if she would dare treat her the same way. Alright, it's my turn now, she said, after Ty Lee's patience had worn thin when Toph had blocked her attacks with bending again. Please, Ty Lee sighed, huffing and shaking her head. Prodigies, they're always such a pain to teach. How many prodigies have you taught? Haru asked, blinking blankly as Ty Lee reached him and Sokka by the house's veranda. I kind of tried to teach Angela some hand-to-hand combat when we were younger. I regretted it within half an hour because she was already pummeling me and laughing quite loudly about it while she did. Ty Lee grumbled. Sokka actually chuckled. It wasn't funny. Well, maybe not at the time, he said, smiling apologetically. Sorry, it's just, the idea of a younger Angela always makes me smile. Can't help but imagine a tiny version of her, getting into all kinds of trouble. Yeah, that's pretty close to how it was, Ty Lee admitted, but she snorted. And you're the only person I've ever known who thinks Angela's chaotic streaks are adorable, huh? Sokka smiled and blushed, shrugging almost shyly, and Haru and Ty Lee laughed at his reaction. There was no point in trying to hide that he was thoroughly fascinated by everything to do with his secret lover, especially around those who already knew of their relationship. He couldn't help but think of Angela as the day progressed. He watched Mai and Toph absent-mindedly, barely registering that Mai kept Toph on the tightest leash anyone had for ages. The strictness of her training was only matched by its ruthlessness, as she tried to teach the Earthbender how to aim projectiles that weren't made of Earth. While Toph could sense her targets, she never seemed to hit them square center, if she hit the targets at all, and Mai remained hell-bent on making her hit every last one of them, tossing her own projectiles at lightning speed at Toph to scold her into working properly whenever she slacked off. Despite the Earthbender's best attempts to shield herself from the attacks, Mai was too fast even for Toph's instinctive bending to protect her from her new mentor. Still, while Ty Lee and Haru cheered for Mai and Toph respectively, Sokka sat watching the fence where he and Angela had a heart-to-heart, so long ago. He smiled at the memory, remembering it was one of the first times she had appeased his aching heart. They had kissed that day, and while it had caused another onslaught of trouble for them afterwards, Sokka still remembered fondly how it had felt to have her in his arms, kissing him as though she had forgotten their surroundings, their circumstances, even the promises they had made to no longer engage each other romantically. Being with her these days felt a lot like that kiss had. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to indulge in more thoughts of her, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Oh, hey, she's finally here. Sokka's eyes opened wide at hearing Ty Lee's voice, and he raised his head to look at the sky. True enough, the dark shape of Xian Long was hovering above them, rapidly descending on the house's backyard. His face broke into a full grin, and he was on his feet before he knew it. Xian Long floated off to land close to the fence Sokka had been watching, to avoid interfering with Toph and Mai's training. Sokka almost ran towards Xian Long, his eyes ever set on the rider on the dragon's saddle. Angela patted Xian Long's neck gratefully before dismounting, her face the mask it always was whenever she was deep in thought. But she couldn't remain emotionless for long when she saw her gladiator rushing to catch her in a hug. She smiled and allowed him to sweep her off her feet, not fighting back even though they were in plain sight for everyone to see. Sokka chuckled as he held her close, and Angela stroked the short hairs on the back of his head gently. "Hello to you too," she said, as he laughed again and kissed her softly. "I missed you," he said, beaming. Angela prodded his nose with hers. "I can see that," she whispered. "You're embarrassing us both with your antics, though. We're in plain sight, you realize." Sokka snorted and hugged her tighter. Angela rolled her eyes and hugged him back, putting aside her usual reservations. Everyone in Ty Lee's backyard knew of their relationship already, and the majority of them were likely paying attention to Toph anyways, right? "Fool of a gladiator," she whispered affectionately, tucking her face into his neck. "So, how did it go?" he asked, even before they pulled away. Angela smiled at him once they did, though, and he was relieved to see she was in good spirits. "I've convinced Zhao to give it a try, at the very least," she said. "So Toph might actually have a new sponsor, as long as he plays his cards right." "Goodness, that's a relief," said Sokka, with a small smile. "She'll be stoked." "Well, I wouldn't get her hopes up just yet," said Angela as they made their ways back to the rest of the group. "I'd rather wait to celebrate until it's a sure thing." "It's wiser, sure," said Sokka, smiling and shrugging. "But we're one step closer, huh?" "I suppose we are," she replied, as their hands brushed together. Ty Lee eyed them with a raised eyebrow as they approached, and Angela took quick notice of her uncharacteristic reluctance to jump for a hug. She looked at her friend with uncertainty, meeting Ty Lee's judgment with her own confusion. "Hello, princess," said Haru, politely. Angela nodded at him. "Good day, Haru, Ty Lee." Is something wrong?" she asked her friend. Ty Lee bit her lip. "You two, should you two have been that warm and fuzzy when, Toph is here?" she asked, with a soft voice. "Oh, pfft!" Toph exclaimed, hearing Ty Lee even though she was supposed to be concentrating on her training with Mai. "I know all I need to know about their dirty laundry, airhead. Don't let that keep you up at night." "Airhead?" Angela asked, with amusement as Tai Li pouted. She's a rude one, really. We've barely just met, and she calls me that. She's called me dog since ages ago too, it's nothing personal, said Sokka, waving a hand carelessly at Tai Li. Still, though. I'm surprised you let her know, Tai Li said, before scowling at Azula. Or is it you chose to tell her but not me and your oldest friends? Chose to tell, seriously? Azula repeated, rolling her eyes. Do you really think I told her willingly? The twat found out by her own means, it wasn't intentional. Oh. Good then, said Tai Li, beaming like her usual self again. She also found out long after you and knew, in case you're bothered about that, too. Said Azula. Tai Li giggled. That's fine, it's fine, she said, though she smirked soon enough. Though I do wonder what she walked into, if she found out by accident. It wasn't what we walked into today, if that makes you feel any better, said Sokka, with sarcastic grin. Tai Li's face was drained of color before being flooded with a powerful blush, much like Haru's. Azula raised an eyebrow and looked at Sokka, who smirked. Do I want to know? She asked. Sokka shook his head. Oh, well. All the same, good job at silencing her. Sokka snickered as Azula patted his shoulder in congratulations, before turning to watch Topha's training. The girl was tossing projectiles still, her aim was improving slowly but not significantly yet. Mai didn't seem too impressed. I guess earthbending did make everything easier for you, huh? Azula asked, stepping towards Toph. She cringed. It kind of did, she admitted, before tossing another of the knives. Instead of hitting the target hanging on the fence, the knife flew past it and lodged itself in the body of a tall tree. Toph groaned. Does it count as success if it hit, well, something? No, Mai said, curtly. Azula smiled. You could have killed your own ally in battle. That's far from success, don't you think? Ugh, I guess. Said Toph, sighing. Has she made any progress with this? Azula asked. Only a little. It's tricky to teach a blind person how to aim, though, said Mai, frowning. As is obvious, I rely quite heavily on hand-eye coordination. I'd do better if I wasn't wearing these shoes, Toph groaned. Azula sighed. Well, you'll have to wear them for the fight. The sooner you get used to them, the better, she said. She glanced at Mai again, noticing she was deep in thought. Should I get her off your hair for now? What? Toph growled. I've been nicer to Blades over here than I was to Airhead. Indeed, and her nickname isn't all that insulting, so Mai ought to feel grateful, said Azula, smirking. Mai raised an eyebrow skeptically. Still, there's some other resistances you should train, Bandit. Huh, said Toph, biting her lip. What do you have in mind? Something a little more tedious for you, no doubt, said Azula, smirking before turning to the rest of the group. Haru, if you please. Toph raised an eyebrow as the other earthbender approached with a steady stride. She folded her arms over her chest. Are you going to have me fight him? She asked. Azula shrugged. Not as literally as you might think, she said. Toph huffed. Well, I hope not, because I don't need to train to beat any earthbenders, she said. I'd kick his ass in a heartbeat. No doubt, said Azula, looking at Haru with wide, sarcastic eyes. He only chuckled. If only he were just an earthbender. Huh. Said Toph, confused now. Azula smirked. Take a break, Mai. We'll take over now. Her friend left without another word, making her way to where Ty Lee waited, with Uday sitting beside her. Azula jerked her head at Haru, and on cue, the man began bending. Topha's eyebrows twitched as Haru weaved and crafted a dome of glass around her. The process took some time, especially as he had to build 2 layers of glass to achieve the desired effect. Toph, inside it, was quite impressed, despite her pride urged her not to acknowledge it. We're going to recreate the heat conditions in the slate as best we can, Azula told her, through the glass. If you're overwhelmed by the temperature, use your bending to let us know we should stop, all right? I won't be, Toph replied, proudly. Angela smirked and walked towards a small opening in the outer layer of glass. "Let's hope so," she whispered, breathing deeply. The princess launched an inferno of flames inside the dome, and the fire quickly rushed through the double wall that Haru was keeping steady. The fire wouldn't touch Toph, but Haru had to make sure it wouldn't seep through the glass anyways. Angela struck a strong stance, pouring her fire inside the dome with an outstretched hand. "It doesn't matter how many times we've seen her do it, it's always so scary to remember how powerful she is," said Ty Lee, grimacing. Mai sighed and nodded, as Ueda crawled onto her lap. "She only seems to get stronger and stronger," she admitted. "Let's hope the earthbending midget can take it." Sokka remained silent, though, and the conversation died with Ueda's mumbling. Mai raised an eyebrow and glanced at the gladiator, and Ty Lee did the same eventually. The two of them snorted soon enough, the sound startling Sokka out of his momentary trance. What? He said, nervously. Ty Lee smirked. "Nothing," said Mai, shrugging. "Everything's fine." "Huh," Sokka grunted, blushing a little. Ty Lee bit her lip and giggled. "Try not to pop a boner while you swoon over her, though," Mai smirked. Hey. Sokka cried out, blushing harder now. Ty Lee lashed out in full-blown laughter now. Sokka skulked away from them, still quite red in the face, and still watching Angela with amazement. Her concentration, her power, and her beauty enhanced by the blue glow of her flames had hypnotized him many times before, yet he seldom had the opportunity to simply watch her unleashing her fire the way she did now. Often he would be fighting alongside her, or training against her. The last time he had been on the sidelines he had been awed by her power, but terrified that her fight with Toph could take a turn for the worse, for either of the fighters. There was no such risk today, though, and thus, Sokka was more than happy to admire the talented princess as he did. It was easy to put aside all concerns about becoming a laughingstock for Mai and Ty Lee when he was watching Angela's hair dancing in the wind, her gold eyes set on the blue flames she was unleashing. Toph only spent half an hour inside the glass dome, by Angela's orders. Once that time limit was finished, she stopped bending and Haru brought down the dome. The earthbender was crouching in the dirt, and she rushed out to a less heated patch of earth immediately, enjoying the feel of fresh air around her again. Mai had been ready with a glass of water for her, and Toph downed it quickly. "Hell, that was hell," she said, with a sarcastic smile. "Is this really what the slate is like?" "No," said Sokka, shaking his head. "It's actually worse. Smells bad, since it's inside a volcano and all. And I suppose it's hotter, too?" Toph asked. Sokka gulped and shrugged. "I'm not sure. Might be more or less the same temperature," he said. Angela snorted. "Stop flattering me," she said. "If my fire were as hot as a volcano, I would have produced lava in between the walls." The ground in question was scorched, but not molten. Angela stared at it for a moment, a small frown on her brow. A little smoke rose in the circular shape of the dome, and thoughts rushed through Angela's mind as she leered at it. "Well, it's been a hectic morning so far, to say the least," said Ty Lee, jumping to her feet and glancing at everyone. "Shall we have lunch together?" "Yeah, damn. I sure could use some food," said Toph, beaming. "Bring it on, Air Dash. Call me that again and I won't make any for you," Ty Lee snapped, glaring at Toph from the corner of her eye. Toph flinched. "Geez, okay, how about stretchy?" "Stretchy?" Ty Lee said, grimacing but sighing in defeat. "Well, it's better than airhead, at least. Do I still get to eat?" Toph asked, with a hopeful smile. Despite her previous irritation, Ty Lee laughed. "Of course. Fine, let's get started with the food." Yeah. There wouldn't be much work to do, as lunch at Ty Lee's house was usually quite light for everyone, and the more people helped, the sooner it would be done. Mai, Haru, and Toph joined her in the kitchen, the latter mostly just curious about the menu rather than wanting to provide much assistance. Ueda was left behind, in Sokka's care, but the boy soon grew restless and started calling for his mother. The gladiator had to hand him over to Mai, and he settled for waiting for lunch with the one person he wanted to be with. Yet Angela remained in deep thought out in the backyard, a frown still heavy across her face. Sokka approached her from behind, placing his hands on her waist. She didn't even flinch, though she did relax into his touch. "What's on your mind this time?" he asked. She smiled. "Madness," she said. He raised an eyebrow. "Which kind?" he asked. "The inventive one, not the sexual one, sorry to say," she said. Sokka snickered. "Though I suppose you'll be glad it's not the literal kind of madness." "Of course," he whispered, kissing her cheek. "It's just, your sister is a waterbender, yes?" Azula asked. Sokka crooked an eyebrow. "Indeed," he answered, doubtfully. "What, you want to recruit her to help train Toph too?" Azula grimaced in disbelief and glanced at him from over her shoulder, skeptically. Sokka chuckled. "Figured not. What good would a waterbender be in training for the slate?" he said. "What good indeed, not to mention I highly doubt you can just summon her and she'll be right here, bright and early, ready to help Toph," said Azula, raising an eyebrow. "She'd only come here to drag you back home, if anything." "Likely," Sokka admitted. "Drag me by the ear, if I may add. And probably sneak a few attempts to assassinate me in the process, too," said Azula, but before Sokka could grunt that he would never allow that, she interrupted him. "I wasn't asking because of that, though. I was asking because, she could bend ice too, couldn't she?" "Oh, sure," said Sokka, nodding. "Water, ice. Maybe steam, too." "Well, I never saw her doing that," Sokka said. "But that might be because she wasn't a fully trained waterbender. Maybe the ones from the north can do it." "Heh. I guess I should ask Han," said Azula, with a smirk. Sokka cringed. "What? He might know enough to confirm that." "Do you have to ask him at all?" Sokka pouted. Azula chuckled. "You have nothing to be jealous of, you hopeless fool," she said, turning in his arms and moving to kiss his neck. Sokka closed his eyes and smiled in bliss. "But alas, I don't really need to know anything about steam, I'll say." "No?" Sokka asked. "Well, good to know, but what do you need to know? And why?" "I was just wondering," said Azula, placing her head on his chest. Her hand traveled over his heart, as it often did. "If waterbenders can, presumably, bend every phase of water, can't earthbenders do the same thing?" Sokka's eyes widened as Azula's fingers stroked his skin gently. She bit her lower lip. "It's a long shot, I know, but, even firebenders can produce lightning," she said. "Who knows what sorts of things airbenders could do, too?" "Depends on the nature of the element, I'd think," said Sokka, frowning. Azula shrugged. "I mean, Earth is supposed to be sturdy, steady, right? And yet Haru can bend dirt and sand into glass," Azula said. Sokka had to nod in acknowledgement. "Toph handles herself well enough in sand, too, as steady as Earth may be. Earthbenders have worked their way around their element without being limited by its nature before." "True," said Sokka, gulping. "But, lava bending. As I said, it's a long shot," Azula said, sighing and pulling away. Sokka reached for her hands and caught them in his. "It's just, you don't need much effort to melt ice," said Sokka. "If you would set a block of ice over a source of fire you would obtain water within a few minutes. Drop that water on fire and you get steam immediately. But, melting rocks needs a lot more power than that." "I know," said Azula. "But the thing is, I'm not expecting her to melt the earth. Transforming water from one stage to the next seems relatively easy, and no doubt it would be harder to do it with earth into lava, but in the slate the lava is already there. And technically, lava is just melted rock. Why shouldn't Toph be able to bend it?" Sokka bit his lip and scratched his head. Azula waited, expecting another rebuttal, but Sokka sighed and shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe she could," he said. Azula raised her eyebrows. "I mean, you're right. If it's already melted, if she doesn't have to push it from one phase to the other. We could give it a shot, maybe," she said, looking at Sokka with uncertainty. "It could be a fiasco, and it very well just might be, but It wouldn't kill us to try, said Sokka, with a small smile. He cupped her face with a hand. You think she needs a better edge than all the training we'll give her? I don't know if she needs it, Azula admitted. But this is different from your fight, Sokka. You didn't have to fight without your best assets. Well, sure I didn't. Can't possibly fight if you remove my brains, can I? He said, with a proud smirk. Azula smiled with uncertainty. What, were you thinking of something other than my brain? Maybe, said Azula, widening her eyes innocently as she made to walk past him and towards the house. But just as she was moving, her hand shot out before Sokka could stop it and caught him square in the buttock, in a light but quick spank that brought her to laughter at his indignant expression. Now, what's that supposed to mean? I don't use my ass to fight. Sokka pouted, blushing. Azula's laughter only intensified. Come on, now, seriously. You seem to forget you fell square on it at the end of your first fight in the slate, just before the whole platform collapsed, said Azula, smirking as the two of them entered the house. She glanced down at his rear and snickered. So yes, it certainly did its job back there. I fell more on my back than on my butt, I'll have you know. Sokka pouted. Azula chuckled and kissed his cheek one more time before grabbing him by the arm and stopping him on his tracks. Sokka raised an eyebrow as Azula kissed his lips now. He wrapped an arm around her waist through the brief exchange, and he looked at her questioningly afterwards. She smiled a little. I just wanted to do that now since, well, not everyone here should know about us, she said. Sokka raised an eyebrow. I'm pretty sure everyone knows already, he said. Azula shook her head. Uday doesn't. Uday doesn't even know his left shoe from his right, Sokka said, skeptical. Azula snorted. Of course he doesn't, but that's not the point, she said, shaking her head. I don't want him to grow up getting used to seeing us together the way his parents are, you see. Huh, said Sokka, frowning in realization. Else, once he's a little older, he might just say, incriminating things when he's not supposed to, said Azula, biting her lip. He may not remember anything from his earliest years, but I'd rather not take any chances when we know he could be watching. For his own good, too, said Sokka, sighing. Okay. We'll try to be professional until Mai leaves. The toddler must never see the truth. Azula rolled her eyes and smiled as the two of them entered the kitchen together. Mai tasked them with setting the table, as the food was nearly done. Naturally, Azula and Sokka weren't welcome in working with the food, the former because of her lack of experience in cooking, the latter because none of his experiences with cooking had ended well. Nevertheless, with the full teamwork, the whole group was sitting at the dining room soon enough, sharing a meal that Toph devoured eagerly. The group debated the gladiators' schedules, reached agreements regarding how often Toph would be trained here, and eventually about how to further develop Toph's skills. But the Earthbender's keen ear had caught some of what her two prime providers had been speaking of earlier. While she was fine with learning more chi blocking and figuring out how to aim without her bending, she was rather intrigued by whatever Azula and Sokka had in mind. So, what were you two talking about before? She asked Azula, when Ty Lee, Mai, and Haru were busy trying to feed you a day. You know, when we were all in here but you were still out there. Asking because you couldn't eavesdrop on us, for once. Azula asked, with a smirk. Toph pouted. It's not my fault, they were talking too much, and I couldn't focus on you two. And my shoes don't help, she said. Come on, it sounded important. Besides, you haven't even told me how things went today with, well, whatever you were doing. My plans are well on their way to bearing fruit, and what Sokka and I were discussing is, merely in the realm of the possibilities right now, said Azula, shrugging. You shouldn't concern yourself with it. Blah, as if, Toph grunted. I should, though. It's got to do with me, after all. Are you two discussing my future without my say-so? Pfft, are you pretending we're your adoptive parents again, really? Sokka asked, skeptical. Azula frowned, though, and looked at Sokka in confusion. He shrugged. What? She said that yesterday, it wasn't my idea. You know, it's kind of like you are, Ty Lee intervened. Sokka raised an eyebrow, and Toph snorted. I mean, you're providing training for her, helping her deal with the slate, and you're doing it together, just like that? And she keeps bickering with you both, it's like you're a happy family. Ah, I always did dream of having an adoptive daughter who was a prodigious bender, Azula said, sarcastically. I had to be stuck with a dirt worm who can't be bothered to take a bath, but I guess even I can't have everything in life. Hey. Toph pouted, as everyone laughed. Coatings of dirt are very healthy, I'll have you know. Said no one but you, ever, Sokka pointed out, between laughs. Now, come on, spill it, Toph groaned, nudging Azula. The princess shook her head and pushed the earthbender away. You'll find out after we're done eating, she said. Toph raised an eyebrow. Well, what's going to happen when we're done eating? She asked. Will we keep training, or? You still haven't practiced with your weapons today, Sokka pointed out. Besides, you could use doing a few training bouts with any of us, just for the sake of it. I'll be borrowing Haru while you do that, Azula said, surprising even the earthbender in question. I need a smaller glass dome this time around, if you'll humor me. Well, sure, said Haru, smiling a little. Toph scratched her head. You just love being mysterious, huh? She said. Azula smirked. Maybe a little, she conceded, before focusing on her food. As planned, Sokka took over Toph's training once lunch was over, and Mai and Ty Lee joined in too before long, once they had left Uday to nap peacefully in the living room. Meanwhile, Haru had found the most solid rock nearby, quite a feat, seeing as most rocks in the yard were usually shattered during training. He had created another glass dome around it, but this time it was thicker, and of only one layer. Azula's fire was coating the rock, and she pressed it on, burning the rock with as much power as she could. It was around half an hour later that Azula seemed satisfied. She called Toph over as she stepped back, and Haru brought down his glass dome. What do you want me to do? Toph asked, and Azula pointed at the glowing rock. The top of it was already molten, most of it colored orange by the intense fire power Azula had poured into it. Bend that, she said. If you can, that is. If I can. Toph asked, smirking. She didn't need to work hard to shift the rock, lifting it with ease. Everyone was watching her with amazement as she dropped it once again. Got any other simple tasks for me to do? I'm not a garden arranger, but... Bend only the molten part now, Azula said. Toph frowned. The earthbender cut the rock in pieces, as to have easier access to the molten one, but she frowned heavily as she tried to move it. Azula watched her intently, taking notice of her focused frown. It wasn't every day that Toph would struggle with anything related to her bending. Can you do it? Azula asked. Toph huffed. Of course I can, she said, gritting her teeth as she moved her fingers. She snapped her tongue and threw a fist forward. Shards of the solid rock broke away from the main body, falling several feet away from where they stood. The molten part had been catapulted into the air, but not on its own, rather, it had moved along with the solid rock beneath it. The molten part crashed on the ground, sizzling out against the dirt. Toph grimaced. Sorry. I thought it'd work, she said, apologetically. Azula frowned. Spicy. It's fine. It was just an experiment anyways, she said, waving a hand carelessly. But as Toph returned to her combat training, this time with Haru, Mai, and Ty Lee, Azula was left to stare at the destroyed rock with a heavy frown. Sokka placed a hand on her shoulder. Azula. It should have worked, she said. If she couldn't bend my makeshift lava, there's not a lot of chance that she'll be able to bend the one in the slate. It's much hotter, far more liquid, and a lot more unstable, Sokka finished, biting his lip. We should verify this, though. Maybe, take her to a volcano again? This time not for a fight, but just to see if maybe she can do it there. Azula looked at him with uncertainty and Sokka shrugged. I think she'll stand a chance on her own, but if you think she needs something else under her sleeve. She's lived all her life with the handicap of blindness, Azula said, gazing at Toph. And now she's left to bend what? A pile of dirt? She has to learn to fight with weapons in less than 2 months. That's more or less the span of time I had to learn swordsmanship with Piandao, said Sokka, shrugging. And you've been learning how to fight with weapons since you were a child, said Azula, looking at him skeptically. Sokka frowned. It's second nature for you. You worked hard to achieve your level of skill, but you're a quick learner. Too quick, as Piandao acknowledged. What are the chances that she'll be just as good with that hammer in 2 months as you are with your sword? I don't know, Sokka whispered, closing his eyes. But, we can't give up on her. I won't, said Azula, sighing. I just wish there was an easier way to help her. Heh, things usually don't come easily to those who deserve them, said Sokka, shrugging and smiling at her. Toph will be much stronger after this. Whether she can learn to bend lava or not, she will be. We'll make sure she can survive the slate. We'd better, said Azula, sighing and nodding. We'd better. Sokka reached to take her hand and he kissed her brow softly. Azula leaned closer to him, needing him as a source of stability right now. Her determination to help Toph hadn't faltered, but she suspected lava wouldn't be the answer to their plight. She frowned heavily as she watched Toph's training. Maybe it wouldn't be easy, but if Toph had 2 months to train, then Azula would make sure every moment was spent polishing her friend's skills and preparing to face her opponent, too. I suppose it's bound to be my turn now, huh? She asked Sokka. He smiled and shrugged. Only if you promise you guys won't tear down the house with your bending, okay? He said. Azula smiled too now. I guess we'll try. Toph smirked once Azula stepped in for a fight, and unsurprisingly, everyone else scrambled away. The others didn't need to have witnessed the bending brawl Sokka had watched months ago to know that Toph and Azula had enough power to shatter half the capital when sparring together. Still, Toph was relegated to using her weapon only, so the fight wasn't nearly as destructive as it could be. As she sparred against the earthbender, Azula found that her friend's fighting instincts were just as good with weapons as with her bending. Her fears were slightly doused for it. Maybe she hadn't been born to fight with weapons, but maybe Toph Bafong would still prove to be a terrific fighter, even without her bending. Chapter 139, The Slate, One More Time 4. She stomped and hissed, groaned, and waved her arms powerfully, taking no strict stances. She hoped to flow through the motions, acting as a firebender rather than an earthbender for the first time in her life. She didn't rely on her steady footing, instead jumping around as lightly as she had been taught to for close-quarter combat purposes. Still, the lava did not yield. Toph wiped her sweat with the back of her hand and rested, supporting her weight with her hands on her knees. It felt futile, a pointless exercise, and yet she didn't dare stop. Despite she had never consciously dreaded failure, she found herself unwilling to falter in this endeavor. The volcano below her could not conquer her. She had to be stronger than the mountain she stood on. But tried as though she might, nothing changed. No matter how much thought she gave the matter, how many different approaches she'd tried so far, there were no visible, tangible results. She had yet to bend lava. She sighed as she sensed the molten rock indirectly, through her shoes with rock soles. She couldn't feel the heat at the side of the volcano, where she stood, but an earlier, mischievous attempt to test how well her shoes resisted fire had proven her soles weren't quite as useful for that purpose as she had thought. Holding her foot above the opening of the volcano had been insanely dangerous, and she had only known it because the heat had overwhelmed her leg, as though she hadn't been wearing anything to protect herself from it. She hadn't chosen to wear her fire-resistant clothing today, but her shoes should have withstood the heat, and they had failed to do so. The soles, specifically, weren't much good. She sighed and groaned, shaking her head before trying again. She moved her hands in circular motions, in quick fists, or sometimes even jumped, kicking into the air as many firebenders were prone to. And yet she felt nothing. No pull, no motions, no attachment. She couldn't feel anything but a distant, incoherent sensation. There was something down below, and she knew it was lava, but she couldn't do anything to it. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bend it. Eyes watched her near the base of the mountain that composed the volcano, defeated, disappointed eyes. Azula sighed and turned again, shaking her head. Sokka, sitting beside her on a surging ledge in the volcano's side, surrounded her shoulders with an arm. She can still win. Even if this doesn't work, she can still. I know, Angela interrupted him, burying her face in his neck. I know. But I feel like there's more we have to do to make sure of it. I hoped, even now, that lava would make sense, but maybe bending lava can't be done by an earthbender alone. Maybe it needs a firebender too, since the rocks are heated to the extreme, Sokka mused. Angela shrugged. If that's the case, she's still doomed. Unless I hide behind a wall and help her bend it from where nobody would see me, she can't have any assistance during her fight at the slate, said Angela. Sokka gritted his teeth but nodded. There's bound to be something else she can do, he said. Some other way Toph can take everyone by storm when they least expect it. We're talking about someone who defies all logic and limitations already. Can it be that hard for her to do it again? Under these conditions? Maybe harder than expected, said Angela, with a defeated sigh. I feel like we're not doing enough for her. Maybe I'm wrong, but we're doing our best, Sokka whispered, closing his eyes. It's all we can do. Well, I don't feel like we are doing our best just now, Angela retorted, glancing back at the earthbender. Toph continued to take different bending forms, but if she ever moved anything, it was rocks from the mountainside rather than the lava within the volcano. Angela sighed. This is a waste of time. We shouldn't have brought her here for nothing when she could be training properly instead. As it was, Toph's training was still only beginning. She had undertaken many drills with Mai and Ty Lee within the last 5 days, but not nearly enough for there to be drastic progress. As prodigious as Toph could be with her bending, without it she wasn't much more remarkable than any non-bending fighter. It was the main reason why Angela had been so eager to find a better solution for the earthbender, a better way to fight back in the arena. But her grand idea had failed entirely, it seemed. She couldn't expect Toph to achieve the unthinkable. No earthbender had been recorded to bend lava before. She hadn't been able to bend the makeshift lava Angela had crafted for her, and she couldn't bend real volcanic lava, either. I suppose lava bending was too much of a stretch, said Angela, rubbing her temples and shaking her head. In theory, maybe it could have worked. But in practice? In practice, I can't feel the damn thing. Toph surprised them by approaching them from behind. Despite she carried the heavy weight of failure on her shoulders, Toph's crossed arms spoke of determination, and there was surprisingly no sign of frustration in her. Both Sokka and Angela raised their eyebrows. Seriously, I can't, she said, shaking her head. I've tried, but it's like I can't connect to it the way I can connect to everything else. I don't know, Spicy, but I don't think this works for my kind of earthbending. I was growing convinced of the same thing, too, Angela admitted. Toph smiled, though. Good to know we came to the same conclusion, she declared. Angela looked at her with confusion. And how is that a good thing? She asked. Why are you smiling, Toph? Because even if you think so, I'm not wasting that much time out here, she said, her head raised proudly. It's not just that I'm feeling the earth, and the heat of the volcano, which may be good preparation for the slate, too, but turns out I can fix my shoes design. You, Sokka said, even more confused than Angela now. What's that supposed to mean? You talked about heat-resistant rocks before, right? Well, said Toph, smirking. The earthbender used her powers to break apart the solace of her shoes. Sokka and Angela were startled by that, and surprised when she stepped back and dug her feet in the mountainside. When she pulled them out, she had brand new soles, completely solid ones, with further capacity to withstand heat than the ordinary earth she had used before. And now I'm pretty sure I'm more prepared than before, Toph said, beaming proudly. Despite her previous misgivings, Angela smiled, and exchanged a look with Sokka. He seemed amused too, and he gave Toph an approving nod. Creative, random, unexpected. I think you're spending too much time with me, Toph Bafong, said Sokka. She snorted. Yeah, and you're very flexible if you can kiss your own ass, she said with a malicious smirk. You wish you were as clever as I am. Oh, goodness, of course I would. Takes a lot of braining to decide that you can switch shoe soles. Sokka said, with a skeptical smile. Azula laughed and interrupted Topha's promised retort. Okay, that's enough nonsense from you both, she said, standing up. We should go back. We can't afford to waste a whole day of training if this isn't going to pay off. Fine, fine, said Toph, scratching the back of her head as Azula pulled Sokka to his feet too. The earthbender turned back to the volcano nonetheless, as the other two started their hike down to where Xianlong was chasing smaller lizards right now. While she had seemingly resolved one predicament, she still felt uncertain about giving up on lava that easily. She knew why Azula had insisted on this, and she agreed wholeheartedly. Bending another form of her element would be preferable than jumping into that arena without genuine expertise in any of the new fighting disciplines she was learning. But maybe, for all she had flaunted her talents, and for all she had believed otherwise, her skills were more limited than she had initially believed. Maybe simple, straightforward earthbending was all she was good for. And that, normally, wasn't a bad thing. But in the slate, it was as good as a death sentence. Hey, Toph. Move it. Sokka called, startling her. If you don't hurry, I'm going to sit right behind Azula and I'm sure you don't want that. Ugh. Don't even think about it. Toph growled, shuddering in disgust as she rushed down the mountainside. Keep it in your pants, dog. I wasn't going to go that far, mind you. Sokka pouted, as Toph pushed past him and sighed, still as averse to flying as she always was. But she climbed on the dragon despite her reservations, and Xianlong ferried them all to Tai Li's house once more. And there they trained, for most the day, until Toph was so tired she could barely move an inch. The intense non-bending training, along with the sessions inside of Azula and Haru's heated glass dome, were rather harsh for the young bender. Azula hadn't yet settled matters with her father regarding Topha's status as a royal guest. Zhao hadn't finished buttering up Iroh, it seemed, and until Azula had confirmation from the man, she wasn't going to ask her father about that topic. Any obvious signs that she was helping and even protecting Toph at this stage would tip off Iroh instantly. He would realize Zhao's interest in Topha's gladiator career was far too fortuitous for the earthbender, and far too convenient for his own interests. Yet at the same time, Azula was glad Zhao hadn't succeeded at his task yet. Nothing could undo her uncertainties, quell her hesitation when it came to her father anymore. The memory of what she had sensed inside his study still was harrowing for her. Her father always had been hiding countless secrets, but this one was more disquieting than the rest. Her failure to make any sense of it had rendered her unwilling to talk to her father anytime soon. She dropped off Sokka and Toph at the former's house, and Toph rushed inside while covering her ears and making a lot of noise, just to muffle out the typical soft words and kissing noises her friends would make while they said goodbye. Both Azula and Sokka rolled their eyes at her but were pleased for the moment of privacy she had granted them. We'll be fighting in the dome tomorrow, right? Sokka asked. Azula nodded. Pretty sure the bandit can go to Tai Li's on her own by now, said Azula, smirking a little. It won't do her much harm to give us one day off, or would it? I sure hope not, said Sokka, smirking too. I'll talk to her about it, in any case. I would certainly appreciate that, said Azula, cupping his face. Her fingertips caressed him with small, gentle motions. We really do need to catch a break. These long drafts are going to drive us mad, at this rate. Do you think this is how it is for everyone else, too? Or do these drafts only happen to us, in virtue of our chaotic circumstances? Sokka asked. Azula shrugged. I suspect it happens to more people than just us, Azula said. Still, it should stop happening already. Agreed, said Sokka, smiling before Azula kissed him slow and deep. He sighed and corresponded the kiss eagerly, eyes closed as he melted into the brush of their lips. I'll see you tomorrow, then, she smirked down at him. He chuckled. I love you, he said, with his gentle, love-struck smile that always made Azula's heart ache ever so slightly, while her mind weakly berated her for being so easily swayed by him. I love you more, she retorted, urging Xianlong to leave. Sokka gasped. No, Oh, I can't hear you anymore. I guess I win. Azula called back from the air, and Sokka chuckled as he watched her go, a proud smile on his face. "I'll get back at you for that one, you'll see," he said, still grinning as his princess continued to soar on the back of her dragon, headed for the palace. The dragon glided in the sky, and Angela sighed as she clutched his reins. Topha's situation, the eerie presence in her father's proximity, and everything else that weighed on her weary soul, were ever-present thoughts in her mind. Yet she smiled to herself as she let herself think of Sokka to calm her worried heart again. He was a great anchor, always had been, whenever she lost herself. He had proved as much ever since Ember Island, but perhaps she had known it since a lot earlier than that. It hadn't been chance that she had been so miserable during their worst fight, nor had it been chance that she had found herself in tears when Toph first defeated him in the Royal Dome. He had it in him to make a mess of Angela, no doubt, but he often made her feel whole, accomplished, stronger, instead. She sighed peacefully as Xin Long landed. Her hand reached into one of her pockets, touching the bone necklace she always carried with her. She climbed off her dragon and patted him gratefully for the ride, before he scurried off to dive into the pile of raw meat that his dinner consisted of. Angela smirked as she watched him, shaking her head at how unceremonious he was, and made her way inside the palace. She crossed the corridors somewhat absent-mindedly until she caught sight of Zhao standing at a door. A quick scan of her surroundings told her this was the wing in which Iroha's room was. She slunk into a shadowy hallway nearby and tried to listen in on the conversation. A terrible habit, she knew, but one she couldn't help but pick up after so long in Topha's company. "I can't say I have any idea where she is these days. Good luck tracking her down." "Oh, I'm sure she will turn up, sooner or later. She's a gladiator by conviction, is she not? She'll need a ride to the Slate, if nothing else. And you are quite generous to provide her one, Admiral Zhao. If you don't mind me asking, though, do you have other plans? Is there any reason why you are not going to sponsor her anymore?" Iroh huffed heavily. Angela raised an eyebrow, wondering if Zhao was being too nosy for Iroh's liking. "I merely have sorted out my priorities," Iroh said. "I have matters to tend to, places to travel, and I can't be distracted by gladiator fights." "Huh. Well, that's vague, but I can respect it," said Zhao, smiling and nodding. "Do you think once you return home, you'll sign her over to me for good?" "I don't know," said Iroh, shrugging. "I have much to tend to, Admiral." "Oh, yes. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you, truly, General. I'm sure your gladiator will thrive under my guidance." Iroh only made a humph sound before closing the door quietly. Zhao stood in place for a moment, but he started his way down the corridor shortly afterwards. Angela waited only briefly, hoping to ensure Iroh wouldn't leave his room, before catching up to the Admiral stealthily. "Ah, fraternizing with my enemy. How bold of you, Admiral Zhao," she called from behind him, a weak smirk on her face. He almost jumped, turning around to look at her with disbelief. Her smirk widened. "Truly? You thought giving me a fright was necessary?" he said, shaking his head before sliding his hand inside his pocket. "I assume you would like to see this." Angela raised her eyebrows as Zhao presented Iroh's authorization to her. Her smile became a lot more genuine, and she sighed in relief. It was done. "Wonderful. I did have a few doubts. I thought maybe my uncle would be shrewder, but alas, he seems to have less wits about himself than usual." "A job well done, Admiral," she said, bowing her head towards him as he stored the authorization in his pocket again. "When shall I meet my new charge, then?" he asked. "I do hope you have some place for her to stay, because I don't think it's wise for any other young ladies to be stuck in my estate with Han." "Oh, fear not, she's staying with my gladiator," said Angela, waving a hand carelessly. "Though I've considered bringing her back here, as my guest instead of my uncle's, but perhaps that would still be too bold a move." "Perhaps," said Zhao, nodding. "We wouldn't want him to deauthorize me all over again if he catches wind of what we're up to." Angela nodded, and Zhao smiled. He lowered his head towards her. "Well, I suppose our business is concluded for the time being," he said. "Shall we convene at the Slate? Or will you not be there to watch the battle?" "I think I'm quite obligated to be. I've taken up the absurd duty of looking after that pesky earthbender," Angela said, with a sigh. Zhao chuckled. So indeed, I guess we'll meet there, unless, that is, the mighty admiral chooses to spare himself the travel expenses and takes a ride on my barge instead. Zhao raised his eyebrows in surprise. Angela didn't waver, despite a voice inside her head berated her for making such a reckless offer. He gulped. That's not an invitation I expected, he said. Maybe it's more teasing than invitation, Angela said, with a small smile. Zhao chuckled again. Maybe it is, he said. Yet I thought that, as I've put you in this awkward situation, I might as well pay you back somehow, said Angela, shrugging. I take no offense if you choose to travel on one of your ships, of course. This is a rather courteous offer, said Zhao, bowing his head towards her. I'd be honored to join you for this journey. Angela smiled and nodded. While part of her certainly was still so apprehensive of Zhao that she didn't want to spend more time with him than necessary, the other, still apprehensive side of herself said that it would be best to keep an eye on him all the same. Angela didn't trust him too much just yet, even if she wanted to believe there was something worthwhile in the man, after all this time. So, in doubt, it was best to keep your enemies closer. Close enough that you could make sure they wouldn't hurt your friends by, for instance, not showing up to sponsor them in deadly fights after promising to do so. She guessed that if he wanted to screw her over somehow, Zhao might find an excuse or two to mysteriously fail to arrive on time at the slate. I suppose I'll see you by then, unless anything else of interest brings me to the palace in the near future, said Zhao, smiling. I'll check on your father for now, then. Do greet him for me, if you'd be so kind, said Angela. Zhao nodded. Gladly. Have a good afternoon, princess. She watched him walk away, her eyes narrow. She needed to unravel what she felt about Zhao, for once and for all. Her instincts, her mind, and her common sense were all screaming completely different things, and she had no idea which one to trust when it came to the admiral. Jose was spending a leisure day in the spa when Zhao showed up. His friend had a knack for either being the most opportune person of all or the least, never in between. But alas, it was just the right opportunity for Jose to convince his friend to relax, too. After a few hours, the two men sat amid fluffed pillows and soft couches. Jose was rather pleased to enjoy a few snacks while indulging in his blissful day of pampering. Yet he noticed that Zhao was uncharacteristically silent and absent-minded. I didn't expect you today, Jose mentioned. Zhao nodded. I didn't expect to be here today, either. But your daughter, he said. She had a small diplomatic mission for me. My daughter, Jose said, trying to conceal his unease. Ever since Angela had almost caught Cephas, Jose had been particularly wary over anything related to his heir. Since when does she use you for any missions? Since now, I suppose. Only because she had no one else to resort to, said Zhao. She wants me to sponsor Iroh as Gladiator at the slate. And I will, actually. I convinced the old man to let me do it. It seems he wants to retire from sponsorship. Is that so? Jose asked, amused. Why would Iroh give up on his little games now, I wonder? Why wouldn't he? I think he finds there's nothing to gain in them, said Zhao. He no longer finds any value in the practice, so he's forsaking it. No. Oh, you have forgotten what my brother is like, Zhao, said Jose, with a growing smirk. Either he has a better idea on how to make my daughter's life a living hell, or this is about Zuko. Zuko? Zuko's gone, said Zhao, matter-of-factly. Jose huffed. You don't say. I mean. Zhao grimaced, as Jose smirked skeptically at him. What could he possibly do for Zuko at this point, if he's been out of the Fire Nation for almost a year now? What indeed? Said Jose, smirking with malice. Iroh was no fool and he wasn't giving up for no reason, Jose knew as much. If Zuko's departure could discourage him from sponsorship, he would have given up his role around a year ago indeed. No, this was something else. Whatever Iroh was up to, he was going to take action of some kind eventually, and it was bound to be such radical course of action that his gladiator had become a hindrance for his purposes. Yet all this was conjecture, pure fiction, thus far. Yet something beckoned at Jose to figure out the truth. to poke and prod at his brother until his stubbornness yielded, and he revealed for once and for all why he was reverting to his old ways of quitting things halfway through, after all this time. Anyone else would have struggled to adapt to the rigorous training regime Sokka had come up with. It would especially be the case for anyone who had been groomed as a prodigy, who had seldom worked as hard as she was forced to right now. But not Toph. Instead, she had grown to relish the harsh training. She enjoyed being pressed to the extreme of her abilities, facing difficult challenges that she had to struggle to overcome. She abided by Sokka's rules, listened to advice, and surprisingly hadn't resorted to earthbending instinctively to protect herself after many weeks of constant training. Her new shoe soles were much more effective for her, allowing her to sense her surroundings a lot more easily than before. She still described it as feeling things with a sort of echo, as if they weren't entirely there, but she had grown used to the sensation. As the 2 months of her training sped by, she found herself stronger, better suited for the task at hand, and smoothly trained to figure out her bearings even while wearing shoes, something she would have thought unthinkable barely half a year earlier. A part of her still ached, though, after being discarded by Iroh so easily. She lay awake at night sometimes, wondering if he missed her at all. Convincing herself that he didn't, too. Why would Iroh spare another thought in her direction, when she had become nothing but a burden for him? The thoughts gave her no peace, but she couldn't control them. It was a major factor in why she was constantly seeking excuses to get back to training. Whenever she stopped for the day, her thoughts inevitably turned towards him, and towards wondering if he felt any remorse for shoving her aside as he had. Those thoughts didn't hinder her performance. She could focus just fine while in battle, as she handled everything her new friends threw at her. The results of her hard work showed themselves before long, and although she wasn't the most remarkable hand-to-hand fighter, and her aim wasn't completely perfect, she was far stronger than she had ever been. Her wild, even erratic fighting style was reined in by her newly developed discipline, and her willingness to improve herself further. Time passed them by faster than expected, though. Sokka and Azula had other responsibilities to tend to at times, whether regarding their own performance in the Gladiator League, or Sokka's young apprentice, but Toph never stopped working hard, regardless of whether they were with her or not. Her dedication to honing her combat skills was without equal. In truth, she had never felt more alive than in those weeks of hard training. So, when the last day arrived, she was, inevitably, somewhat disheartened. Okay, get ready, Sokka called out, as Toph stretched in Ty Lee's backyard. We're holding your last practice fights today, got it? I know, said Toph, nodding as she stretched her neck too. Everyone who had taken part in her training was present, knowing it was an essential day for Toph's preparation. The earthbender huffed and cracked her knuckles, turning towards the blue wolf. Who am I fighting first? She asked. Sokka smiled and looked at Ty Lee. Care to give it a shot? Ty Lee huffed but nodded, jumping to her feet and rushing to stand a few paces away from Toph. The earthbender smirked. All right, let's see what Stretchy's got today. What am I limited to? She asked Sokka. He raised an eyebrow before turning to Haru. See that rock there? He asked the man, who nodded. Please. The rock in question was small, scarcely the size of Toph's torso. The earthbender huffed, naturally disappointed as Haru deposited the rock in front of her. Really? One rock? She asked, skeptical. Sokka chuckled. We can't know what you'll be limited to in the slate, he said, sitting back on the veranda and relaxing next to Azula. Come on, then. Let's see what you've got, shall we? Toph huffed and cracked her knuckles, studying Ty Lee with a deep frown. Ty Lee breathed deeply and readied herself for their upcoming duel. And, start. Sokka called out. Ty Lee rushed in quickly, but Toph was faster than her. Her rock dissembled into small bits, and to Ty Lee's surprise, instead of using the cracked rock as projectiles, Toph placed every bit of rock carefully over specific points in her own body. Ty Lee flinched as she realized Toph had defended every spot of her body susceptible to chi blocking. The fight became a complicated hand-to-hand scuffle, where Ty Lee kept trying to slip out of Toph's reach with her superior agility. But whenever Toph's strong blows connected, Ty Lee would be left as good as helpless. The power Toph had built already was too remarkable, sometimes even frightening. Come on, that's the best you've got. Toph taunted, with a snicker, as she rushed towards Ty Lee. The chi blocker rushed forward to fight back, but Toph blocked every blow and her defensive rocks kept her chi points perfectly protected. Ty Lee groaned, knowing she'd have to use more strength to tear through them, but knowing also that if she relied on strength instead of agility, Toph would likely catch her and defeat her quickly. It wasn't long before Ty Lee made a gamble she couldn't see through completely. Toph caught her arm with a firm grip, and pulled her free hand back. The fragments of rock at the side of her body that Ty Lee couldn't reach formed a small rock once more, and with that rock, she struck her opponent in the stomach. Ty Lee fell back, out of breath after the blow, eyes wide as she tried and failed to push herself up. Toph smirked and approached, offering her a hand. Ty Lee groaned. "Fine, you win," she sighed. Toph snickered. Haru was up next, and Toph was told to only resort to hand-to-hand techniques this time. The earthbenders readied themselves for combat, and Haru was as cautious as ever. Toph had proven how threatening she was before, and he wasn't about to take her for granted. But it didn't matter how many times he tried to catch her unawares, Toph's sync with the earth below her feet was much stronger than Haru's control over the element. Regardless of her shoes, the blind earthbender could understand everything Haru was going to do before he did it, and she could find all the weak spots in his stances and attacks instinctively. As the master earthbender she had learned how to make herself virtually invulnerable by learning where her own weaknesses were. It was an invaluable self-taught lesson, one she always resorted to when fighting earthbenders. As Haru's best attempts to catch Toph kept going to waste, Azula smirked and nudged Sokka with her elbow. "Are you taking notes?" she asked. "I think this is how you ought to fight an earthbender." "Heh? Come on, Azula." He pouted, as she chuckled. "I've been doing a lot better against them for years now." "Not that good, you haven't," said Azula. "She's taking advantage of all his weak points and..." In one quick motion, Toph slid under a barrage of wild rocks, and upon reaching Haru she struck his leg with 2 fingers. Haru cringed as he lost the strength on that leg, and despite he tried to fight back against Toph, she moved around him and hit the back of his neck. His entire body gave away by then. "And I win!" Toph exclaimed, throwing her fists into the air. "That's 2 out of 5. Who else dares challenge the reigning champion, huh, huh." Azula rolled her eyes at Toph's cockiness, and Sokka chuckled beside her. But it was Mai who sighed and stood up, handing Uade to Azula. "Don't set him on fire while I'm gone," she said. Azula scoffed. "Really? I can't do that even if he cries?" she asked nonchalantly. Mai actually smiled and shook her head. Uade mumbled for his mom while sitting on Azula's lap, but Sokka soon entertained him by showing him his boomerang. Meanwhile, Ty Lee dragged Haru out of the backyard, so she could help him recover after the harsh chi blocking. Mai stood before Toph and regarded her coldly, while the earthbender cracked her knuckles. Mai glanced at Sokka. "What's she limited to this time?" she asked. Sokka hummed. "Maybe she should use her hammer," Sokka mused. Toph grinned wildly. "Yeah!" she exclaimed, rushing to pick it up. Mai sighed as the earthbender returned with the weapon in tow. Toph was a dangerous opponent no matter what, but her beloved hammer was one of her strongest assets. Mai sighed and prepared herself, knowing she would have to take Toph by surprise to defeat her. But as it were, the earthbender's ability to sense everything even through her shoes had been sharpened and developed to near perfection. She predicted Mai's moves, dodged her perfect aim, even evaded Mai's feint attacks. Her hammer shielded her from the unavoidable projectiles, but her swift, nimble footing allowed her to evade everything else. In a short time, the hammer was already pressing against Mai's chest, as she lay on her back in the grass. "Well, that's certainly not fun," Mai mused, in her trademark deadpan voice. Toph snickered. "Looks like bluntness was enough to beat sharpness this time, huh?" she asked, removing the hammer and helping Mai stand up. Once she was on her feet, Mai shook her head and patted her outfit to remove all dirt clinging to it. "You're a menace. Then again, you're proud of being one," said Mai, and Toph laughed again. "And you should be, seeing what your line of work is. You'll do fine out there." "I hope so," said Toph, with a small smile now. Mai retrieved her son right away, and Uade was delighted to be safe in her arms once again. Azula rejoiced in being relieved of duty, but just as she was about to relax again, Sokka stood up from beside her. "Okay, then, okay," said Sokka, sighing and stretching his arms. "It's my turn now, huh?" "Oh, yeah. Wiping the floor with you is never not fun." Toph beamed brightly, turning towards Sokka. He snorted. "Yeah, sure," he said, smirking. "Let's see what you can do. Pick 2 fighting methods." Toph smiled and brought her hand to her chin, as though pondering what to choose. Soon enough she had picked up her hammer again and her set of knives. Sokka sighed as he unsheathed his sword. "Oh, going against me with just weapons," he said, before speaking dramatically. She was very bold, very brave, and he skewered her on the battlefield without breaking a sweat. "Pfft! Get over yourself!" Toph exclaimed, chuckling, and lifting her hammer. "Come on, dog!" Sokka snickered and raised his sword. Toph didn't wait long before launching an attack. She threw a knife at Sokka and he deflected it easily. She tried to take advantage of that opening and slide through the left with her hammer, but Sokka saw the attack coming from the start. He moved swiftly past her, striking her hammer with the flat of his blade. Toph grunted aggressively before attacking Sokka again. He parried the attacks whenever he couldn't avoid them, but even though Toph was trying her best, Sokka was just as perceptive as she was when it came to predicting the opponent's moves. Still, Toph wouldn't allow a stalemate for long. More knives flew towards Sokka, none of them even grazing him, even though he had struggled to evade them. But when a rock suddenly struck him on the back of his legs he yelped and fell hard on his back. Toph snickered as she threatened him with her hammer, just as she had threatened Mai. "What the hell?" Sokka exclaimed, glaring at her. Toph's amusement only grew. "What? I ran out of knives, so I figured I could switch my second weapon to something else," she said. Sokka snorted. "Oh, really? And when did we decide you could do that, huh?" "We? Nah, I decided it on my own," she said, beaming. Sokka huffed as he pushed Toph's hammer aside and clambered up to his feet. "Little twat indeed." Sokka grunted, shaking his head in her direction. Toph's smile couldn't have been brighter, but Sokka figured he could be avenged by Toph's last sparring opponent for the day. He smirked in Azula's direction, watching as she stood up and walked towards one side of the backyard. "Well, then. I suppose it's time for me to step in, isn't it?" she asked. Toph smirked and turned towards Azula. The princess regarded her with raised eyebrows. "No holding back?" Toph asked. "Only hold back the earthbending, to a degree," said Azula. "Your access to Earth will be limited, after all. So, you're really trying to give me a taste of what I'll have in the slate, huh?" Toph asked. Azula nodded. "I'm even going to use lightning, how does that sound?" Azula said. Toph grimaced. Not so good." "Why would you do that?" "I finally asked Shoji about your opponent," said Azula, hands on her hips. "He doesn't always resort to lightning in his fights, but he does it often enough that people remember him for it." "Well, I'm sure my earth supply can handle any lightning he tries to throw at me," said Toph, taking a stance with her legs far apart, hands ready to strike someone. "Alas, I hope you're right," said Azula, smirking. "Ready." "Always am," Toph said, proudly. They didn't wait for Sokka to give them the signal to start. They went all out against each other immediately, a battle of fire, lightning, weapons, and only a couple of rocks, clashing without restraint. As expected, their fight lasted longer than most. Ty Lee and a recovered Haru had already headed inside to prepare dinner, and Mai was on her way home by the time Azula held her fingers out towards Toph, as the earthbender fell to her knees, defeated. Toph sighed. "Here I thought I could beat you today. Guess not yet," she said. Azula smiled, in spite of that comment, and extended her hand to help Toph stand up. "You shouldn't worry. You survived fighting against me for well over an hour," said Azula, with raised eyebrows as she pulled Toph to her feet. "I'm quite certain I'm a better bender than the one you'll be facing, so, if you could endure me, you can endure him, too. You sure? Toph asked, with uncertainty. Angela sighed and patted her friend's head gently. Self-doubt doesn't suit you, she said, teasingly. Toph snorted. Comforting me doesn't suit you either, yet you've been doing it all the same. I'm just giving you an excuse to do it, said Toph, with a proud grin. Angela laughed softly. I'm not all that proud of myself for it, if you must know. I used to be so happy, so careless, while doing nothing but watching out for myself and laughing as everyone else around me failed where I succeeded, she said, sighing. Such easier, happier times. I'd blame the dog for the changes, if I were you, Toph said. Angela smirked. Oh, I do. Yet he feels no remorse for it. Jerk, she said, shaking her head. Toph chuckled. Well, then. I suppose your training is officially over now. I guess, said Toph, smiling and sighing. I never realized training like this could be so much fun, really. I guess I owe you guys for showing me that. Well, honestly, I don't appreciate any gratefulness you may feel towards me, said Angela, and Toph raised an eyebrow. You were already quite strong without proper training, I don't even want to think of how much stronger we've made you. The next time Sokka faces you in battle will be dreadful, I fear. I'm not going to kill him, I promise, Toph said, with a mischievous grin, her hands behind her head. Though he's toughened up a lot, can't deny that. Might be fun for us to fight again, eh? Well, maybe. But not just yet, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. You've learned just about everything there was to know of Sokka's skills and techniques over the last months. He needs to come up with something new that you can't counter easily for your next fight. Then the best of luck to you both with that, said Toph, snickering. Her pride dwindled quickly, though, as her stance relaxed. Her hands moved down to her waist, her bangs hiding her face away. But truly, Spicy, whatever happens in the slate, I owe you a lot. You didn't have to do all this for my sake, and I hope I'll be able to return the favor one day. Oh? Forever indebted to me, is it? Angela asked, with a smirk. Well, I won't lie, that is the good thing about helping others. You find yourself with quite the assortments of debts to collect whenever you may need them. Yeah, that sounds like just the thing that drives good people to do good deeds, Toph snorted, sarcasm dripping over her words. Angela's smirk widened. In my defense, I never did claim I was a good person, she said, shrugging. Well, you're better than some who think they are, Toph mumbled. Angela's smile froze and dimmed. Toph. I think I've made my peace with it, you know. She said, stretching again and shrugging. Friends come and go. It's just hard to let go of some of them, but I have you and the dog. And the rest of these crazy people, too. She gestured towards the house with a small smile. Angela grinned too. When he first said he'd stop sponsoring me I was terrified, Toph admitted. But now, I don't feel so alone anymore. I don't know if all this training will be enough to win in the slate, but even if it weren't, I'm satisfied. Really? You won't demand that I make amends for your loss of a perfect record? Angela asked, smiling weakly. Toph chuckled. I might. But then again, we both know I wouldn't survive the slate at all if it weren't for you and the rest of you lot, said Toph, throwing a half-hearted fist towards Angela. She caught it and smiled more genuinely. Let's hope you manage to do more than just survive it, said Angela, setting down Toph's fist. The earthbender grinned. Well, I've got to go to the kitchen now or else I won't be able to sneak any food before dinner, eh? Cackling with malice, Toph entered the house, pretending to move furtively if just to amuse Angela. The princess smiled as she watched her friend go, shaking her head and sighing. It didn't really matter if Toph saw things differently, Angela's responsibility towards her was much larger than she had expected it to be. She wanted to see Toph overcome this ordeal, to ensure her complete success, but it was difficult to say if, regardless of their hard work, the result of the fight would favor them. Had they been out of their depths? Did they expect too much from themselves when it came to this fight? It wasn't long before Sokka caught her eye. He had been watching Angela and Toph from afar, and he chuckled as Toph passed by him in her quest to steal food from Ty Lee and Haru. Azula returned his stare, undeterred by his insistent gaze, and Sokka smiled before approaching her. Azula sighed and sank into his arms without hesitating once he was near her, his fingers trailed through her hair, lips pressing to the top of her head. "I kind of wanted her to defeat me," Azula admitted. "I know," said Sokka. She clutched his shirt tighter. "I don't even want to think it, but if she..." Azula whispered, but bit her tongue and refused to say anything else. Sokka stroked her cheek gently. "She's stronger than most people. I keep complaining when you train me too hard, she just asks for more," said Sokka, smiling weakly. "She'll do well. She was born to fight and win. She's not going to fail." "I hope so," said Azula, sighing one more time before standing straight again and looking at Sokka pointedly. "I do hope you know, though, that if she wins as we want her to, and gets through the slate without too much trouble, yeah, we will have made her 1,000 times more dangerous for us in the arena." "I figured," said Sokka, with a dry grin. Azula smiled a little. "Oh, well. If she didn't get more dangerous the stakes wouldn't be the same, would they?" "True," said Azula, caressing his chest. "What's the plan for tomorrow, then?" Sokka asked. "Will you fetch us at home, or should we head to the bay without you?" Yeah, head to the bay," Azula said. Sokka raised his eyebrows. "You sure? Why's that?" he asked, with a teasing smile. "Don't want to give us a lift on Xin Long this time." "Well, I was thinking I'd keep an eye on someone who's supposed to travel with us, too," said Azula, biting her lip. "I may or may not have offered Zhao a ride to the slate." "Whoa. You, huh?" Sokka asked, his eyes wide. "Okay, are you alright? Do you feel well? Did you eat bad food this morning?" "I didn't," Azula grunted, as he pressed a hand to her forehead as if to check for fever. "What? Is it that bad that I've dared give your best friend the chance to travel with us? Here I thought you'd be ecstatic about it." Yeah, you once dragged me to the other side of the world to keep me away from Suki," Sokka said. Azula blushed and grimaced, unwilling to revisit such memories. "And then you dragged me across the ocean again, too? Also I would stay away from her. What, are you saying Zhao is a threat for me in the same sense she was?" Azula asked, with a skeptical grin. "I mean, no doubt your taste in men is improving if you've moved up from my uncle to Zhao, but..." "Oh, come on. That's not what I mean," he growled, blushing as Azula smirked now. "I mean, you thought Suki was a problem and a threat, and you dragged me as far from her as you could, so it's a little strange for you to allow Zhao to travel with us just because I get along with him. I mean, you hate the guy, I'd dare say even more than you ever hated Suki, so why would you let him travel with us?" Azula sighed and shrugged in defeat. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "So? I don't trust Zhao, haven't for a long time," she said. "The first reason why I want him with us is to ensure he will be there for Topha's fight, as promised. The second reason, though." "Yeah?" Sokka asked, looking at her intently now that she had started telling the truth. "He may have apologized, in some way," said Azula. Sokka's eyes widened. "For the stuff you heard him say back then?" he asked. Azula nodded. "But the thing is, I can't be sure whether I believe him or not. At least, not yet," Azula sighed. "I'd like to think he was being genuine, my knowledge of human behavior says he was, but I'm too skeptical of him to believe it. For a long time, I've operated under the belief that Zhao's most flattering words are spoken only to conceal his disdain towards whoever he's speaking to." "So, you never believe anything he says or does, on principle?" Sokka asked. Azula bit her lip. "He sounded truthful when he spoke with the men from my father's council." "He did too, when he spoke to me later that night," Azula whispered. "Which was the truth, and which wasn't? Is Zhao so good a liar that nothing in his body or voice tone changes when he lies? I honestly don't know. But I've made a point to not believe him for a very long time because of this." "Do you think spending around 5 days at sea with him will allow you to sort out his lies and truths?" Sokka asked. Angela shrugged and nodded. If he was telling the truth about feeling guilty for that night, he will be genuinely grateful for the opportunity to travel with us, as it is a gesture he will feel undeserving of. If he wasn't, he'll probably be rather arrogant and obnoxious through the trip. Easy enough, right? Said Angela, smiling and shrugging. Sokka chuckled. You never stop trying to plan every little thing, do you? He asked, surrounding her waist with his arms again. Now, I do stop occasionally. Just, not when it comes to people who aren't entirely trustworthy, said Angela, shrugging. Zhao is a complicated man. But maybe he's not as complicated as you think, said Sokka, with a weak grin. You do realize you're smarter than most people, right? Might be you give him too much credit when it comes to hatching plans and manipulating people. Angela smiled at that, rolling her eyes before kissing Sokka. He smiled and allowed his hand to slide lower, cupping her buttock and squeezing it gently. She pulled away and glared, the promised scolding building up within her as Sokka chuckled guiltily. Come on, I won't be able to do that as often as I'll want to, not if Zhao will travel with us, he said, leaning closer to hug her fully. Angela shook her head and yanked his hair gently, as if to punish him. Sokka only laughed again, and she relaxed against him, eyes closed. I'm glad, though, said Sokka, his chin on the top of her head. I know you might just prove you were right about him all along, and that I'm easy to manipulate, but at least you're trying to confirm it, huh? Only because of you, though, said Angela, smirking. If you weren't oh so sure that he's a good guy. I'm not sure of anything like that. Woman, seriously. Sokka huffed, as Angela laughed and pulled away. As I said, I disapproved a lot more of your interest in Iroh, there's no need to be ashamed of liking better-looking men. Oh, you won't stop, huh? Sokka growled, as Angela's laughter continued. She had started back to the house, but she was interrupted when Sokka rushed forward and wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her while grunting threateningly. Angela's laughter only grew louder, even as Sokka spun them in circles until he fell on his back, with Angela lying on top of him. She turned in his arms, smiling at him and finding he was smiling right back at her. Silly blue wolf, can't take a joke, she said, kissing the tip of his nose. Sokka chuckled. Silly princess, giving me excuses to roll around in the dirt with her, he whispered. You do seem to enjoy it, lying on the ground with me, she said, raising her eyebrows. Well, in my defense, it does bring back marvelous memories of that one time you went crazy and tried to kill me, which resulted in our first tryst ever. Sokka said, teasingly. Angela blushed. You brought the worst out of me that day, and you know it, she retorted. Sokka chuckled. And I also said that day, and I've said it many other times too, that there's no one for me but you, he said, cupping her cheeks. I know you're just joking around with this, yes, but, don't ever doubt that I'm in this for the long haul. The longest of all hauls, really. I know, Sokka, said Angela, pressing her forehead to his. He smiled. You've agreed to marry me when we're wrinkled and white-haired, possibly senile too, what shows more devotion than that? Nothing, I'm sure, said Sokka, smirking. Angela laughed and kissed him, closing her eyes and enjoying the moment blissfully. They didn't separate for a long time, dedicated to one another as the skies darkened around them. Traveling usually meant they'd have chances to sneak around unnoticed, but it was guaranteed that they wouldn't dare do such a thing while Zhao was on the same ship as them. In time they sat up, and even then they had a hard time separating, hands reaching for everything they could caress, and intimate, knowing smiles were exchanged under the growing darkness of dusk. After they finally went inside, they declined to answer any questions from Ty Lee afterwards, when she teased them about all the dirt that clung to their clothes and hair now, and about how most of Angela's lipstick was now smeared all over Sokka's face. Toph only made a face of disgust about it, while Sokka rolled his eyes and yet held Angela close by the waist. The princess, embarrassed as she might be, couldn't hold back a small smile. The dinner they shared was grand, with multiple dishes and plenty of variety to satisfy everyone. Toph got away with 3 servings of everything, and she was perfectly content as she readied herself for her flight back to her temporary home. I wish we could go watch you, really, Ty Lee sighed, after hugging Toph. The shorter girl had awkwardly returned the hug, having always preferred using fists to show affection. But as Haru has a fight tomorrow. Don't sweat it, said Toph, smiling and shrugging. Thanks for the food, though. I think it gave me enough energy for a week already. I do hope so, said Ty Lee, smiling warmly and placing her hands on Toph's shoulders. Good luck in the slate. Thanks, Stretchy, said Toph, still grinning as she walked towards Xin Long. Azula was already astride on the saddle, and Sokka was waiting for Toph so he could climb after her. Toph turned as she walked, though, so she would trot backwards, and she shot one last smile at Ty Lee and Haru. You'll be throwing another feast to congratulate me when I win, I hope. She called out. Ty Lee giggled and nodded, and Haru smiled. We'll make sure of it. Ty Lee exclaimed right back. You just worry about kicking that guy's ass. No problem. Toph said, chuckling before turning towards Xin Long again. The young earthbender's anxiety about the fight was easily masked, but not easily ignored. Even in the middle of the night, as she lay on her makeshift earth tent, she found herself wondering if she could stay true to her promise to Ty Lee. Sokka had almost died in the slate during his first fight. Was there a chance that Toph might face a fight as intense and dangerous as he had? The thought chilled the blood in her veins, the danger of the situation catching up to her. She direly hoped to be wrong about it, truly. But if she wasn't, if this actually turned out to be her final fight, she found she had little to regret. What would it matter if she lost her perfect record, at that point? Her goal had always been about finding freedom, as well as finding every opponent worth fighting, too. As it was, she felt she had succeeded at that. So, with a deep breath, she tried to soothe herself into her slumber. Her fight in the slate would be memorable, one way or another. And while she was aware of the dangers that loomed ahead, the courage in her heart hadn't faltered. She would face her first serious challenge without hesitation, without regrets. I do hope you haven't been waiting long. Not at all, Admiral. I'm glad your punctuality remains mostly untarnished. Mostly? Well, whatever does that mean? Why, you have such poor memory. It was almost a year ago when I performed a ceremony and was told you might be there to see it, yet. Oh, well, that happened because of forces outside my control and you know it, Princess. Though I assumed, with the entire city supporting you, you wouldn't need my support all that direly, or did you? Well, I admit I didn't. But we were talking about punctuality, after all. Point taken. I shall do my best to be so punctual in the future that you may never again worry about my tardiness. I shall keep you to your word. Very well then, shall we? The voices faded as their owners stepped outside the royal palace. Their eavesdropper clenched a fist inside, having suspected he was being played, but thinking, genuinely, that Azula wouldn't willingly ally herself with Zhao no matter what. But Iroh had underestimated his niece before, that had caused his current predicament in the first place. Azula's clever, manipulative streak had developed to the point where Iroh had been foolishly deluded into trusting her after the pair's tournament. And just then, when his guard was down, she and Oze had delivered the killer blow to Zuko's destiny on the throne. Because of them Zuko was gone, vanished without a trace. But that would change soon, Iroh believed. If someone could track down Zuko, it was Iroh himself. His bags were packed. The ship was waiting in the bay, not far from where Azula's barge would be. He should have known, should have guessed, that she had been the one looking after Toph now. It was yet another insult, yet another taunt from his niece, to show him she would take everything he had ever cherished and bend it to her will. Toph's part in Zuko's abrupt decision to leave could have been engineered by Azula, too, for all he knew. Before leaving, Iroh would enjoy one more cup of tea while having breakfast by the garden. While he didn't need to live in the palace, there was certainly an ease to it that he knew he might not enjoy ever again. Not if he found Zuko, anyways. This second banishment and disappearance of the prince had been voluntary, and Iroh had no illusions of bringing him back home anymore. But he didn't cling to those hopes, not at this point. One way or another, Zuko would replace Oze as Fire Lord one day. Iroh would have preferred the subtler means of political intrigue over outright warfare, but perhaps civil war was inevitable now that Zuko had taken this stance. And Iroh meant to see this conflict through, even if his fondness for war had disappeared a long time ago. He ordered his breakfast as usual, and he took his seat by the garden while his mind continued to race. Some part of him was decidedly disappointed in Toph for allowing herself to become Azula's pawn as she had, but at the same time he wasn't entirely surprised. Toph had no dreams of greatness beyond the arena, thus, her allegiances could shift very easily, as her priority was retaining her freedom to fight. She had already been discharged by one sponsor, and as soon as Iroh had cut her loose, she had gone out of her way to convince Azula to manipulate Zhao into taking up the role next. The Admiral wasn't a brilliant man, as much as he enjoyed pretending otherwise. He would do anything to please Ozay's favorite child. If only Iroh had put the puzzle together sooner. He hadn't really thought much of signing that authorization for Zhao. He had been surprised by the man's bold request, especially by how eloquently yet evasively he proposed to use both Toph and Combustion Man to keep certain royal pains at bay. Iroh had noticed Azula's relationship with Zhao was strained since a long time ago, and he had known from the start that Azula's plight to become the best sponsor in the league would make Zhao her main rival, so he had been swayed by both those considerations. He had assumed passing Toph over to Zhao would anger the princess. Instead, she was allied with them both. Light footsteps behind him made Iroh frown. No one would intrude on his breakfast, usually. His heart lurched, though, when he considered it could be Toph. Had she come to say goodbye? Why would his heart lurch over that, though? The earthbender was no longer his concern, he had no reason to. Enjoying the scenery, brother. Iroh's frown deepened. He felt foolish. Why had he been expecting Toph at all? And why was he so disappointed that it would be Ozay instead? He was never happy to see his brother, that was for sure, but his foolish imagination had driven him to be angrier about it than he could justify. I have heard you may not have a chance to enjoy it again in the immediate future, Ozay commented, stepping towards Iroh. Is it true, then, that you'll be taking off on a brand new pointless journey across the seas? Rumors of the ship you're preparing reached the palace, you understand. Iroh wanted to answer, but the words he would have blurted would have done nothing to help his case right now. All he did was clutch his teacup tighter as Ozay took his seat across him at either side of the table that overlooked the gardens. Now, I am your Fire Lord, Ozay said, smirking. You do realize you must answer to me, regarding your travels or elsewise. It is unbecoming of you to remain stubbornly silent, like an upset child. Just as it is unbecoming of a Fire Lord to concern himself this much with his brother's private affairs, said Iroh, finally, sipping his tea. Ozay chuckled beside him. The sound soured the drink's taste for Iroh. How uncharacteristically secretive of you, brother, Ozay said. All in a plight to find and save someone who doesn't want to be found or saved, isn't it? You don't know that, said Iroh. I know that Zuko was more stubborn than ever the last time we spoke, said Ozay. Iroh tensed up. I know that he was determined to never return to the palace, and I know that, had he wanted you with him, he would have taken you along from the very start. Why would you bother seeking him out anew? He is family, Iroh said, curtly. Ozay sighed. And what a notion that is, family. He whispered. The great dragon of the West, swayed by base, weak emotions such as this attachment to a foolish boy. Father would be revolted. Iroh gritted his teeth. His father's death had signified freedom for him, even if the loss had hurt, too. The man had taken care of Iroh for as long as he could remember, raising him to be the perfect son. It didn't matter that Iroh's stocky, unathletic build had initially suggested he would be anything but a fighter. Azulon had raised him to be one and aided him in the development of all his talents. Only, at the cost of his humanity, of course. Abandoning the siege of Ba Sing Se was an act of love for Lu Ten, and of defiance towards Azulon. While Iroh had searched through the spirit world, he had deeply dreaded the day when he would return home and face his father. But after the spirits spoke to him, and he found his way back home, he frowned, remembering who had been sitting on the throne by then. Did he never scoff at you for your weaker, softer feelings? Ozay asked, teasingly. Didn't he tell you that only steel, blood, and flames would harden you? Didn't he say a prince wasn't the kind of man who mopes and weeps, but the kind who acts and takes everything he wants, by force if need be. Iroh closed his eyes. Ozai chuckled, eyes trained on the horizon. Then again, you didn't take back the throne when you came home. I thought, perhaps, it was that you didn't want it. Maybe you were forsaking our father's noble teachings, even then. There wasn't anything Iroh could say or do, not when it was clear Ozai was reaching his own conclusions and would continue to do so. The older brother focused on his meal, but the younger's sneering grin didn't dwindle in the slightest. Though of course, discarding our father's teachings somehow brought you to become the kind of man who leaves everything unfinished, didn't it? Ozai taunted again. You abandoned the siege of Ba Sing Se, first of all, and then begged me to allow you and Zuko to return home even when you hadn't completed your mission. And now? Iroh was finishing his cup of tea when Ozai finished his sentence. He couldn't suppress the instinctive reaction, the clenched fists and twitch to his eyebrows, at Ozai's words. And now you even abandon your gladiator, when she needed you the most. Iroh's eyes narrowed as he glared at Ozai. The amused smile on Ozai's lips had disappeared. You can forsake the girl, no doubt. It isn't something important, not in the long run. Not more important than schemes and plots to gift a throne to someone who doesn't want it, said Ozai, shrugging. Zuko kept telling me Azula would be 10 times the Fire Lord I am, and I was inclined to agree. Something tells me he wouldn't want to stand between her and the crown, and yet that is exactly where you want to push him. I'm pushing no one, Iroh muttered, but Ozai ignored him. You only would have offers and promises that he won't want to hear, said Ozai. And in the end, when all fails, when you hear your earthbender was gruesomely executed in that tasteless volcano arena, you will wonder if perhaps you were the one misled. If perhaps your obsession with one of your beloved protégé's destiny was the downfall of the other. Why would such a thing concern you so? Iroh asked. Since when does Topha's future matter to you? Or is this because you don't want me to find Zuko, and nothing more? Oh, it's nothing quite as complicated as that, brother, said Ozai, smirking. In truth? Your petty struggles are thoroughly entertaining. No matter which one you choose, you will never be happy. You will never be satisfied. You couldn't save Lu Ten, and now you will let that girl die just for the sake of chasing someone who doesn't want to be chased. Can't you see the beautiful irony of it all? Beautiful, truly. Iroh asked, setting down the empty cup he had still been holding. I knew your sense of humor was twisted, but you certainly are rising to new levels of distastefulness now. Accuse me of what you wish, said Ozai, as Iroh stood up. But your true tragedies have nothing to do with my words. My taunts wouldn't reach you if you didn't feel guilt for it all. You hate yourself for your shortcomings and failures far more than anyone else does. Iroh breathed deeply as he turned to leave. His legs wouldn't budge yet, though, maybe because of some shred of stubborn pride that wanted to fire back at Ozai. Or maybe because some part of him wanted to hear what his brother had to say, if just to rebuff him, yet those last words were true, far too true, and they stung when they reached him. And yet you continue to set yourself up for failure, said Ozai, shaking his head. It's as if you wanted to be a martyr, maybe. As if you enjoyed the feeling of giving up on many things for what you conceive as the greater good, for some notion of fate and destiny that you cling to just to give your life any meaning. Ozai pushed himself up to his feet now, standing taller than Iroh, as ever. Just as it had been, ever since Ozai's teenage years. It was one of the first things he ever surpassed his brother in, and he had taken much pride in it at the time. He turned to look at Iroh, who was glaring at him from the corner of his eyes. Your search for Zuko will only lead you back to square one, brother, said Ozai. You can lie to yourself all you want, pretend you are not attached to anything but Paisho, Zuko, but when word reaches you of the ill fate that will certainly befall that girl, you will once again fall apart by the weight of your mistakes. Still, perhaps it is for the best. The gladiator business is a gruesome endeavor, but it requires dedication that I always doubted you had in you. And if that girl miraculously survives? Well, she certainly would deserve better than being sponsored only for the childish whim of sabotaging Azula. Iroh closed his eyes and turned away. His footsteps were silent, although uneven. Ozai watched him go, a pleased smirk on his face. Goodbye, brother, he whispered, satisfied malice pooling inside him. He knew there was a chance that Iroh would find Zuko, and that the next time he crossed paths with his brother they would be enemies, openly. But he also knew there was a chance that Iroh might never return, too. And perhaps a smaller, slimmer chance that he might come back, defeated, broken, with nowhere else to go, presumably. Ozai couldn't help but smirk at the thought that his brother's future was bleak, lonely, and pointless. Defeating Iroh, proving him a failure, had been his goal for a long time. Even if his father could no longer see it, this particular moment, with Iroh shrinking as he walked away with his head bowed, felt like the ultimate success for Ozai. At long last, his brother seemed to understand the futility of his actions. Humiliated and broken, Iroh's threats and latent treachery felt insignificant now, just like the man himself was. Satisfied, Ozai smiled, and took off to enjoy his own breakfast. Fulfilling his most vicious desires was a great way to stir his appetite. Lieutenant Z was surprised by how downcast Iroh looked when he arrived at the bay. The ship was waiting only for him by then, ready to take off for hours now. "I'm sorry I'm late," said Iroh, his eyes low. Z raised an eyebrow. "Is everything all right, General?" "Perhaps not," Iroh admitted, glancing about. "Did my luggage arrive safely?" "Yes, it has been accommodated in your cabin already," said Z, nodding. Iroh sighed. "Very well. We should set sail," he said. Z nodded again. Before the lieutenant could enter the ship once more, Iroh reached out and caught his sleeve with a hand, ever so gently. Z frowned and turned. "Is there anything else you wanted, sir?" he asked. Iroh swallowed hard. Did Azula's barge take off long ago?" he whispered. Z scratched the back of his head. "Not that long ago, maybe 1 or 2 hours ago," said Z, shrugging. "Did you need anything from them?" Iroh didn't need anything, no. He didn't particularly want anything either. And yet his chest ached with confusion, with the painful feeling that he was going about things the wrong way. Was it because of his brother? Had Ozai's cruel words, spoken to rile him up and gloat in all sorts of imaginary triumphs at Iroh's expenses, cut at him so deeply? But maybe it was because of the few truths concealed within those cruel words. Said truths had been spread so far between all the nonsense, but they had been there all the same. And they had hurt, just as Ozai had intended them to. He had preyed on Iroh's weaknesses, on his guilt, on everything that could hinder Iroh's progress towards his true goal. Yet as he looked back at Z, he wondered if perhaps there was another way. If maybe Ozai's words, spoken with such ill intent, could be turned against him. If he could prove him wrong, and at the same time, prove everyone else wrong too. If maybe he could stand to protect everyone he cared about, rather than picking sides. Could he do that? Or was it too late by now? Had he driven himself into a crossroads, or was there a chance he could carve a new path, one he hadn't noticed existed until now? Determined, Iroh conveyed his new order, and Z nodded obediently. Chapter 140, The Slate, One More Time 5. The royal barge was no longer as uncomfortable as it had been the first time she boarded it, but Toph didn't enjoy being on the ship either way. While she had grown used to wearing her shoes, they certainly limited her already limited sense of her surroundings when it came to solid metal. She relied exclusively on her hearing to get around, and it had worked so far. Still, she couldn't wait to return to solid ground again. Ships were almost as unpleasant as flying on Azula's dragon. She sighed, waiting by the vessel's rim, arms propped on the metallic railing. They were scheduled to reach the Slate today, but she couldn't muster much patience until they did. Her anticipation was rising as her anxiety receded, somewhat. The thought of the exciting battle ahead was starting to drive away her fears, even if she knew it wasn't wise to face this new challenge recklessly. She heard heavy footsteps approaching but failed to recognize them. Her shoes hindered her ability to tell people apart by their walking rhythm alone. "How are you feeling?" Toph's ears perked. She hadn't expected those footsteps to belong to her new sponsor. They had been cordial so far, but they hadn't crossed paths often. She bit her lip, not knowing what to make of the man yet. She could sense Azula wasn't entirely fond of him, but was Azula genuinely fond of anyone other than Sokka? Toph smiled at the thought and shrugged towards Zhao. "Tired of this stupid floating cage, if you want the truth," she said. I know, I'm going to get stuck in another stupid, floating cage in a few hours, but still. Not fond of ships, are you? Zhao asked. I suppose it makes sense, if what I've heard and seen of your skills is true. You do rely on your earthbending as your eyesight, don't you? Yup, said Toph, sighing. So metal isn't really fun for me. But at least I've learned to get by with mostly just my hearing. Sometimes I even think I feel some things through metal, but I'm probably kidding myself. Maybe, said Zhao, shrugging. As for myself, I rather enjoy sailing. Yeah, well, you're an admiral, said Toph, smirking. If you didn't, you would have picked the wrong job. Certainly, Zhao conceded, with a soft chuckle. Weird, though, that some firebender would like to sail, Toph commented. Isn't that a bit contradictory? The Earth Kingdom used to have a navy too, you know. Said Zhao, raising his eyebrows. A weak navy, yes, but it existed all the same. At any rate, the Fire Nation Navy isn't too popular, especially now that the airship fleet is being built, but we needed to make use of every advancement at our disposal to attain victory. Right. Said Toph, with a shrug. Zhao raised his eyebrows. I suppose that can be a sensitive topic for someone from the Earth Kingdom, he said, frowning. Toph snorted. Honestly, I never cared who was ruling, she said, surprising him. I didn't feel much of a difference between the old Earth King's rule and the Fire Nations. If anything, you guys took Earth Rumble and turned it into something better, meaning, the gladiator business. Your only priority in life is to fight, then? Zhao asked, confused. Toph shrugged. I wouldn't say the only one, but, what's so wrong with that? She asked, tapping the ship's railing with a finger. Some people like to drink, others like to read, some enjoy art. I like fighting. A very straightforward way of thinking, said Zhao, with a small smile. So, you ascribe to no ideologies, no beliefs. Hell, I don't even believe in spirits, said Toph, with a proud smirk. I also don't believe people who always rave about what they can see. I have no idea what it means to see, and I can get around mostly fine without eyesight. So, when I hear people rambling about how beautiful this or that is, horrified about how ugly something else may be, how these colors and those colors mean different things, it just makes me roll my useless eyes, really. As far as I know, you're all pulling pranks on me with all that talk of beauty and colors, because I can't tell if they even exist or not. Fair enough, but it would be unlikely for the entire world to join forces to pull that sort of prank on you, said Zhao, with amusement. Still, I understand your suspicion. If I had never experienced one of my senses, I would also question those who claim to have it. Right? And yet a lot of people don't get it, said Toph, sighing. Zhao chuckled. You're quite a curious fellow, I'd say, he said. Toph raised an eyebrow. In what sense? Merely, you're the kind of gladiator worth sponsoring, said Zhao. Toph tensed up. You have interesting philosophies, and going by your impeccable record, it seems you're a reliable fighter. I think I'll enjoy sponsoring you. Really? Toph asked, biting her lip. For how long can you do it, though? Some time, Zhao said, shrugging. The authorization has no expiration date, after all. And I won't be needed in the north yet, so, for as long as I can stay here. And what will we do if you are needed? Toph asked. Zhao frowned. Well, if General Iroh hasn't relinquished his right to sponsor you yet, I suppose we'll have to resort to powers greater than our own. The princess might be able to sway the heads of the Gladiator League's executives to make exceptions of some rules for you, given your record as a fighter and your dedication to the league. Exceptions like, what? Could she get me out of having a sponsor? Toph asked, with an amused grin. Zhao laughed. I'm afraid that's not likely, he said. But she might be able to demand that you obtain a new official sponsor, yes, even if General Iroh doesn't default his position as your prime sponsor. It's certainly not the best way to do it, but sometimes. Screw the law, said Toph, smirking. I've never liked following rules anyways. Then that should suit you fine, said Zhao. I'm sure you'll have quite the crowd of potential sponsors to choose from, if things come to that. I'd look forward to it, but wouldn't it be kind of embarrassing that I would have gone through 4 sponsors? Toph grimaced. Not a lot of gladiators would have needed so many. Am I that difficult to deal with? Or am I just unlucky? I can't say, Zhao shrugged. But I do suspect your first 2 sponsors simply weren't good enough for you. Giving you up as a gladiator is something only a fool would do. I was quite impressed by your performance when you fought the Blue Wolf. Oh? You watched that? Toph asked. It wasn't my finest, really. You should have seen me when I first fought him. Kicked his ass, broke a few of his ribs. How atrocious, said Zhao, with a smile. And despite that, you've become friends. He's a masochist, what can I say? Toph explained. Zhao laughed again. I told the princess back then that she needed a stronger gladiator than him, if she wanted to progress further in the league, Zhao said. Toph raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect her to heed my advice, but just now she really is missing a bright chance with you. You are a far more threatening gladiator than the Blue Wolf, as much as he's no weakling, but she won't sponsor me, said Toph, with a small smile. I don't mind. I like fighting him, really. He keeps improving somehow, you know? Without counting whatever might happen in the slate today, my most threatening rival is him. He's unpredictable, always has been. And Angela has invested so much time and work on him that she refuses to give up on him just like that. I know that, said Zhao, nodding. But I still wonder if she can expect to rise much higher with him. While I don't doubt that she is aiming for greatness, he may come short when it comes to the high tier of the league. And I wouldn't. Toph asked. Zhao smiled a little. You seem to fit right in with the rest of the top tier, truly, he said. You're probably the most talented earthbender I've ever seen. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, though I've never seen any earthbenders myself, said Toph, smirking. Zhao frowned, gazing at her in confusion. What? Surely you have fought earthbenders before, or is it you? Oh, wait. Well, quite the sense of humor you've got there, he said, smirking as the joke dawned upon him. I hope that fits with the top tier too, said Toph, snickering. It might, with some of it, said Zhao. At any rate, I do look forward to working with you. I don't know how far we might go, but if you reach your full potential you might even become the second gladiator in the league. Second? Why not the first? Toph asked, smirking. As you well know, that position is taken by my other gladiator, said Zhao, with raised eyebrows. Well, sometimes you need some new blood when it comes to competitions like these, said Toph, stretching her arms as she grinned proudly. He could just step down and leave me to take care of everything, right? I doubt he'll want to, said Zhao, chuckling. All the same, when you meet him you ought to ask him about that. Will do. Toph declared. They carried on chatting about the future, unaware of the keen eyes observing them from one of the windows in the barge's tower. Angela's eyebrows were raised, her arms folded over her chest. Sokka smiled as he stood beside her, leaning on the windowsill. Seems like he's trying to get along with her, huh? He said. That's truly surprising, Angela said. They're about as opposite to each other as it can get. But alas, I suppose we've proven that's no reason for 2 people not to be partners in the Gladiator League, haven't we? Yeah, as if. Like it or not, princess, we're not all that different, you and me, he smirked, winking at her. She snorted. If you start rambling again about how much of a prince you are, I'll shove you out this window, Angela said. Sokka chuckled. Really, how aggressive. Can't handle the truth, can you? Can't handle your delusions, is more like it, she said, smirking. She sighed afterwards, though, sparing another glance at Toph. Still, it might just help if she feels she has a supportive sponsor. Even if he's just here as a substitute. Everything helps when you're about to head into that insane place, said Sokka, biting his lip. To be honest, I can't say I like sitting on the sidelines of gladiator fights. Some absurd instinct makes me think I have to be fighting in there, too, despite I know I don't, and I think I'll feel that again when Toph fights today. It's not as absurd as you think, said Angela, shrugging. If you're in the fight, you can have some control over what's happening. When you sit in the stands, all you can do is twist your hands, yank your hair, clutch the armrests of your chairs and feel appalled when the fighter you support is being pummeled. Huh. You probably know the feeling much better than I do, said Sokka, with a sad smile. Angela grimaced. You have no idea how many times I've wanted to jump off that balcony and deal with your enemies for you, she said. I shouldn't be so protective of you, but I suppose it's not so bad, is it? That a sponsor would try to look after her gladiator as I do. I can't see anything wrong with it, said Sokka, smiling gently. I do wish I wouldn't worry you as much as I do. You're happier when I win fights easily, always have been. Yes, no doubt, as it was the first time you ever fought, Angela said, with a small smile. I have to say, you really impressed me that day. I was too euphoric about getting out of the arranged marriage to actually give you the credit you were due, though, all things considered, I didn't want to give you that much credit at the time. Heh, you sure didn't, said Sokka, with a crooked grin. We were one very mismatched set back then, weren't we? And yet we've learned to balance each other out, said Angela, smiling back. Aren't we disgustingly corny? Oh, we very much are, my princess, Sokka smirked, his gentle eyes and smile inviting Angela to do something she shouldn't do right now, in broad daylight. She huffed and shook her head, trying to undo the spell his charm could cast upon her senses. Sokka smiled, almost apologetically, and Angela nodded in his direction. Well, I suppose it's best if we get ready to disembark, she said. We'll be at the slate shortly, I believe. All right, said Sokka, standing upright again. I'll go get my, oh, wait, never mind. Forgot you're not fighting again? Angela asked, smirking. Sokka blushed. It's a little odd, heading into an arena without having to wear my armor and weapons. Especially one like the slate, he clarified. It's quite all right, Sokka, you don't need to bring weapons or armor. I'll protect you if need be, she said, mockingly. There could be many dangers for a spectator of a fight, after all. I mean, you could stub your toe against a wall, or get scared by a spider. Scared? I'm not scared of spiders. Sokka pouted, following her downstairs as she smiled broadly, pleased as ever by his silly responses to her taunts. The teasing didn't stop until they reached the deck, and by then Toph noticed their approach upon sensing their voices even before they left the tower. She smirked and Zhao raised an eyebrow, but she jerked her head towards the approaching pair and his unasked question was answered soon enough. He smiled too, watching as Angela strode proudly towards them, Sokka hounding her with a pouty frown. Dog's not very happy, huh? Toph asked. Angela smirked at Sokka. He's just feeling awfully vulnerable, heading into an arena without carrying any weapons or armor of his own, she said. I've been trying to list whatever dangers he might face and so far I can't come up with anything to justify wearing armor. I suppose there's tripping with his own feet and falling on his face. But heck, even his helmet wouldn't help much there, since it doesn't cover all his face, Toph pointed out. Angela smirked. Ah, true enough. See? Turns out there's no point in wearing any armor at all. I said it was force of habit. I'm not worried about tripping over my own feet or anything like that. Sokka growled, shaking his head. Zhao chuckled, and Sokka looked at him hopelessly. What, you think it's funny too? I'm only relieved to see someone else as the butt of jokes of a royal, for a change. Ozai never fails to make me the target of all his teasing, said Zhao. Well, rest assured, I'll target the dog much more than I'd target you, Toph told him. Though I'm not royal, but still. You were born to a noble family, it counts for something, said Sokka. Ah, certainly, said Zhao, raising his eyebrows. Ozai did mention you were a buffoon when he first told me you were staying at the palace. A lot of commoners dream of reaching the status of nobility, and yet you chose to discard it to live like a commoner instead. Well, now, I lived in the palace for years. It was classy, Toph said, but she smiled and shrugged soon enough. Still, I do like living in an earth tent instead. I'm fine with luxuries but, I don't really need them. All you need is to fight, said Angela, smiling. A crazy, reckless attitude to have. And yet you're happier this way than most power grabbers and greedy nobles who can't have enough riches and lands to feel satisfied. See? I'm humble in my own way, said Toph, beaming. Yeah, so humble, said Sokka, snorting. I'm sure the air nomads would have thought you were enlightened, what with how few attachments you have. Indeed. Toph declared, smirking. Not all attachments are towards physical things, though, said Angela, leaning over the rim of the barge and watching as a strip of land appeared in the horizon. Sometimes you can be attached to incorporeal things. Such as, what, my bending? Toph asked, pouting. Well, maybe I'm not that attached to it anymore. I've had to stop relying on it so much because of this fight. You haven't wanted to, though, said Angela, chuckling. Still, attachments aren't always such a terrible thing, dirtworm. Depends on the attachment, I'd say, Zhao nodded. Being attached to life is certainly a good way to ensure your survival even in the direst circumstances. And being attached to your friends means you'll look after them for good, said Sokka, hands on his hips. The same is true for being attached to those you're responsible for. Simply put, if people had no attachments, we probably would have never moved forward in the history of civilization at all. So, it's a good thing that I'm attached to my bending. Ha! Toph exclaimed. The others smiled and shrugged. As long as you can detach from it for an hour, I think you'll be fine, said Angela. The progress towards the island was easy and steady. The ship captain was maneuvering to slow to a halt at the rudimentary docks by the bay, and the 4 passengers waited patiently amid a few royal guards, watching the black rocks that comprised the Slates Island. Zhao breathed in deeply as their destination loomed closer, his nostrils flaring at the scent of sulfur. He smiled fondly, bringing Angela to look at him with curiosity. Did you miss this place, by any chance? She asked. Combustion Man must have conquered every enemy he fought here, but I didn't think that sort of memory would make you sentimental. Judge my sentimentality as you wish, said Zhao, chuckling. But in truth I wasn't thinking of Combustion Man. I was thinking of the first time I ever came here, instead. It wasn't for the slate, then? Angela asked. No, not at all, said Zhao. Do you know this island's history, princess? Not quite, Angela admitted. I've heard it's an uninhabited island, though. And I've wondered if it's because of an eruption. Well, it certainly was because of one, said Zhao, nodding. A catastrophic eruption that annihilated everything in its path. Including one of your ancestors. Angela frowned, as she took in what Zhao meant. She only knew of one ancestor of hers who had died over the eruption of a volcano, and she did wonder, long ago, if this might have been the island in question, but she had never expected to confirm such suspicions. She eyed Zhao warily. Are you serious? She asked. How do you know this? I traveled with your father many years ago, princess, Zhao said. Where else to start seeking the Avatar's trail, other than in his past life's former home and resting place? Angela bit her lip. That made enough sense, aside from having read Sozin's manuscript after tasking Rui Shi with finding it many years ago. Her father had begrudgingly revealed her heritage to her during her teenage years, refusing to speak further about her mother's family, just as he refused to speak much of Ursa ever since she disappeared. That heritage was the main reason why her father had married her mother. Their children were supposed to be the result of the merging of 2 extremely powerful fire-bending bloodlines. But his pursuit of the Avatar predated his marriage to Ursa. In his younger years he had investigated the previous Avatar thoroughly, hoping to track down the next reincarnation. Huh. Sokka's voice brought Angela out of her musings. Did some Fire Lord die here, then? A Fire Lord? Zhao repeated, raising an eyebrow. Well, you said something about her ancestor, right? Sokka asked, looking at Angela with confusion. She glanced back at him. What else could that mean? Well, as much as you might think all my noteworthy ancestors were Fire Lords, that's not the case, said Angela, sighing. I didn't know this for some time, but some years ago my father revealed to me that my mother was a descendant of Avatar Roku. Of Avatar? Whoa. Whoa. Wait a minute, what? Sokka exclaimed, looking at her in disbelief. You're the descendant of an avatar. What the? Hush now, it's not nearly as unexpected as you might think, said Azula, looking at him skeptically. There's been thousands of avatars, for all you know you're related to one as well. Well, maybe, but I don't know for sure if I am. Sokka said, still staring at Azula with wide eyes. Your goodness, wasn't it enough to be royal, you had to be related to an avatar too. What can I say? I'm just one of a kind, said Azula, with a mocking and proud smirk. Or, well, I would be if I were an only child. Zuko can boast of the same heritage, after all. That doesn't mean you're not one of a kind, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. Especially seeing how you seemed to obtain all the benefits from the bending heritage, said Zhao, smirking. While Prince Zuko isn't a hopeless bender anymore, he's nowhere near your level of talent and skill. Indeed, said Azula, looking at Zhao with amusement. Sadly, he had enough bending heritage to defeat you, it seems. Oh, not you as well, said Zhao, grimacing as Azula laughed softly. Isn't it bad enough for Ozai to mock me about it? I'm afraid you'll find no mercy here, Admiral, said Azula, watching as the ship finally halted by the docks. Toph had been anxious as they pulled in, only listening half-heartedly to the conversation as the island loomed closer. She rushed to wait near the ramp, eager to climb off the ship. Once the soldiers had set the ramp in place, she raced down and smiled brightly once she was safely past the wooden docks, almost kissing the black rocks beneath her. Sweet, solid ground. She exclaimed, beaming, but her face changed when she placed a hand on a rock. Whoa, that's creepy. What is? Azula asked, the first to reach the earthbender's side. Well, you said something about how your ancestors died here or whatever. Toph said. I think I'm feeling their houses. There's a lot of stuff buried in here. An entire village. I suppose so, said Azula, glancing up at the volcanoes that caused the tragic destruction of the island's civilization. I guess you might even sense a few skeletons somewhere in those rocks, too. I don't think everyone escaped on time. At least, one man didn't. I guess not even an avatar can fight nature, can he? Sokka asked, standing by Azula's side as he glanced about the island. Roku was the last known avatar, wasn't he? Indeed, said Azula. Fire Lord Sozin saw his death as an opportunity to set out on his campaign of conquest. Without the avatar to stop him, who would? No one, I guess, Toph said. Not if you consider how things went for the Fire Nation after 100 years. Sokka sighed but nodded. Azula glanced at him with uncertainty, but he didn't seem as irritated as usual. Perhaps hearing of the tragedy of this island for the first time was more heart-wrenching than his long-standing resentment towards the Fire Nation. Grief superseded his displeasure, at least for now. Did you and my father find any clues, though? Azula asked Zhao, turning to look at him. He had lagged behind the other three, walking slower through the pier. Was there anything worth uncovering about the avatar here? Actually, no, said Zhao, stopping behind her and Sokka. Ozai had thought perhaps a new avatar would have sought out the dying place of the previous one, whether to forge some sort of spiritual connection, or perhaps just out of curiosity. There was no sign of that, though. At the time, this place seemed utterly empty. When the heads of the Gladiator business requested permission to create a special arena here, Ozai was all too happy to provide it. He thrives in building new things where old ones perished. Well, making an arena is hardly that bad, is it? Toph asked, shrugging. It's better than making another village here, if anything. If the volcanoes erupted again, the only casualty would be the arena's building, right? True enough, said Azula, nodding. And speaking of the arena, shall we move on already, or will we stay to chat about volcanoes just to pass the time? Toph pushed herself up to her feet and nodded, starting on the way to the only functional building she could sense. The only metallic enclosure, rather, for she could hardly feel anything past the first layer of metal. Just approaching the building filled her with a deep sense of foreboding, and her blood curdled as she hoped all her preparation would pay off. Everything hinged on her performance today, and she didn't want to come short in this fight, of all fights. She scarcely registered how Angela and Zhao were welcomed by excited staff members, who were thrilled to see the princess again even though she wasn't sponsoring a fighter this time. Toph only acknowledged the arena's staff with curt nods and followed them inside the confusing maze of metal they led her into. Sounds rebounded through the corridors and rooms, distorting everything that reached her ears. She twitched, uncomfortable and uncertain about her perceptions. Echoes and footsteps, voices, and whispers, all were too close and too far, too clear and too confusing. "You all right?" Sokka asked her, as they stopped at the slate's underground vestibule. Angela and Zhao were speaking with the arena's chairman, leaving the gladiators alone for now. I don't know," Toph admitted, frowning. "Maybe we forgot training me for how confusing it is to be inside a metal building like this one. I feel, I don't know, like I'm in a dream. Nothing makes sense." "Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be comfortable," said Sokka, grimacing. "The shoes aren't helping either, are they?" "No, and these heat-resistant clothes are making me sweat more than they should," Toph huffed. "Did I really need the clothes to cover all my body like this? I can't say I like it." "I know you like shorter pants and short sleeves too," said Sokka. "But this is the only way to keep most your body safe from bad burns. You'll be grateful later." "I hope you're right," said Toph, sighing. "So? Where's the bastard whose head I have to crack?" "We're early, looks like," said Sokka. "He's not here yet." "Well, he'd better stop stalling," Toph huffed. "I don't have all day. If he got shipwrecked in the sea, I'm going to head out to where he drowned and spit into the ocean at his corpse for dying like a wuss instead of fighting here." "Heh, that's a very convoluted story you just cooked up," Sokka pointed out, with a small smile. Toph pouted, her cheeks reddening. "It's okay to be nervous, Toph. I was always paranoid when I had to fight here." "So much that you didn't want to do it anymore, huh?" Toph asked. "You shouldn't have quit the slate so easily." "I shouldn't have, then?" "Because if I hadn't, that would mean you wouldn't have to fight in it now," Sokka asked, teasingly. Toph bit her lip guiltily, and Sokka chuckled. "I get it, really. I was horrified when I had to fight here for the second time. I had thought we could give up the right to challenge whenever, but we couldn't, so, if you win and you want to give it up, make sure to do it right away, all right? As soon as you return home." "That's a lot to hope for," Toph muttered. Sokka frowned. "Don't assume you won't win just because it's hard," he said. "I mean, I assumed I wouldn't. I ended up winning on a technicality the first time, no doubt, but don't give up just yet, Toph. You're a much better fighter than me, after all." "Am I?" Toph said, unusually dubitative. I don't really know how to lose, dog. I don't. I might really lose out there, and I can't help but wonder what I'll do if that happens. What's worse is I might even." "Stop," said Sokka, a hand on her shoulder. Toph swallowed dryly. "I know we warned you it was dangerous, but we've trained you as best as we could. You can withstand the slate's heat, we've seen to that. You're as ready as you can be to pull this off. But, say that I don't, won't I lose everyone's respect if I survive, but lose my streak?" she asked, with a sad smile. "It'd be pathetic." "It wouldn't be," said Sokka. "Heck, I'm hoping to take the top spot in the ranking and I've lost a bunch of times, myself. Not a lot of gladiators can boast of their perfect records, and a lot of those who have those victory streaks only fight weaklings they know they can defeat. You, Toph, are doing something unthinkable for many. You're about to make history in there, no matter what happens. And I, for one, feel honored that I'll watch it happen." Toph gulped, her cheeks still tinged crimson. Sokka smiled encouragingly, but winced when she punched him in the shoulder, hard. "Stop saying that sort of stuff. It's only adding to the pressure," she growled, pouting again. He chuckled. Fine. You want me to say the opposite thing? It might encourage you to fight at your best so you can shut me up," said Sokka. Toph snorted and laughed. They had to wait for another hour at least until Toph's opponent arrived. While the time provided her with a chance to grow accustomed to the metallic building, her impatient anxiety had turned to irritation by the time Storm's Edge and his sponsor finally crossed the threshold into the vestibule. Storm's Edge was a short man, clad in black clothes that contrasted against his pale skin. It surprised Sokka to see how much makeup he wore, accentuating his facial features as if to make him more menacing, a meaningless scare tactic to use on someone who was blind, though. The man was barely taller than Toph, and his hair was styled in spikes. Sokka couldn't help but wonder how many hours a day would he spend fixing his appearance into what it was. "Ah, do excuse my lateness, wait," said Storm's Edge's sponsor, frowning as he gazed at the people in the room. "What? Princess Azula? Admiral Zhao? Where is General Iroh? I was certain he was the one to challenge me today." "He was, but due to other commitments, I'll be sponsoring his Gladiator for today," said Zhao, smirking and stepping towards Storm's Edge. "It's been some time, Zinnia. I can't remember the last time we met." "Oh, it was forever ago, yes," said Zinnia, smiling politely and shaking hands with Zhao. "My Gladiator was still a work in progress back then. I can see he's grown, well, buffer." "He's still not very tall," Zhao said, smiling a little. Zinnia laughed, but Storm's Edge didn't seem to find the remark amusing. "It can't be helped, some people are simply not meant to grow much in that area," said Zinnia, before bowing his head respectfully towards Azula. "I'm surprised, but honored that you will watch the fight, Princess. Are you having second thoughts about surrendering the right to challenge, perhaps?" "Not at all. I merely have been keeping an eye on my uncle's Gladiator," said Azula, nodding politely at Zinnia as he stood upright again. "My presence shouldn't be an inconvenient, I trust." "Oh, not at all," said Zinnia, smiling and turning to the slate's chairman. "Well, then, when do we begin?" Topha's breath caught in her throat, just as Storm's Edge smiled with malice. He walked past Toph, scoffing towards her as he moved to his standby room. The Earthbender didn't notice the gesture. "All right," said Sokka, putting a hand on Topha's shoulder again. "Just remember every bit of advice I've given you. Avoid the borders, try not to touch anything on the ring with your bare hands, and be as agile and nimble as you can be." I know," said Toph, nodding as the group of staff members, and Zinnia, took to the stands. Zhao made to follow them, too, but he stopped to glance at Azula and Sokka. Once he realized they were exchanging a few last words with the blind bandit, he decided to give them more privacy, and followed Zinnia without interfering. "Whatever happens now, dirt worm," Azula said, once she was standing before her friend. "You're one of the greatest gladiators in this league, and that's not up to contest. You have it in you to get the better of this guy, whether you know it or not." "Heh. I hope you're right," said Toph, with a small smile. Azula grinned at her, placing her hand on Topha's free shoulder. "Good luck. Do your best out there today. And don't be afraid to try a new thing or two," said Azula, smirking. "Sokka even discovered my sword has extraordinary properties after using it here, who knows? Maybe you'll actually unlock the secret to lava bending if you try it now." "Heh," Toph said, chuckling. "That'd be convenient. I'll keep that in mind, if nothing else works." "Go, then. Kick that loser's butt," said Sokka, messing with Topha's hair. She chuckled. "Damn right I'll do that," she said, with a small smile. Both Sokka and Azula watched her walk towards her standby room, but to their surprise, she stopped halfway there and ran right back towards them. It wasn't every day that Toph would hug people, despite she had embraced Azula a few times before. But she threw her arms around both of them, hugging them tightly and making them smile. Toph gritted her teeth, holding them tightly as they returned the embrace weakly. "Thank you," she said, breathlessly. Azula rubbed Topha's back gently before the girl pulled away. Toph walked to the standby room steadily now, no longer stopping halfway there, but not with the confidence they always had associated with her. The two of them followed her with their gazes until she vanished from sight, and it was then that Sokka noticed his shirt was somewhat wet where Toph had pressed her face. "Was she?" Sokka asked, looking at the stain of water on the fabric. Azula frowned. "Well, either that or, she spat at you," Azula said. Sokka snorted and rolled his eyes. "Hey, she's far from classy, we know that. Seriously, though, said Sokka, biting his lip as Azula sighed. Yes, she's terrified, Azula said. Maybe we should have boosted her confidence some more back when we were training her. Maybe, said Sokka, gulping. She has to make it, though. I mean, what the heck would this league be without her? Well, it'd certainly be far more boring, I'll say, Azula whispered, her gaze on the metal floor. Sokka reached for her hand and urged her to head to the stands with him, and Azula swallowed hard but nodded. The contact between their hands ended begrudgingly just before they were within anyone else's field of vision. Toph breathed deeply as she stood in the standby room. Her hair fell as disorderly as ever over her face, and her tense shoulders were set as she waited for the staff to extend the bridge that would lead her to her fight. She swallowed hard, wiped her eyes and nose, and waited again. Tapped her feet on the ground and continued to wait. She didn't know for how long she stood where she was, her heart racing, her hands mildly trembling. She had never fought like this, never feared a fight as much as she did right now. Because yes, as much as she had taken this fight for granted at first, she couldn't do the same anymore. She understood the dangers she was about to face, and the truth was that maybe she wasn't all that prepared for them. Maybe. Right this way, Miss Bafong. She almost jumped when she heard they were calling her. She nodded and followed the voice of the staff member and reached out with her hands to find the bridge that she'd used to cross into the platform. She took deep breaths as she walked through it, hands always on the ropes that served as support. She stepped inside the metal ring at last, and the apprehensive feeling only increased. She stiffened, her stone shoes letting her know that her enemy was in front of her, but she could hardly make out anything else. She could hear his breathing, every shift of his body, and perhaps that way she might be able to predict what he'd do, but without her bending, it would be a harder gamble than ever before. "Welcome, bandit," said Storm's Edge, with a sneer. "How's it feel to fight somewhere completely out of your element, eh?" "I suppose I'll know in a bit," she said. "Maybe I could ask you the same question too, after I dump you into the lava down there." Storm's Edge tensed, glaring at Toph. She raised an eyebrow before turning towards where she knew the stands would be. "I was promised I could bend some earth." "Where is it?" "It's being brought in," the arena's chairman replied from his seat, and Storm's Edge flinched. "What? She's getting earth?" he asked, warily. "Why?" "It's only fair," said the chairman. "Orders from the higher UPS, kid." Storm's Edge cringed, as men filed inside the platform, carrying 2 sacks of earth with them. Toph nodded approvingly. She had trained with less than that during her last weeks at Ty Lee's place. She should be able to work with this. Once the retractile bridges were drawn, the fight was set to begin. Storm's Edge glanced at the judges, and they readied themselves to turn the hourglass around. "The fight is starting now," one of them announced, so Toph would be warned. She took a defensive position immediately, sensing the shift in Storm's Edge stance. The man summoned a blast of fire and shot it in her direction. The acrid scent compelled her to jump out of the way quickly, and she drew and tossed a knife towards Storm's Edge, in the kind of smooth movements that Mai had taught her. Storm's Edge yelped and twisted his body to dodge it. "Not fond of knives?" "Too bad," said Toph, with a smirk. Storm's Edge grunted and cast a new barrage of fire towards Toph, but it was stronger this time. An initial attempt to evade it proved futile, and shielding herself against it was difficult, if not impossible. Toph shrunk in her frame, letting her fire-resistant clothing take the brunt of it, but the fire licked at her body regardless. She cringed, knowing she would have to resort to the earth for defense after all. "Not so cocky now, are you?" Storm's Edge asked, snickering as he launched another offensive. But Toph wasn't going to take it without fighting back this time. She summoned the earth out of the first sack and wrapped it around herself neatly. The fire rebounded against it, as it worked the way a perfect armor would. The resistant clothing underneath was enough to keep her safe from burns, too. Storm's Edge clenched his fists but snickered. He prepared another attack, but not before Toph could throw her arms out and launch the earth on her body around the platform, seemingly for no reason. Storm's Edge winced, protecting against it, but the small bits of dirt that clashed against him were next to meaningless. He frowned. "What? You discard your armor, just like that? Unwise, he said, with a vicious smile. Toph smirked. Oh, so unwise, said Toph, drawing her hammer now. Look at me, I'm so scared. You should be, you little shit. You should be. A crackling sound made Toph frown. She had heard it before, barely a few days ago, and knew what it meant. Fortunately, she was ready to face what was coming. Her free hand summoned the second earth bag, bringing it close to herself, but as frontal armor only. Storm's Edge waved his arms around in careful motions, smirking as the electricity soared through his body until he lifted his hand to direct the blast of lightning. He didn't expect Toph to launch her apparent armor towards him, instants before he fired. His concentration broke, as the lightning flew out to crash into the solid defense Toph had cast at him. But further threads of lightning shot out in different directions, too. Some of it hurt Storm's Edge, some of it shot downwards, to the platform, some of it to the metal railing that surrounded the platform. Toph clenched her fists. When the first spark reached her, she knew she had to jump. But by then it was too late to avoid all the effects of the lightning. She did her best to jump anyways, trying to keep the worst of it at bay, but her body didn't respond as well as she hoped it would. Both gladiators paid for the lightning blast, as bursts of pain accompanied the brief paralysis that struck their bodies. Toph collapsed on the platform, as did Storm's Edge. If she had any eyesight, she would have glared angrily at the bastard for this, at least once the lightning had dispersed enough to let her move. It did eventually, and she rushed angrily at Storm's Edge, her hammer in tow. He was still recovering from being stunned when he noticed the small earthbender was right in front of him, wielding a hammer that would break his bones if it smashed into his body. You piece of garbage! Toph yelled, swinging the hammer and catching Storm's Edge's thigh with just the tip of her hammer. What's wrong with you? I'm going to win this fight. And I'll do it, no matter what it takes. Storm's Edge claimed, somewhat nervously, but he buffeted Toph with a burst of fire now. She swept it away with her hammer, though, and launched forward for another attack. The surge of anger in the earthbender had been a surprise, and one that Storm's Edge wasn't responding to very well. He clearly wanted to cast better fire-bending attacks against the enemy, but Toph was giving him no respite. Spending any time flowing between stances was simply impossible. The ferocious girl would take advantage of any openings and leave him with shattered bones if he gave her a chance to reach him. Yet a small moment of respite arrived for Storm's Edge indeed. Once a loud, jarring sound made Toph flinch and lose her focus briefly. A wave of heat rose around them, slow and steadily. The earthbender felt the air around her thickening with sulfur and steam. She gritted her teeth. The gates to the lava had been opened, as Sokka had warned her they would be. Storm's Edge snickered. Let's see how long you can keep up that barrage of attacks now, bloody midget. He snapped, jumping to cast a powerful kick of fire at Toph. She tried to sweep it away with her hammer, but it wasn't as easy this time. For a moment she feared the lava was making her opponent stronger, but those flames simply weren't like the ones before, either. They were steady, unfaltering. She flinched, wondering if this was the condensed fire Sokka and Azula had warned her about. That's right, cower, you little. A knife flew out and caught him in the shoulder. Storm's Edge gasped and recoiled, blood bursting from the wound and trickling down his arm. He pulled out the blade and threw it back at Toph, and she jumped out of the way of the projectile, but she couldn't evade the fire he shot at her next. It was an inferno of powerful fire, even if launched through a single arm. Toph flinched and tried to swipe it away, but it was futile. The flames weren't deterred by her opposition, and they caught her hair and some of her exposed skin. Toph screamed and stumbled, falling on the burning platform. She broke her fall with her hand, and recoiled soon when the metal burned her, too. The scent of singed hair permeated the air, and the blood pulsated at full speed through her veins as it rushed to amend the burns she had just suffered. Toph gasped, breathless and unprepared for the wounds she had just sustained. She tried to get back on her feet, but her strength failed her. She had never been hurt in this way before, and Storm's Edge knew it. What? That's all? No one had ever plucked a single hair from your sorry head. He sneered, punctuating the final word with a fire blast. Toph bolted to her feet and scrambled away from the fire, tossing another knife desperately at him. Her aim wasn't true this time, her nerves and pain causing the projectile to soar and fall over the edge of the platform. Storm's Edge laughed. "You should be ashamed of the sorry show you're putting on, blind bandit." He showered her with fire once more, and once again Toph tried to flee from it. The overpowering heat pouring in from below was tiring her out fast, and yet it seemed to have little effect on her opponent. She was down to 2 weapons, and even though she had tried to get closer to Storm's Edge, she hadn't managed to land a single blow through hand-to-hand combat techniques. Why the hell did she do that with the first batch of Earth? Sokka growled, looking down anxiously. If she still had it, she'd stand a chance. Had Zhao not been sitting beside them, Azula would have grabbed her lover's hand and tried to set him at ease. For now, all she could do was brush her leg against his while answering him. "She's using the earth to track him down," she explained. "She can't sense him easily through the metal, so she senses his movements whenever he kicks the earth she scattered across the platform. It's not useful for fighting, no doubt, but it was the best she could do to know where he is. She'd be doing a lot worse if she'd done anything else." "But she's losing her chances," Sokka said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "At this rate, hell, how do you endure the urge to jump in the ring and fight the bastards yourself?" "I ask myself the same question more often than you imagine," Azula admitted, giving Sokka a meaningful look before focusing on the fight anew. Toph was breathing heavily as the gate below her closed again. The respite from the heat source below was welcome, but it wasn't enough of a relief. 10 minutes had gone by. It was only 10 minutes, and she had been more hurt than ever before in a gladiator fight. Or in any fight, to be perfectly honest. Even her clash against Azula had been lighter than this. Storm's Edge seemed to be taking a short break as well, circling Toph carefully without attacking her yet. The Earthbender turned wherever he went, ensuring she would be able to respond to anything he did, one way or another. But her body was worn out, and her strength was failing her in ways it hadn't before. She knew she was faltering, a foreign feeling entirely. Was this how everyone else felt when fighting her? Was this sensation of despair what she seeded their hearts with? She usually took pride in it. Right now, she wished she had been a little more merciful with those she had fought with before. But if someone wasn't about to show mercy, it was Storm's Edge. He wasn't deterred at all about fighting a small, blind girl. He didn't care about who she was, or what her conditions were. The urge for carnage in battle was so strong in him he couldn't be bothered to slow down, to even consider giving his rival a chance. He wasn't afraid or worried about killing her. He didn't plan on holding back at all. If she died, he would merely shrug it off, if not celebrate it outright. Toph could tell as much. Was this what the top tier of the Gladiator League was comprised by? Murderers who used their power without restraint, who tried to intimidate each other into submission. Were all of them as cruel and heartless as this firebender was? Because, if that was the case, two could play the same game. Toph wasn't traumatized by the experiences of the amateur league the way Sokka was. She didn't think she would enjoy killing, but she certainly wasn't about to hold back from doing it if someone was trying to kill her. She wasn't some moralist preacher, who would think she had to prove to be the bigger, better person. They were here to fight, and if that bastard was going to kill her, she would ensure to drag him down with her, if nothing else. "Caught your breath yet, brat?" Storm's Edge asked, smirking. "It's the last time you will, you know? I'm thinking it's time to stop pretentious bitches like you see, so damn tiresome hearing about up-and-coming fighters who think they can take over the league. I've been here for the last 9 years, you hear me, little bitch? I've been here since it started. And scum like you won't ever rise to my level if I can help it." "Yeah, too bad you won't be able to help it, little bitch," Toph snapped back, before lunging forward. Storm's Edge shot out a new onslaught of fire, but to his surprise, Toph only kept walking, even when her hammer wasn't enough to dispel the flames. She slowed down when the blasts reached her, but she held up the weapon and it protected her face, at the very least. The brightness of the fire would have been blinding, but Toph couldn't see anyways. Storm's Edge, on the other hand, relied on his eyes far more than he should. His barrage of flames was so intense he failed to see the fourth and final knife, soaring through the fire towards him. "Ack! You little who-dash!" he yelled after the blade slashed through his left flank. He jerked it out with a hand. But he couldn't finish his sentence. A hammer swung from below him, and it slammed into his chin so powerfully his mind fizzled out for a moment or two. Storm's Edge collapsed, stumbling back. The blow had been so powerful he had barely managed to stay upright. He regained his senses soon enough, and he kicked fire at Toph before she could attack anew. He fired wildly, out of focus, but he was dangerous regardless. His attacks forced her to duck and cower away from the fierceness of his fire. But Storm's Edge wasn't all right. He felt blood in his mouth, so much blood, and pain, overwhelming, distressing pain. He cringed before coughing and spitting the blood on the platform, and he cringed at the state of his tongue. The hammer had hit him just as he was in the middle of talking. He had bitten it, almost to the point of severing it in half. His horror was only matched by his outrage. "Goodness, she's ruthless," said Zhao, eyes wide. "Aren't we grateful that she is," said Sokka, sighing in relief. Even if Toph had lost yet another knife, she had inflicted serious damage through her latest scheme. Storm's Edge was bleeding profusely in his shoulder, flank, and mouth, whereas Toph's burns weren't too severe. Still, it was far too early to consider this an overwhelming victory for Toph. It was nowhere near close to that, especially not yet. Storm's Edge was outraged, and Toph was cautious but ready to continue shedding his blood. A little over 45 minutes were left of this fight, and the tides of the battle could turn easily at any point within that time. "Uidle." Storm's Edge started, but the pain of talking was too strong to do it anymore. Toph smirked. "Yeah, I'm blind, but you definitely needed to be mute. What did you need a tongue for, if all you can spout is bullshit, huh?" she asked, riling up her enemy. Storm's Edge roared and launched another stream of flames, and Toph shrunk in her frame while trying to defend against it with her hammer. The hammer wouldn't be enough against the mad rage fueling Storm's Edge's flames, though, and her hair started to catch fire again. Absent-mindedly, Toph allowed herself to think she'd need to cut it once she was out of here, if she got out, of course. She swallowed hard and fueled herself with determination. She would get out of here. She couldn't falter against this bastard. She couldn't fail when this was her first true challenge, against her worst opponent yet. She started to run forward again, and she meant to slam the hammer into her opponent's body, but he stopped firing at her and jumped away, just so he could cast condensed fire at her feet. Toph gasped and tripped, falling on the overheated metal. She cried out in pain when the heat seared her hands and face. She pushed herself up with difficulty, not expecting a fire kick to the stomach that flipped her over and left her breathless. She cringed and tried to stand up again, but she sensed Storm's Edge approaching thanks to the scattered earth on the platform. Toph gritted her teeth and swung her legs around, delivering a low kick at the firebender's shin. He grunted in pain but fired at her anyways, and Toph shielded her face with her arms as she continued to kick at the man. Her arms. Her arms with empty hands. She had dropped the hammer at some point. She located it soon enough, but she couldn't reach it yet. She roared and pushed forth, sliding between her enemy's legs and shooting a fist up at his weakest spot. Storm's Edge yelped and stopped bending, and Toph took her chance to push herself up to her feet. The whirring sound threatened to deafen her again, and she flinched as the overwhelming heat surged once more. 15 minutes had gone by. 1/4 of the allotted time for the fight. She could do this. But she didn't sense Storm's Edge gearing up a fire blast at her back. She fell again when it hit her, and it was strong enough to toss her all the way across the ring, just as Storm's Edge picked up her hammer. She flinched as she helped herself up to her feet again painfully by clasping the railing, but she sensed Storm's Edge moving now, to the edge of the ring, at the opposite end of the platform. "No! No!" She cried out, trying to run towards him, but it was too late. The hammer spun after Storm's Edge tossed it, and it rebounded against the metal walls, with a ringing sound that made Toph's insides churn with rage and dread. Eventually she heard nothing more, as her hammer was swallowed by the searing lava below. Storm's Edge only smirked in her direction, despite Toph couldn't see him. "Fuck," said Sokka, burying his face in his hands. Azula closed her eyes and shook her head. "It's not over yet," said Zhao, despite he wasn't particularly hopeful either. "Oh, but it will be," said Zinnia, beside him. "I suppose that, from now on, sponsors of earthbenders will think twice before trying to fight battles they're not suited for. Sokka growled under his breath, and Azula actually had to put a hand on his arm, not in a loving or tender gesture, but to keep him from lashing out at the man. The situation in the ring was bad enough as it was. Sokka didn't need to stir up any more trouble outside it. Toph was defenseless now. She gathered some of the earth she had scattered earlier, creating a small rock, but it wasn't enough. A lot of the loose particles had been scorched by Storm's Edge's fire, or blown away by the force of the man's fire bending. She hardly had enough left to track him down, let alone to fight back with. She was truly helpless now. "Huck you," Storm's Edge growled, his pronunciation damaged over the wound on his tongue. He gathered his fists once more. Toph gritted her teeth and shielded herself with her hands as his bending barrage began once again. She didn't want to lose, let alone die, in such a shameful way. She refused to let it happen, but how to help it? She wished she had earth to use, earth to protect herself, to tear a hole in this bastard's stomach, impale him from ass to brain, maybe, but she didn't. She couldn't. There was no earth, not even. But she remembered Azula's advice and experiments. She had talked about Sokka's discovery of her sword's abilities. Maybe it was time to give her theory a try. Maybe in all this desperation, something would finally click inside her, and she would be able to bend the lava after all. She pushed herself forward and head-butted Storm's Edge. The man kicked her off him, and Toph rolled over the platform before rising to her feet and taking a strong, steady bending stance. To hell with everything. If it could work, it would work now. She only had to feel the earth, and use it to her benefit. She struck her arms up, forcefully, powerfully. Storm's Edge watched in confusion at first, in fear later. Maybe he understood what she was trying to do. Or maybe he thought she had a secret stash of earth hiding someplace down below. But nothing happened. No earth, no lava, nothing. Toph's heart sank. Nothing had moved, save for the few particles of earth still on the platform. She tried again, desperate, but nothing. Still, nothing. She didn't bother hiding her disappointment, or her hopelessness. She was lost. She was. The fire rained on her again, and she hardly did anything to stop it. She tried to shield against it, but her hand was already charred and burned, as was her face. She had no idea if she was bald by now, with how much hair her enemy had burned. She could only endure, and wait, and hope Storm's Edge wouldn't kill her with his flames yet. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. She wasn't the kind of gladiator who gave up. She felt like crying, overwhelmed by the sense of helplessness that was weighing on her more heavily than anything else. She wasn't the kind of fighter who would stop fighting for any reason. Whatever her weaknesses, she always found a way to be strong. This couldn't be her undoing, and yet it was. It was. Storm's Edge kicked at her, and Toph flew off, rolling on the burning metal platform again. She cringed, trying to push herself up. Her entire body hurt. Everything was painful. But what was most wounded, no doubt, was her pride. Curse her foolish pride. Curse the day she said she wanted to fight here, just out of a stupid notion of rivalry towards Sokka. Curse the day she decided to fight no matter if Iroh had forsaken her, no matter if he had set her up to falter here and die. Iroh. She gritted her teeth and tried not to cry at the thought of her sponsor. Would he even know she had fallen in battle here? Would he care if he found out? She didn't know if he would. She was afraid maybe he wouldn't. Would she just disappear, and everyone would move on without her? Her parents, would they even hear of her death? Would Azula send word of it? And then, would any of it matter to her at all, once her life ran out, once her fighting spirit was vanquished for good? She leaned closer to the metal platform, instead of pushing herself up. And she slammed a fist down on it, hard. She sensed the earth particles, the few that still remained, but she no longer had any plans of using them. This wasn't the glorious death she could have accepted. An unfair fight, in a scenario meant to overwhelm her, and she hadn't been strong enough to overcome it. She didn't want this. She couldn't take this. She had thought she would be at peace with this sort of death, but she had been wrong. She couldn't die without her bending. She couldn't die feeling powerless and weak, trapped and defeated. She didn't want to. She was terrified to, and yet. Again she punched the metal in desperation, in self-flagellation, as the heat seared her skin and burned her further. Storm's Edge chuckled, not far from where she was. Of course, he was laughing. If the situation were any different, if they were fighting in Gladiator Rumble, the bastard would be begging for mercy with his half-tongue. But it wasn't Gladiator Rumble. They were in the slate, the accursed, damned slate that she had underestimated so much. She had been arrogant, cocky, thinking no challenge was above her. And she had been wrong. Painfully, stupidly wrong. One more punch. Earth resounded against her. But she frowned when she noticed something strange. Some of the particles she had sensed weren't on the platform's surface. Was she that hurt that she was feeling things that weren't there, or? She did it again. And again. One more time. Stop it. Storm's Edge roared over his damaged tongue, and he shot another fistful of flames at Toph. She rolled away from the attack, thinking she had really lost her mind. She still felt what she had felt earlier, but it couldn't be. It was madness. She couldn't be feeling earth inside the metal, and she certainly couldn't be hearing someone calling her name, and... What's she doing now? Sokka had asked before Storm's Edge attacked again, noticing that Toph's constant punching of the platform didn't seem fortuitous. Azula shrugged and shook her head. I don't know. I wouldn't think much of it, but... Do you think there's more earth left on it than she had thought? Maybe. Off. Toph. Toph. Azula's eyes widened. Sokka was startled as well, hearing that familiar voice breaking through the arena just as Storm's Edge forced Toph roll away from him with his fire again. A shape came rushing out of the corridor that led into the stands, a shape that moved past everyone and clutched at the banister that enclosed the stands. The attention of everyone in the stands, be it staff members, sponsors, and guests, was seized by the old man, but he didn't seem to notice any of their presences. His eyes were glued to one thing only, and it was his hurt, weakened gladiator, holding on to what little hopes and strength she still had left when she heard his voice. Iroh. She said, frowning. She couldn't be right. She had to be hearing things, because there was no way Iroh would. Toph. Her eyes widened. She realized she couldn't be hallucinating that voice when Storm's Edge snapped. Shadap. We're buhy here. It was no illusion, then, that was Iroh. It was him, and he had come back. He had come back for her. To see her one last time, at least, before she lost, or even died, if Storm's Edge decided to be that merciless. She smiled, despite herself. One of her questions had been answered. Somehow, she felt at ease this way. At least she knew that, even if they'd fallen out as they had, Iroh still had cared enough to come back, late as he had been. But the barrage of fire Storm's Edge shot out now sent her to the edge of the platform again, threatening to toss her overboard. Fortunately for Toph, the gates below were closing now, so even if she fell, she wouldn't die in a pool of lava, but she might break a bone or two, if she didn't suffer worse injuries. Dying by jumping off places was definitely not the best way to do it, she reasoned. Yet, her hand found the railing once more, and she struck it with a light fist. Again, she felt it. She swallowed hard, and did it again. Then she slammed her feet down on the platform, and Storm's Edge huffed. Ya Danning now, midget. He bellowed, but Toph ignored him. Whatever he yelled next sounded very much like an attempted death threat, but his ripped tongue made him too incoherent with complicated words. And as he lifted his fists, coated with fire, Toph lifted her own hand and clutched at the railing of the platform with her last, desperate hope. Storm's Edge fired, and Toph put all her strength in pulling at the railing. She moved out of the fire's way when the railing receded, allowing her to reel the tubes towards her. The top tube snapped away from the other tubes that comprised the railing with surprising ease. With one wild yank, she tore that tube free, and she was left with a spear-like weapon, one that seared at her hands painfully. The entire arena was speechless as Toph stood with the makeshift weapon in her hands. Storm's Edge's bravado diminished quickly, and he shook his head in disbelief. She couldn't have, the railing had been loose, surely. It was weak. She had pulled that tube out of its sockets by chance, because there was no way that Midget, that tiny little thing, could have possibly used her bending on metal. How? Zhao said, eyes wide. It wasn't every day that the Admiral was as deeply shocked as he was right now. But no one had answers for him. Angela and Sokka were equally speechless and confused. Even Iroh, as emotional as he had been when he rushed into the stands as he had, now stared at the battlefield with wide eyes, and an open mouth. Did she just bend metal? Sokka asked. Angela swallowed hard. I'd never heard of that before, but, did she? She asked, glancing at her partner, confused. Sokka shrugged. Toph swung her makeshift spear from side to side and rushed towards Storm's Edge, her every step harder, stronger than ever before. The earth in the metal resounded with her footsteps, and she grinned wildly. She could feel it. She could do this. She was doing it already, she was. Storm's Edge shot bolts of fire towards her, and Toph tried to evade or fight them back, but eventually she grew tired of that and launched her tube towards Storm's Edge at full speed. The man scrambled out of the projectile's way nervously, fearful of whatever the blind bandit was up to now. She stomped hard on the metal again, and Storm's Edge finally connected the dots on what the girl was doing. Toph yelled as she sank a hand into the metal. Her fingers dug inside it, in a way that no normal person could. And then she squeezed, it seemed, and a large wrinkle appeared through the platform, so large that it crossed the distance between where Toph stood and where Storm's Edge waited, staring at her in dread. The metal, inexplicably, seemed to open around him and tried to trap his feet. Storm's Edge jumped away, but the wrinkles reached him again and again, and Toph's hand remained lodged in the unbearably hot metal, but her lips were curled into the wildest smile now, as she chased Storm's Edge across the ring until he was stuck in a small metal trap. She stood up, blowing on her hand to ease the pain, but she smirked proudly all the same. Her bangs, or what was left of them, swung when she raised her head towards her enemy, who was struggling to break free from the metal's hold. Toph's hands were clenched into tight fists once more, and the metal platform seemed to tremble as she moved across it. Well, what do you know? She said, all trace of fear and helplessness gone from her face and voice. I suppose. I'm a metal bender. Angela covered her mouth with a hand, and Sokka actually laughed beside her. Iroh looked at his gladiator with wide eyes, a deep sense of relief born inside him now. A metal bender, a metal bender. Toph was strong, stronger than he could ever dream to be, stronger than most people he knew. And she was breaking the molds, destroying every limit ever known to her bending discipline. She was doing what no one else had done before her. His gladiator, his friend, was a metal bender. Check the description for the links to the author.